A tiny white fox with pink eyes peeks out curiously. The little fox scampers quickly through the woods. It finds this new world to be a fascinating place. From a small hollow, the fox looks out at the world. A single, incomplete thought emerges from the darkness. A young woman with long teal hair, Enl, gazes at the full moon. She was the princess of the vast Rocham Empire. As her father's favorite, she was showered with love, despite being far from the throne. The young blonde princess smiles sweetly, holding a golden orb. She happily clutches the royal treasure, having no desire for power. Sitting on her father's lap, she playfully tosses the orb. It bounces off her father's chest as she lets out a surprised, "Oh!" Seeing her blonde-haired brother, she joyfully calls out his name, Agris. Young Janelle runs laughing into the arms of her sweet brother. The memory shatters as a grown Agris stands over his murdered father. Ionel, now with silvery blue hair, discovers the horrific scene. She kneels by her father, looking up at her brother in disbelief. Agris turns to her with a cold expression, calling her name. With a blood-stained hand, he questions her presence. Ionel is frozen in place, paralyzed by shock and fear. Hiding his face, Agris remarks that her arrival is a good thing. He chillingly suggests she join their father, so he won't be lonely. As Ionel questions his intent, Agris draws his sword with a swish. She lies dead, embracing her brother in a final, tragic moment. Her spirit reaches out, calling for her brother one last time. A single tear escapes her eye, marking her betrayal and death. Her soul floats in a deep, blue void filled with music. Trapped in the abyss, she feels stifled by her sudden death and reaches out to touch a strange surface, which begins to crack around her. With a loud crack, the void shatters, revealing a white-haired man and a red-haired woman who stare down in utter shock. From the shattered space emerges the small, bewildered white fox. The red-haired woman and a giant white fox look down upon the tiny creature. While the giant fox wonders about the new sound, the red-haired woman chides him for scaring the little one. As the white-haired man gently takes the woman's hand, Ionel's soul realizes with shock that she has died and been reborn. The truth hits Princess Ionel as she lets out a terrified shriek in her new fox body. Meanwhile, a dark-haired man in a commander's uniform surveys a palace hall. A subordinate reports unsettling news to the commander. The emperor passed away unexpectedly last night. The black-haired commander listens intently, his expression grim. The news gets worse. Princess Ionel is the suspected culprit, causing the commander's eye to flash red with disbelief. His mind flashes back to a rainy day in a garden with a younger Ionel. In the memory, she gently asks him about his dreams for the future. She calls him Lord Abelard, assuring him he is an incredible person. She confidently predicts he will become a renowned hero. Her radiant, joyful laughter echoes in his memory. Overwhelmed by her kindness, a single drop rolls down his cheek. Returned to the present, a somber Abelard stands alone on the balcony. He cannot comprehend the accusation against her. A footstep is heard in a sun-dappled, magical forest. The white-haired man from before searches the woods, wondering where his tiny tot is hiding. The white-haired man calls out the name Lucia, his voice startling the sleeping fox. Finding her hiding, he gently picks her up, saying her mama is waiting. A month has passed since her reincarnation. She now knows this man is Lenore, her new father. As time went on, she had no choice but to accept her strange new reality. Still, she cries out in her mind, completely bewildered by her fate as a divine beast. The scene shifts to a starry cosmos, hinting at an ancient story. A tale begins of a distant past, when God created divine beasts from shattered fragments. These beasts, born of different elements, were tasked with caring for the natural world. After a great cataclysm, the divine beasts vanished after protecting the continent. A footstep rustles through a flowery meadow. Lenore complains about the shifting landscape as Ionel realizes the beasts have been living in seclusion. She marvels at how easily her new father navigates the magical, ever-changing forest. She understands that despite her freedom, her new parents are always watching over her protectively. Divine beasts, though weakened, still possess great power and can assume human form shortly after birth. But Janelle, burdened by human memories, laments that she can neither transform nor speak. Her thoughts darken, consumed by the memory of her brother's betrayal and her desperate need for answers. Lost in thought, she's startled when Lenore affectionately calls her his tiny tot. He playfully asks if she's angry he stopped her grand conquest of the North. Lenore carries her toward the base of a massive, ancient tree. He steps into the dark entrance of a cave, hidden among the great roots. He calls out for Saria, and the red-haired woman appears as a red light glows in her hand. A glowing red magical sigil flares to life on the cave wall. Lenore walks into a cavern of shimmering blue crystals, the little fox looking up in awe. The red-haired woman, Saria, waits for them at the center of the crystal cave. She asks if Lucia is asleep, but Lenore explains she's just tired from her long journey. Lenore surprises Saria with a warm hug, squishing the very disgruntled fox between them. As he calls her dear, Enel thinks to herself that she's still not used to this loving couple. Later, Lenore asks Saria why she speaks so formally, suggesting they should be more casual now. Saria demurs, saying it's not easy and that their formal speech maintains a certain order. Holding the fox, Saria's expression turns serious as she mentions a bothersome situation. She reveals the Emperor of Roashim was murdered, and the news sends a jolt through Enel. A memory flashes of her younger, happier self in the palace garden. The memory identifies her as Princess Enel Dux Roachim. Hearing the news of her father's death, Enel's eyes glow with shock and fury. She realizes with horror that Aegris murdered them both and framed her to seize the throne. Saria notices the little fox trembling and softly calls her name. Overwhelmed by grief and rage, Enel lets out a series of heartbreaking cries. Confused by the sudden outburst, Saria asks what's wrong as Enel silently curses her brother's name. Lucia continues to cry hysterically, rejecting the fruit offered to comfort her. Her new parents look on, concerned, unable to figure out if she's hurt or hungry. Saria gently cradles the distraught fox, whispering comforting words to soothe her. A floral border transitions the scene to a moment of quiet. Watching them, Lenore remarks on how unfair the situation feels. Crying into Saria's embrace, Enel makes a silent, tearful vow to reveal the truth. She firms her resolve, promising herself that someday she will have justice. The scene fades to the ornate ceiling of their bedchamber. The small fox sleeps peacefully, nestled safely between her two new parents. The next morning, she wakes with a stretch, realizing she cried herself to sleep. Her mind races with the need to investigate Roachim, but she can't bear to leave her new family. With newfound determination sparkling in her eyes, the little fox lets out a resolute chirp. A white-haired man tells a red-haired woman their tiny tot seems to be in a better mood. A beautiful platter of freshly sliced fruit is presented. The small white fox happily eats a piece of fruit from someone's hand. The red-haired woman cuddles the contented fox as the white-haired man watches. As the white-haired man smirks, the woman asks him about the human world. The man, dressed in formal attire, declares he'll invade the forest and investigate the imperial family, seeking the silver fox. The red-haired woman agrees that with two royals dead, the capital must be a mess. The fox, Lucia, suddenly stops eating, prompting the woman to ask if she's full. The white-haired man looks over his shoulder in confusion. Lucia affectionately rubs against the man's leg. The man, whose hair now appears purple in the light, asks if Lucia wants to go with him, and she squeals with delight. The red-haired woman firmly shuts down the idea with a single word: no. She explains to Lucia that the human world is too dangerous to visit without preparation. The white-haired man realizes who he must persuade to get his way. He laughs nervously while Lucia gives him a very sad, pouting look. Believing she'll be safe by his side, Lucia's hopes are dashed as the woman, addressing the man as Lenore, states Lucia hasn't had her birth ceremony. Lenore dismisses the ceremony, saying it's just for other divine beasts to gawk at Lucia. Lenore leans close to Saria, urging her to trust him with Lucia's safety, especially since the fox wants to go so badly. Overjoyed, Lucia nuzzles Lenore's smiling face. As Lenore carries a bundled Lucia through the woods, a chibi Saria worries and packs her things. In the forest, Lenore holds a confused Lucia, having been told to simply observe. A memory or lesson depicts a giant green snake, warning not to let humans know one's true nature as a divine beast. The second rule is shown over a romantic painting: do not fall in love with a human. The final warning echoes. Breaking these taboos leads to being sealed away forever. Back in the present, Lenore smirks, finding the taboos rather funny. Approaching a castle from a wooded ridge, Lenore suggests they pretend to observe quietly. He gestures to the grand stone fortress, identifying it as their home in the human world. Lucia looks up in surprise, her eyes catching the flag flying over the castle. A brief interlude showcases behind-the-scenes community messages. A guard on the castle wall is startled, recognizing the coat of arms on the flag and spotting Lenore in the distance. Huh? The guard scrambles frantically along the ramparts in a panic. Lenore stands calmly below, holding the swaddled Lucia. The massive castle gates swing open as a shocked Lucia peeks out from her blanket. Rows of armored knights are assembled in perfect formation within the castle courtyard. Lenore stands before the waiting knights, a powerful aura radiating from the castle behind him. The knights welcome him home, and he offers a gentle smile. A title card elegantly displays his full name, Lenore Carl Elharan. In a grand ballroom, a narrator explains that Grand Duke Elharan is reclusive, making very few public appearances. His legend is recounted as the master of the Northern Ice Wall, a peerless swordsman who defeated the barbarians. Rumors swirl about the mysterious Grand Duke, painting him as anything from a murderer to a peerless beauty, but no one knows the truth. A butler named Eden welcomes Lenore, now titled, Your Grace, back to the Grand Duchy's castle. Lenore addresses the butler as Eden before walking past him into the Grand Hall. Eden gestures to towering stacks of documents, declaring it is time to return to work. As Lenore tries to flee, Eden stops him, firmly stating they cannot host a celebratory banquet. On a cluttered desk, Lucia curiously taps at a sealed letter. Lenore, now in his study, asks what happened while he was away, and an aide reports that barbarians have breached the ice wall. With a menacing grin, Lenore notes the bug-like bastards are quick to catch on, startling Lucia. He sighs in exasperation, running a hand through his hair. When asked if he will participate, Lenore playfully lifts Lucia into the air and says, later. Kneeling beside a luxurious bed, Lenore gently places Lucia down, asking if she was surprised. The little fox is taken aback, surprised that Grand Duke Elharan could make such a face. In a soft-focus memory, Sarah tells Lenore she's never seen that serious expression on him before. The little fox affectionately rubs against a surprised white-haired man with golden eyes. With a happy chirp, she waves her paw before cutely tumbling over. Exhausted after such a hectic day, she collapses onto a luxurious golden bed. Suddenly, a glowing blue magical sigil flares to life in the room, startling her from her rest. A long, silver-haired man with piercing blue eyes appears, his thoughts on the necklace he's wearing. She watches the mysterious man enter, wondering why a rune-hilt wizard is in the Grand Duke's castle. With a jolt, both the wizard and the fox are startled by an unseen sound. As the wizard walks toward the bed, the little fox panics, wondering why he's coming for her. He snatches her up with a sigh, callously calling her a useless thing. Held dangling in the air, the bewildered fox can only wonder what is happening. Looking out over a grand palace, she fumes that he's the one in the bad mood. The wizard inspects the ball of fluff, finding her too small and insignificant to be useful as she spirals in despair. He carelessly holds the struggling fox by her tail. She continues to flail in his grasp, wriggling in protest. Mortified by the situation, she screams internally from the sheer embarrassment as flames erupt behind them. Meanwhile, in a sunlit office, the white-haired man learns that barbarians have overcome the ice wall. A subordinate reports that while a man named Vernon was away, the barbarians attacked, injuring 20 people and damaging homes. The gray-haired man explains that, for reasons unknown, the barbarians' movements have increased since last month. The white-haired man realizes this coincides with Lucia's birth and asks about the person he brought in. He smiles warmly, revealing her full name is Luan Stella. Explaining that Lucia is her nickname, he instructs his subordinate to serve her well. His expression turns serious as he asks if the Rocham imperial family has made contact. While his subordinate urges a quick decision, the white-haired man smirks, clearly enjoying the political development. He decides that his first priority is re-educating his child. The scene shifts as the silver-haired wizard offers the little fox a plate of fresh fruit. Suddenly, small hooded figures accost Master Vernon, scolding him for trying to feed a kid experimental material and warning him not to eat her, as the fox realizes she's been kidnapped. Task, Vernon dismisses the commotion as noisy. The fox gazes in awe at a library larger than the imperial one, deducing she must be in the magic tower. As she turns from the fruit, Vernon asks her what is wrong. He urges her to eat first, and she decides to eat now and think later. Munching happily, she notes that Runehilt wizards are certainly different. Vernon coldly calls her stupid, small, and insignificant, and she barely restrains her rage for the sake of the food. A knock interrupts them as a voice announces a visitor from Rochim for Master Vernon. Without looking up, Vernon dismissively tells him to send the visitor away. The messenger reports that the visitor refuses to leave until he meets the Tower Master, shocking the little fox. She stares in disbelief, realizing this rude man is the Tower Master. Vernon looks up, annoyed, and asks why they want to see him. The messenger explains that they want to reveal the truth about the former emperor's death. Her mind flashes back to the horrific night Agris murdered their father and framed her to seize the throne. The cruel lie echoes in her memory, a depraved child who murdered her father. When the messenger mentions someone believes in Princess Ionel's innocence, the fox wiggles wildly, trying to get Vernon's attention. She eagerly waves her paws, desperate to meet them. Vernon completely misunderstands her frantic gestures, asking if she's still hungry. Wah! He chides her for barking up the wrong tree while offering her another piece of fruit. Enraged by his cluelessness, she fantasizes about biting all 10 of his fingers. He presses her down on the desk, calling her dust and ordering her to wait quietly. As he walks away, she launches herself off the desk in pursuit. She runs after him, silently pleading for him to take her with him. The small white fox is silent in a vast, empty room. Hopeful, she believes someone knows the truth of her innocence. Believing one ally is enough, the fox leaps into action. The determined fox stands tall on the desk. A cute poster shows 2 sad, crying cats asking for help. A cloaked figure arrives to meet with 3 uniformed men. The white-haired Tower Master condescendingly accepts their gratitude. He commands them to remain anonymous in his presence. He warns them their status grants no special favors here. They seek the truth behind the former emperor's death. The Tower Master questions the official story, but a man insists the princess was framed. He desperately begs for a wizard to help prove her innocence. The Tower Master refuses, demanding proper collateral for the tower's help. A man boldly offers his commander's name as collateral. The Tower Master scolds them for their reckless offer of assurance. He is secretly impressed by the young man's bold move. Whoosh! The fox plummets from the railing, wrapped in magic. The Tower Master catches the powerful fox and prepares to teleport. Swoosh! A flash of magical light envelops them. The fox's eyes widen as the teleportation completes. Gasp! They arrive to find a sword at the man's throat. A smiling, white-haired man calls him Vermon, holding him at sword point. He playfully admits his surprise, calling himself Papa. A brother can take his sister. The fox shrieks in utter shock. Brother! A red-haired woman observes and notes the family resemblance. She muses that the fox is a perfect mix of them both. The man threatens to destroy the tower. Vermon scoffs at the idea. He asks his tiny tot if the punk harmed her. The fox recalls just eating fruit and being kept safe. He explains to an unseen person that he only took her out to eat fruit. Vermon asks if he abandoned his duties just for the fox. The man scolds Vermon, saying Saria would be upset by his words. Vermon cheekily suggests visiting again after the next emperor's death. Lenore smiles at the sky, simply replying, I know. On horseback, Lenore suggests they continue their talk on the battlefield. The Grand Castle is shown as day turns to evening. Night falls over the magnificent, illuminated castle. Lenore fusses over the fox, while Vermon despairs in the background. Holding his food, Vermon grimly contemplates his situation. He eats, muttering about labor exploitation and tower repairs. He shouts in disbelief, thinking his debt was already paid. Lenore and Lucia calmly watch his outburst from the table. Lenore asks Lucia to go over and comfort Vermon. He urges Vermon to stop frowning and properly greet his sister. Lucia reaches up and gently touches Vermon's cheek. He softly holds her paw and introduces himself as Vermon. She smiles, realizing he isn't as scary as she first thought. She sees that despite his cold words, his actions are kind. Vernon turns to Lucia, saying he has a question for her. At a dining table, Vermon asks Lenore if he's heard about Pierre Abelard, as Lucia stares at the name on a document. The Little Prince, written and drawn by Antoine de Saint-Exupéry, Pierre Abelard appears within an ornate, glowing, magical crest. A flashback introduces Perron, a dark-haired man in a military uniform who is described as having no status, wealth, or supporters. Despite a humble beginning, in just 3 months, everyone in the imperial palace knew his name. A voice formally welcomes Princess Anil to the magnificent imperial palace. Perrin Abelard kneels before the blonde princess, introducing himself as her new escort. His reputation was built on his undefeated performance in the Imperial Knights swordsmanship competition. A portrait shows the emperor congratulating the victorious Perrin. He was appointed as the princess's personal escort, a decision Anil believes was made out of the emperor's love for her, despite Perrin's immense talent. Perrin was a wonderful escort, showing scenes of the princess enjoying high society while he stands guard. Determined to close the distance between them, Princess Anil approached Perrin many times. She offers Sir Abelard some chocolate, hoping they can enjoy it together. He coldly tells her not to mind him and walks away, leaving her standing alone in the garden. Despite her efforts, Perrin remained distant and unapproachable. Anil reflects that even when they shared the same space, they never truly felt together. Her attempts to connect failed. She simply couldn't trust him. In her drawing room, Perrin formally asks for her permission. He requests to be dispatched to the war in the south. Anil realizes that participating in the war means he must resign as her escort. The inevitable has finally come. "Just do it," she says dismissively, and their difficult year-long relationship ends as he walks away. The narration states that he went on to lead the war to a decisive victory. He earned the title of Best Knight and became commander of the Knights Templar, and Anil only heard news of him occasionally. Back in the present, Lenore asks Vermon why he is suddenly so interested in Perrin. Vermon explains that a group came to him seeking to prove the innocence of the Princess of Rohim. Lenore smiles with a hint of confusion, letting out a small, "Ha?" At the mention of that man, Lucia's ears perk up with interest. Lenore recalls their forced relationship ended a year ago and remembers hearing a rumor while he was in the woods. Vermon, his eyes glowing intensely, reveals that the man has gone crazy. The rumor echoes. Perrin has gone crazy, leaving Lucia to wonder what it means. Lenore finds the rumor plausible, now understanding the context behind Perrin's name. Vermon assumes that Perrin is not in a clear state of mind. As Lucia wonders about their connection to Perrin, Lenore asks how they'll contact him, and Vermon assures him they'll meet soon. Kong. Lucia flops onto the table, frustrated that she can't ask anything yet. Vermon cradles Lucia, questioning if it's too soon to hand her over, but Lenore corrects him, stating it's been a month, not a week. Lucia clenches her tiny paw, knowing she is smaller than normal. She looks up with a determined glare, silently asking if there's a problem with her size. Lenore gently pets her head, amused that there's nothing to be done about her size. Standing up, Lenore announces to Vermon that he plans to go to the capital. Vermon accuses him of abandoning the tower again, but Lenore explains the Crown Prince has summoned him. After a moment of frustration, Vermon stands and declares, "I'll go with you." Lenore expresses his surprise, but Vermon states he will ask Perrin for a competent archmage. Lenore playfully scoffs, asking if there's a better archmage in the tower than him, leaving Vermon flustered. At a desk piled high with paperwork, Lenore looks at his butler in disbelief, asking, "It's a lie, right, Eden?" Eden formally replies that he would never be so disrespectful to him. As Eden explains the documents are from his absence, Lenore jokes he needs to borrow Lucia's paw for help. Holding the tiny fox, he comments on Lucia's very unique coloring. He tells Eden he's never seen a divine beast of this color before. Lucia panics, realizing Eden is human, but Lenore reassures her that Eden is all right to know. Holding a document, Eden cryptically explains that he is the boundary of existence. The Grand Duke's butler chastises him for interrupting his work. The Grand Duke continues writing, the little fox resting on his lap. The butler watches them, deciding not to ask his burning questions just yet. 7 hours pass as the Grand Duke works without a break. 9 hours later, he is still buried in paperwork. Utterly bored, the little fox lets out a silent scream. A moment of silence falls as the Grand Duke finally pauses his work. The butler calls her Lucia as the Grand Duke gives her permission to explore the room. The scene transitions, showing a bright blue sky. At the Rokim Empire, a blonde man arrives at the princess's palace. He sadly reflects that the masters of the grand palaces are now gone. He recalls memories of the royal family visiting each other just a month ago. Looking out from the balcony, He remembers the peace that once filled the halls. He cannot reconcile the peaceful memories with the bloody tragedy that followed. He notes that while nobles wanted to abandon the cursed palace, the new majesty has arrived. A brown-haired woman greets the new emperor, glad his meeting has ended. She walks through the palace, pleased that the meeting was brief. Holding the emperor's arm, she announces she will be living there starting tomorrow. She marvels at the princess's glamorous palace, wondering if it's too much for her. With a cruel smile, she decides it's fine that the previous owner died. Surrounded by the former princess's treasures, she revels in her good fortune. She triumphantly declares herself the new crown princess. The scene returns to the little fox, Lucia, in the present. In the kitchen, the staff warmly offer her freshly baked cookies and tarts. Another chef kindly brings her a bottle of milk to wash it down. Surrounded by treats, Lucia wonders how she ended up being so pampered. She happily recalls being allowed to explore the castle on her own. While exploring, a mysterious and wonderful scent caught her attention. The delicious aroma leads her directly to the castle kitchen. She happily follows the sweet smells of bread and apples, only to be startled. Arg! A sudden scream from a chef makes everyone jump in surprise. The head chef, having fallen, is confused by the scene and the fox's presence. He suddenly remembers the Grand Duke introducing the fox as his beloved adopted daughter. Lucia happily munches on a pastry, thinking it tastes good despite not being hungry. As the staff gushes over how cute she is, Lucia senses something is wrong. A pot of hot soup suddenly tips over, and the cook cries out in alarm. A powerful gust of wind magically stops the spill, and the staff calls out for Miss Fox. The staff rushes to Lucia, relieved she wasn't hurt by the falling pot. Staring at the mess, she wonders if she unconsciously used her divine powers. She dismisses the idea, but is then distracted by a magical glow outside the window. She sees Lenore and the silver-haired man, realizing they're heading to the imperial palace. Afraid of being left behind, she immediately gives chase. With a determined leap, she latches onto Lenore's coat to follow them. Her stealth mission is instantly foiled by the silver-haired man's sharp eyes. A blonde man spots her, asking Lenore if he plans to take Lucia with him. Lenore scoops her up with a smile, deciding it's best to bring her along. The silver-haired man warns against bringing a fox to the capital, but she waves him off. Lenore cheekily suggests they use the magic tower's master to solve the problem. The silver-haired man complies, summoning a swirl of blue magical energy. Foosh! Lenore envelops the tiny fox in a brilliant blue light. With a smile, he uses his magic to gently levitate the glowing fox. Vermin watches in shock as Lenore holds the swirling orb of magical energy. The magic subsides, revealing a tiny pink-haired baby as Lenore explains her growth is slow. He assures the baby, Lucia, that she will revert to her fox form once the magic fades, but she wonders if she is human. Looking around, the confused baby Lucia lets out a small abubu. Lenore blushes, excitedly declaring that Lucia called him Dad, but Vermon insists she should call him brother. Standing in a snowy landscape, Vermon shouts in disbelief about her being a baby, while Lenore calmly confirms it. Wah! The baby cries in a fit of frustration, upset that she is still the same. The two men bicker over whether she called him father or brother, as the crying baby thinks they are both wrong. Overlooking a vast castle, the baby's cries echo as she desperately wishes she could speak. As a new day begins, they arrive at the magnificent castle with their guard. Holding Lucia, Lenore reflects that it has only been a month. Lucia feels a sense of alienation as she looks at a silent Vermon, realizing her home has become strange. Vermon asks if Lenore intends to make the baby the Grand Duchess, to which he playfully replies, perhaps. Lenore holds her close, stating that their baby is special. A brilliant, multifaceted blue crystal glows in the darkness. In a flashback, Vermon explains the independent nature of divine beasts, recalling how he left his own parents a year after hatching to explore the world. Lucia, now in her baby form, sits alone, looking utterly dejected. Vermon reflects on Lucia's unusually slow growth and small size, worrying she lacks the power to defend herself. An imperial guard arrives, informing them that the crown prince has directed them to a guest room. Lenore looks off into the distance, deep in thought. Suddenly, he hands the baby to a startled Vermon, who can only accept. Holding the squirming baby, Vermon fumes, wondering why Lenore is leaving him behind after he followed him. Ba-ba-ba! Lucia cries out, trying to tell Lenore to take her with him. Tears stream down her face as she reaches for the departing Lenore. Vermin's eyes glow ominously as he warns her to behave, instantly silencing the baby with a stern glare. Elsewhere, a chibi Lenore with fox ears cheerfully tells a guard he's cute. Waving goodbye, Lenore reassures the guard that father will return. Vermont stands outside with the pouting baby as a maid approaches. He decides to take a walk in the garden, and the maid offers to lead the way. As they walk, Lucia glumly wonders how she ended up in this situation. She cries, recalling how she'd prepared everything, and imagines punching a blonde man, calling him a jerk. Floating in despair, she wails about being abandoned at the most crucial moment in the open garden. Vermont calmly announces that they will start their task here. He shows her a beautiful red rose, explaining its rarity in the north and surprising her with the gesture. Suggesting they see other places, Vermont walks deeper into the stunning rose garden. He then leaps away from the path, moving with incredible speed. Gently holding her hand, Vermont tells the confused tiny tot not to be sad. He conjures magical orbs, explaining with a smile that they have their own way of doing things. Lucia realizes he is using magic to hide them as they approach an imperial guard. She looks ahead and recognizes their destination, the princess's palace. A sudden noise startles both Vermont and Lucia in the palace hallway. As two unconscious guards collapse, Vermont stands over them, wondering what just happened. A woman in a red dress complains about her tea and scolds a maid, questioning if Princess Beyoncé taught her to be so incompetent. The woman aggressively grabs the maid Myron by her collar. Watching the scene unfold, Lucia feels a surge of responsibility, wondering if it's now up to her. A flashback reveals a young, blonde princess who was kept in isolation after her mother, the Empress, died shortly after childbirth. A kind maid opens the curtains, telling the young princess how beautifully the flowers are blooming outside. The princess is surrounded by caring maids, who offer her a new spring dress and her favorite sweets. She fondly remembers her maids, her only friends and family. A silver-haired person in a blue cloak turns away, looking troubled. A cruel, brown-haired woman smirks over a fallen maid, knowing they wouldn't be treated well. The silver-haired person holds a baby, calling out in surprise, "Lucia?" The baby, Lucia, cries out in distress from their arms. In a flash of pink light, the silver-haired person reacts with shock. Now holding a fox, they wonder why Lucia reverted to this form. The cruel woman laughs triumphantly as the maid lies unconscious on the grass. A brilliant swirl of pink magic marks a dramatic transition. Boom. A woman in a red dress is shocked, spilling her drink. A blonde man stands before the white-haired Grand Duke as the shockwave continues. A black-haired man in a grand cape faces a massive blast of pink energy. Elsewhere, the blonde man notes the strange lightning on a clear day. He smiles slyly, asking for a positive response to his proposal. Grand Duke Elharon smirks, challenging the blonde man's intentions. With a confident smile, the Grand Duke cryptically agrees. He predicts darkness as a sudden downpour soaks the cruel woman and the fallen maid. The little fox cries out in horror for the motionless maid Marion. Nuzzling her, the fox feels Marion's body growing cold. She desperately tugs on Marion's sleeve, trying to pull her from the rain. A bolt of lightning flashes as she struggles against the storm. Barely conscious, Marion weakly pleads for her to hurry up. A gloved hand suddenly reaches down into the pouring rain. A black-haired man shelters them with his cape as the fox wonders if it's Perrin or Abelard. As the man looks on with concern, she wonders why he is there. He is startled as Marion's body begins to glow with a strange blue light. The silver-haired person appears, casting a spell and offering reassurance. Holding the fox, they explain Marion was sent for proper treatment. The silver-haired person carefully cradles the small, damp fox. The black-haired man stands, asking the silver-haired man, Perrin, why he is here. Perrin questions if the black-haired man has business in the imperial palace. He explains he was summoned by the crown prince, and Perrin suggests he head to the main palace. Perrin walks away, mentioning a nonsensical story he heard from the tower. He reveals that people are asking to clear the princess's name because the man put his name on the case. Perrin furiously questions what kind of divine beast interferes in human affairs. Startled, the fox wonders if names are truly that important for divine beasts. She realizes Perrin is a divine beast, recalling a memory of him being questioned about the dead princess. Remembering the Grand Duke calling Perrin a madman, the fox finally understands. She realizes the Grand Duke knew Perrin well because they are both divine beasts. The black-haired man stares at her, making her wonder why. He declares, "It's my sister," and the fox looks up in shock. Peyron explains she is a newborn beast and knows nothing of their world. The black-haired man, Sir Abelard, looks at Peyron, saying they have waited long for him. Peyron unleashes a powerful spell, agreeing to investigate the request, despite Abelard's madness. A subordinate arrives, informing Sir Abelard that the Crown Prince will see him now. As petals fall, a disembodied thought notes that this isn't terribly wrong. After the audience, Vernon and a rehumanized Lucia join Raynor at the Grand Duke's estate. They meet Marion, who is recovering from her injuries, and offers her thanks. Marion introduces herself as Princess Annel's nanny, as the Grand Duke holds Lucia. The Grand Duke gently pets Lucia's head, explaining he has a question for Marion. A fond memory of the smiling Princess Annel appears. In the present, Lucia eats a divine beast-shaped cookie, recalling the maid's words. The Grand Duke listens as Lucia sits across from him, recalling Marion's insistence that she was slandered. The scene transitions, fading into a hazy memory. In a flashback, the blonde man asks his maid to tell him about Princess Annel, who reports she is known as the Emperor's murderer. Marion, her hands bandaged, tearfully clasps another's hands, insisting the princess was slandered. The blonde man questions Marion's loyalty, asking why she'd defend the princess. As her nanny, Marion passionately begins to defend the princess's character. She recalls Princess Annel's kindness, stating she was a gentle soul who would never harm anyone or shirk her duties. Hearing the heartfelt defense, baby Lucia begins to cry. The Grand Duke reflects on the kindness of the former royals, then playfully fights a toy, asking Lucia if it's too big for her. Vernon sips his tea, finding the situation quirky, as Lucia nibbles on a fox cookie, thinking about the irony. The Grand Duke mentions meeting the Crown Prince, and Vernon elaborates that they talked yesterday. In a flashback, the Crown Prince humbly asks for the Grand Duke's support, but Vernon reveals the Grand Duke called him cheeky. The Grand Duke smiles with satisfaction, remembering his dismissal of the prince. Whoosh! A sudden sound startles Lucia, and Vernon looks over with a neutral expression. The Grand Duke senses the malice behind the prince's words while affectionately patting Lucia's head. Enraged by his teasing, Lucia fantasizes about shutting him up as he laughs heartily. The narrative reveals the Grand Duke's family holds divine power, and he suspects the Crown Prince's attempt to win him over is a conspiracy. Sensing future turmoil, the Grand Duke decides he needs to summon someone named Soraya. He thinks of Syria, a beautiful red-haired woman, whom he considers his mother. The Grand Duke gently asks Lucia if she's missing her mother, and she agrees enthusiastically. Vernon is aghast, wondering why they're calling that crazy dog to the duchy. Sipping his tea, the Grand Duke coolly asks if it is because the person is in the capital. Vernon leaps to his feet, protesting vehemently that it's a terrible idea. He argues that the man's ignorance will negatively influence Lucia's future, while the Grand Duke looks on, unamused. The Grand Duke picks up Lucia to reassure her, telling her not to be disappointed, that her brother won't let her see the city. He whispers that she must have been looking forward to it, but Lucia is confused, as she hadn't been. The Grand Duke promises Lucia that he'll take her to the city himself when he has time. Now in the city, an annoyed Vernon holds a doll like Lucia and some cotton candy. He offers the treat to Lucia, whose eyes sparkle with delight. Vernon ironically warns her to be wary of any cunning fox they might meet. As the vendor asks if the food is good, a subtle blue aura briefly envelops Vernon. He decides to finish his task quickly and return to the mansion's superior food. A map shows their current location, revealing that Hiken is in the capital nearby. Sensing a change in direction, Vernon realizes they aren't heading toward Herencia. Arg! A man is sent flying by a blast of magical energy in a nearby alley. A group of armed thugs surrounds the fallen man as a voice orders them to drop their weapons. A red-haired man with a menacing grin and sharp teeth reveals himself. He stands in a doorway with a giant sword, tauntingly asking why no one is running away. The cornered thugs tremble as he threatens them for not fleeing. The red-haired man eagerly challenges them to a fight before charging into the fray. Vernon stops, looking down at the commotion with a questioning expression. An amulet bearing a sword symbol clatters onto the stone street. The thugs foolishly rally against their single opponent as the red-haired man grins. He effortlessly deflects their attacks with a single swing of his massive glowing sword. Perched on a rooftop, Vernon observes the chaotic street fight below. His gaze fixes on the amulet, wondering why the thugs possess such an item. Deciding to investigate, he prepares to use his magic, his hand glowing blue. The red-haired man smiles as the fallen amulet on the ground begins to glow. Huririk. A glowing emblem falls onto the cobblestone street near an unconscious man. Taka hand catches the ornate, glowing emblem mid-air. Tisk, holding the artifact, Vermon dismisses the unconscious man, stating he knows nothing. Vermon touches Lucia's face, thinking that it feels weird. He examines the emblem, realizing an ordinary person couldn't possess it, and wonders where he's seen the pattern before. A red-bearded man lies defeated on the ground, smugly remarking on a job well done. A man reports to his captain that all the kidnapped children have been found. The red-haired captain orders a cleanup, stating he'll go collect their payment. As the captain stretches, complaining of an itchy neck, he fails to notice Vermin watching from a nearby rooftop. Vermon watches him leave, deducing that with the escort mission over, the mercenaries are starting a new job. Vermon decides to follow the red-haired man, and Lucia agrees. The two begin stealthily following the man from the rooftops. From a dark interior, the red-haired man stands confidently in a doorway, against the setting sun. Following him, Vermon notes this location is even older and more remote. He muses that jobs in a place like this are usually behind-the-scenes work. The red-haired man suddenly appears on the roof, asking why Vermon is there and questioning if the itch on his head was caused by him. His eyes glowing, the red-haired man smirks, asking if Vermin is an assassin sent to entertain him, as a startled Lucia looks on. With a flash, a powerful blow is struck. Whoosh! Vermon's hand glows with energy as he slams it into a wall. Leaping over the downed man, Vermon holds Lucia close while scolding her for doing something so dangerous. As she stares in shock, stunned, the red-haired man looks up, asking why Vermon is here and noticing something strange about his appearance. He asks in disbelief when Vermon got married and had a child, leaving Lucia to wonder what he's talking about. Vermon looks down at him with a stern, unimpressed expression. A pensive Lucia sits among flowers, thinking about what is to come. The red-haired man asks if Lucia is his sister, but Vermon sharply retorts that she is his. The red-haired man calls him a crazy dog, and Lucia is unable to understand their heated argument. No. The red-haired man triumphantly snatches Lucia, as Vermon shouts for him to stop, insisting he wants to be with her too. Held by the mercenary captain, Lucia realizes he is the famous Invincible Hark, and her second brother, son of the Elharan couple, making him brother to the Tower Master, Vermin. The captain notes her silver and pink hair is strange for a silver fox. Terrified, Lucia thinks he is going to eat her. The red-haired captain grins, claiming the child just called him brother, but Vermin angrily tells him to stop his nonsense and come with him, stating Lenore will guide them. He gently pokes Lucia's cheek, cooing about how soft she is as she babbles, much to Vermon's annoyance. As the captain joyfully lifts Lucia into the air, Vermon grabs his arm, telling him to stop bothering her. The captain refuses, saying she's too soft, as Vermon grabs his wrist, demanding he give her back. The two men struggle over the baby, locked in a bizarre tug-of-war. A man in white robes stands in a moonlit doorway, looking confused by the scene. Vermin scolds the man, who is distracted playing with Lucia, for not noticing the newcomer sooner. The red-haired man smirks and casually greets the man as, "Your Holiness." In a grand hall, the robed man wonders why mercenaries were hired, recalling he told them to come alone, but sees a child and nanny are present. The red-haired man bursts out laughing, asking if he's being called a nanny, and explains that Vermin is just a newbie who took care of the child and brought her along. Vermon looks confused, asking if they are supposed to show proof that they rescued the children. The robed man looks thoughtfully at them. Vermon stares back, waiting for an answer. The red-haired man explains again that Vernon is new and that he will take care of him, reiterating his question about needing proof of the rescued children. The robed man's gaze fixes on the brooch Vermin is wearing, thinking it looks familiar. He dismisses the thought, telling them it doesn't matter and that they did a good job. He asks how they dealt with the human traffickers, and the red-haired man cheerfully replies that he killed them all. Tack. He hands over a document, saying it's what was asked for. The robed man takes the document as the red-haired man watches him expectantly. He crumples the paper, internally noting that the mercenary didn't even bother to ask if the rescued children are okay. With a beatific smile, the robed man clasps his hands and tells the mercenary, "I'm counting on you." The red-haired man celebrates a job well done, tossing a bag of money. With his task seemingly complete, the high priest prepares to depart. Vernon stops the high priest, while the red-haired man teases the baby, Vernon questions the high priest about a trafficking group, arousing a mercenary suspicion. As Vernon smirks with curiosity, Lucia internally questions his strange behavior. Vernon accuses the high priest of being involved with the traffickers and trying to destroy evidence. A fist clenches in the shadows, signaling an abrupt change in the atmosphere. Startled, the red-haired man spots figures lurking on the balcony above them. Uniformed knights suddenly appear in the doorway, blocking their path. Flanked by knights, the high priest warns them that mercenaries should just follow orders. The priest gives a chilling warning to forget what they've seen, unsettling Lucia. The knights attack, their lethal intent clear. Curiosity has sealed their fate. The room explodes into a chaotic clash of steel and magic. The red-haired man quickly restrains Vernon, urging him to wait. One knight hesitates, questioning the order to kill for a corrupt priest. Vernon grimly considers the disastrous fall of the once revered temple. The high priest maniacally insists his heinous acts are the will of God. While the red-haired man seems amused, Vernon questions the priest's warped divinity. The red-haired man asks for a plan, but Vernon sees no simple way out. With a sharp grin, the red-haired man tells a knight to act himself and lunges. Perfect. He cuts down the knight with a single, bloody slash. Vernon quickly covers Lucia's eyes, shielding her from the brutal sight. Standing over the fallen, he notes the easy victory, while Lucia peeks with morbid curiosity. The high priest cries out in disbelief, surrounded by his defeated knights. Urgh! A brilliant beam of light strikes the priest, who screams in agony. Vernon's ring glows as he unleashes his magic, furious at their audacity. The powerful blast slams the high priest against the far wall. The red-haired man reminds the fallen priest of the disaster that follows a corrupt temple. He laughs at the bloody outcome, which Vernon dryly notes is quite amusing. Now, with fox ears, the red-haired man blames Vernon for teasing him into this mess. Annoyed, Vernon silently concedes that he can't entirely deny the accusation. The two trade insults, calling each other garbage and mad dog. The scene shifts to a magnificent mansion under a starry sky. Inside, the white-haired Grand Duke greets a late-arriving Vernon with a laugh. Vernon speaks to a sleeping Lucia, who dreams of her exhaustion. When the Grand Duke casually mentions Hyken, Vernon erupts with anger. Fuming, Vernon realizes the Grand Duke is deliberately feigning ignorance. A close-up on Lucia hints at her central role in this chain of events. In a flashback, a decision was made to avoid a fight, underestimating the mercenaries. A divine fox symbolizes the temple's willingness to sacrifice others to protect its honor. Lucia reflects on the ugly, hidden corruption she now understands after her reincarnation. Lucia believes the high priest is possessed, prompting Vernon to recall his unhinged state. The Grand Duke casually decides to make Hyken the scapegoat for the entire incident. With a sly laugh, he pretends to wonder aloud if Hyken was responsible. While the Grand Duke cheers his success, Vernon fumes about being kept out of the loop. Vernon demands to know why the Grand Duke insists on involving Hyken. Cradling Lucia, the Grand Duke changes the subject, announcing an upcoming banquet. He reveals the party's purpose, to officially announce Lucia as the princess. The Grand Duke's eyes flash gold as he cryptically questions Vernon's next move. He declares war, warning Vernon that their enemies are plotting and his freedom to act is now over. The Grand Duke holds Lucia, confidently asking what they have to fear. Invitations for a grand banquet are sent from the Grand Duke to all the nobles in the capital. An anonymous, slanderous letter accuses the Grand Duke of being a prostitute. Thump. Lucia screams in abject horror. Exhausted from endless fittings, Lucia sighs that she just wants to stop changing clothes. She thinks that despite it being for her first banquet, this is entirely too much. A maid finishes tying a large bow, announcing that she is all set. All dressed up, Lucia sits on a stool, looking beautiful but weary. A maid and a butler named Eden admire her reflection, but Lucia wonders if it's too much for the capital. With a cute, determined look, Lucia decides that this outfit is certainly enough. Unimpressed, Eden points and firmly commands, "Next dress." As the maids try to change her again, Lucia fumes that even the imperial family isn't this demanding. Argalucia throws a massive tantrum as a maid cries out her name in alarm. Having worn herself out, Lucia lies on a stool as Eden wheels in a food cart. Eden gently asks the hiccuping Lucia if the fittings were too hard for her. To soothe her, he offers a delightful spread of snacks for Miss Lucia. Now with fox ears and a tail, Lucia sips her drink and gets a bright idea. Lucia feels bad that Eden is just standing there while she eats. She sweetly offers a macaron to Eden, asking if he would like some. Startled by the offer, Eden backs away in triplicate confusion. He praises Lucia's cuteness, calling her a lovely god, which leaves her wondering if gods are supposed to be cute. Eden continues, saying he must have met many gods as Lucia thoughtfully eats her snack. In a flashback, the Grand Duke is seen with a fox as Lucia learns Eden is the existence of the boundary. Footsteps hurry down a long ornate hallway. A maid bursts through the door, frantically calling for the butler to report bad news. She explains to Eden that there's a problem with the mistress's dress from the Givrian wardrobe. The maid reveals someone stole it, and Lucia internally fumes, wondering who would dare take Seria's dress. Eden calmly reassures the concerned Lucia, telling her not to worry. With a determined glow, Eden declares he will handle this under the authority of the Grand Duke. A maid sorrowfully recounts how Eden left with determination but returned defeated and silent. The Grand Duke holds Lucia as a maid, frets that a new dress won't be ready in time. He reacts with disbelief, imagining a crying Syria unable to attend the banquet without a dress. Resolved, the Grand Duke announces they will go sort this out as Lucia flails in agreement. He tells Lucia this situation will not stand, and she nods with determination. Standing over his desk, the Grand Duke decides he will go there himself. In a bustling city street, a woman suddenly screams in terror. The crowd murmurs uneasily, staring at a figure standing in the distance. A man helps a fallen woman, who trembles and points toward the source of her fear. As an apple drops to the ground, the terrified crowd whispers about a scary monster. A hand with blue scales picks up the apple, horrifying the onlookers. As a woman screams and throws something, yelling for the figure to go away, a hand intercepts it. The figure is revealed to be Eden, whose skin has turned monstrously scaly as someone screams at him. Defeated, Eden kneels alone in his room, his head hung in shame. The Grand Duke appears with Lucia, acknowledging Eden's return. He asks Eden if Seria's dress was stolen and if this unfortunate transformation is the result of his attempt to retrieve it. Eden quietly confirms that at the dressing room, he encountered someone who knew him. Lucia ponders this, confused, as she believed Eden was the Empire's only Grand Ducal butler. The Grand Duke tells a surprised Eden to prepare to leave immediately. Cradling a worried-looking Lucia, the Grand Duke prepares for their departure. From inside their carriage, they see an attendant waiting for them outside an opulent entrance. A renowned clothing store originated in the Rohirrim Empire. Its designer, Gavrian, only accepts orders when feeling inspired. A woman in a red gown highlights the brand's exclusivity. A silver-haired man arrives, intending to find a dress. The boutique staff swoon over the handsome customer. They present a yellow dress, but the atmosphere turns icy. The silver-haired man warns his attendant not to mess things up. He demands to see Gavrian, sending a nervous staff member running. In the salon, a blonde man lounges leisurely on a sofa. Lucia wonders why a male staff member is staring at her. The attendant informs the silver-haired man the dress was taken by the crown princess's maid. Lucia watches the maids, thinking about the maid's body. The staff member claims he just picked up the dress, but an internal thought calls him a liar. An orange-haired woman arrives, asking for the dress to be resized. The silver-haired man realizes his wife's dress has returned. He swiftly takes the box from the startled orange-haired maid. He instructs her to tell the crown princess the dress was his order. The maid stammers, looking for an excuse. The maid asks him to yield the dress to the princess, believing he can't defy the imperial family. As he remains silent, she mentions the princess was happy to try it on. As the maid pleads, Lucia frantically thinks for her to stop. Lucia panics, desperate to stop her father from causing an incident. The silver-haired man gives the maid a chilling, intense glare. He calmly asks if the princess has already worn it. The maid nervously confirms. He declares that he must make a new dress instead. Relieved, the maid thanks him, thinking he has yielded to authority. Rip, he tears the yellow dress completely in half. The maid stares in horror as a shocked Lucia, now a fox, looks on. He declares he can't give his wife a used dress. Smiling serenely, he lets the ruined fabric fall around him. A flashback reveals a peaceful and divine forest. A month after Lucia's birth, Lanner's job was simply finding her. The narrator describes the secret pressures on their family. An observer notes, Lenore's nature was never easygoing. The attendant holding Lucia is stunned, not expecting this outcome. The tattered remains of the dress settle on the floor. The orange-haired maid gasps in utter disbelief. She threatens him with the crown princess's wrath, but he is unfazed. Leaning in, he menacingly asks how much she would pay. He shoves the maid towards the blonde designer, Gavrian. Gavrian catches the stumbling maid, looking utterly confused. The staff rushes to Gavrian, who is bewildered by the commotion. He asks what happened as an assistant confirms his identity. With a smirk, the silver-haired man apologizes for the fuss. He explains to Gavrian he couldn't give his wife a used dress. He concludes that he needs a new dress for the banquet. The silver-haired man smiles charmingly as he makes his request. The blonde designer, Gavrian, blushes in response. He offers a blank check, willing to pay any price. The silver-haired man confirms if the amount is acceptable. The silver-haired man signs a blank check, nonchalantly telling Gavrian to finalize the deal as his attendant worries about the cost. What? The designer and his staff stare in wide-eyed shock. Gavrian collapses, clutching the check and shouting about the astronomical price as the silver-haired man and his attendant calmly depart. Elsewhere, Ron, a boutique employee, muses that since the number of dresses is the same, it's as if he successfully found the one he was looking for. The gray-haired attendant grimly recalls someone calling his master a monster. Arriving at a grand set of doors, the attendant holding Lucia expresses his surprise. As the silver-haired man opens the door, the attendant wonders if he just said, Eden. The employee, Ron, is seen again as a close-up reveals his name tag. Ron looks on with a serious expression, contemplating something about the store. The boutique staff suddenly turn, their attention caught by a new arrival. As they leave the chaotic boutique behind, the silver-haired man declares they no longer need to deal with the staff. The blonde staff member furiously scolds a bowing Ron, yelling about how annoying he is. Arg. Inside the carriage, the silver-haired man looks irritated. Held in the attendant's arms, Lucia looks on with innocent curiosity. A new day is promised. The scene shifts to a magnificent, sprawling mansion. A tiny Lucia happily munches on a star-shaped cookie. A man recalls strange events like hearing a mysterious laugh, but trusts in Vermon's magic. He finds it odd that even the divine beast Lenore didn't hear it, concluding there's something he can't figure out as the silver-haired man sips his tea. Deciding it's harmless for now, he resolves to wait as Lucia stretches eagerly across the table. An attendant announces Gavrian's arrival, and the silver-haired man agrees to meet him in the drawing room. Surrounded by flowers and fabrics, Gavrian appears, looking utterly delighted. Gavrian emotionally expresses how glad he is to see the silver-haired man again, who internally recalls their recent fight. Holding Lucia, the silver-haired man formally states they have no excuse for their previous disrespect. Gavrian excitedly explains he has designed dresses for both the Grand Duchess and the princess, asking to present his ideas. Lucia is ecstatic, celebrating her escape from Eden's dress-picking hell. Imagining Gavrian as an angel, Lucia is thrilled he's designing a dress for her, while her confused father, Eden, looks on. Gavrian prepares to explain his designs to a very interested Lucia. The attendant holds Lucia, recalling the name Eden with a pensive look. The attendant narrates that while Eden seemed normal on the ride home, his expression was unreadable. From Lucia's perspective, she understood none of the complex circumstances around her. The attendant remembers Ron calling Eden a monster, realizing those words have been haunting him. It's snack time for a happy Lucia. The attendant takes a weary drink, feeling as though the very pillars of the world have been shaken. A stunned Lucia wonders what he's talking about, thinking everything is fine because Eden is there. A montage depicts Eden's immense responsibilities, from confronting gods to managing mountains of paperwork, as others comment on his duties. The narration concludes that only Eden could handle everything so perfectly. The attendant laments his failure to find a dress, feeling indebted to the Grand Duke for his position as Lucia watches him. He thinks that a monster like himself has no place to belong. Ibu. Lucia suddenly shouts, startling the distraught attendant. As Lucia babbles, the attendant mishears her and begins to cry, begging Eden not to say such things. Lucia face plants onto the table, and the attendant calls her name in alarm. Lucia reaches out to comfort the attendant, patting his face and insisting he's not a monster. She sits beside him, offering silent support. Thinking he understands, the attendant accepts a cookie from Lucia to lift his spirits. Lucia ponders the conflict, deciding that even if Eden wronged someone, threatening him behind his back is wrong, though she briefly wonders about his past. She dismisses her doubts, trusting in Laenor's judgment as the attendant enjoys the snack. Leaning against a doorway, Eden smirks, thinking he needs to work harder now that he's eaten Lucia's snack. As time goes by, a new chapter begins. The day of the birth ceremony arrives, with a smiling Eden holding a precious Lucia. A narration explains the divine ritual of birth, for which Syria has been preparing. Surrounded by a ring of fire, a red-haired woman named Syria makes her grand entrance. The silver-haired man, holding Lucia, realizes this is the first time Syria has seen his human form. As Syria stares silently, he wonders if she recognizes him, while Lucia watches curiously. Syria warmly calls Lucia's name, her arms open in welcome. Lucia happily takes her hand and is embraced, feeling the comforting warmth of her mother. The silver-haired man asks for attention, realizing he's been completely ignored. He embraces Syria from behind, praising her hard work as Lucia covers her eyes. Syria remains stone-faced, contemplating his words. He reminds her there are still things to do. While Lucia pats the sofa beside him, Syria appears in a stunning pink gown, a testament to a genius's artistic soul. Laenor, the silver-haired man, suggests trying the dress but remains visibly unimpressed. He rejects several dresses as unsuitable, while a fox-eared Lucia agrees they are not cool. A voice calls out to Syria, offering another dress choice. Laenor expertly distracts the annoyed Syria by suggesting they pick out jewelry for Lucia. A lavish jewelry box is opened, revealing sparkling treasures within. Syria, who is casual about her own clothes, thoughtfully considers what to pick for Lucia. Lucia is stunned when a large, heavy-looking gold necklace with a red gem is chosen. Laenor smirks, trying to hold back his laughter at the choice. Syria presents the necklace to a speechless Lucia, asking if she likes it. Feeling the weight of Syria's effort, a dizzy Lucia feels she can't possibly refuse. Laenor intervenes, suggesting a different, more suitable piece of jewelry for the baby. An adorable Lucia sits peacefully amidst a bed of soft pink roses. Laenor explains the chosen necklace is too heavy, and Lucia thinks she sees his clever fox spirit. Lucia sits between her parents as they discuss tying ribbons, a plan Laenor postpones for 20 years. Having made her decisions, Lucia falls into a peaceful sleep. Watching her daughter sleep, Syria begins a serious conversation with Laenor. She reveals that the elders visited while she was preparing, and Laenor's eyes glow with intensity. Laenor questions if the elders interfered, finding the ceremony's delay unusual. Syria reveals that a being named Vasilla has appeared, causing Laenor to tense up as she admits she knows little about the snake. Laenor thoughtfully concludes that such a person would not act without a specific reason. Syria grows tense, wondering if the news of Lucia's humanization has been discovered. Laenor confirms that Lucia's humanization magic was indeed dispelled at one point. He recalls Vermund reporting that it rained the moment the magic was released. Laenor suggests Lucia might be a special species, but Syria feels it is too soon to know. Syria adds that Lucia also looks different from other divine beasts. The narration explains that children of two different divine beasts typically don't inherit both parents' traits. It's revealed that Lucia's power belongs to none of the 6 known divine beast lines. While a silver fox, Lucia's ears and tail are uniquely dyed pink. An ominous dark energy hints that the consequences of this discovery were not what her parents wanted. Back in the present, Laenor and Syria look over their sleeping daughter. Lucia, now in her little fox form, awakens and stretches playfully on the bed. She lets out a happy, energetic yelp, panicking slightly. She hopes no one saw her transformation, but a man lying beside her asks if she's awake. Lucia realizes it's the banquet day and imagines her mother preparing as she looks toward the grand doors. A dark-haired man enters a room to find a white-haired woman and Lucia, asking if the little dust is present. With a swirl of magic, Lucia is transformed into her human form and dressed for the banquet, now held by a formally dressed man. The silver-haired man in a regal uniform jokes about whether doll clothes are sufficient. A man with long silver hair and blue eyes holds a beautifully dressed Lucia. The Grand Duke proudly calls his daughter smart, but Lucia credits her mother for her intelligence. Holding Lucia, the Grand Duke walks down a long hall, deciding today's banquet needs to be more interesting. Carriages arrive at the grand estate as a brilliant chandelier lights up the interior. The lavish banquet hall buzzes with the chatter of attending nobles. Two ladies marvel at the immense cost of decorating such an extravagant hall. Nobles whisper rumors, accusing the Grand Duke of flaunting his wealth and having destroyed a dress at Gavrin's dressing room. A man wonders about the Grand Duke's mysterious past, recalling his failure to appear before the previous emperor. As a group of nobles watches with disdain, the Grand Duchess Elharan is announced with a brilliant flash of light. A portrait shows the handsome Grand Duke with his red-haired wife, who holds their pink-haired daughter, Lucia. The Grand Ducal family descends the stairs, their stunning appearance leaving the crowd in silent awe. A flustered noblewoman angrily questions a man who had lied, telling her the Grand Duke was old and ugly, while one woman fawns over the Grand Duke's perfection. Another whispers that the Grand Duchess seems rather ordinary beside him. As a guest whispers that the Grand Duchess only shows her good side, Syria looks on with a calm expression. Thanks to the hearing of gods, the Grand Duke and Syria overhear the guests' hushed insults. The Grand Duke tells Syria not to be mad, but she coolly feigns ignorance about her anger. Syria's eyes flash with cold fury as she vows to handle those who offend her, shocking Lucia. Syria reassures Lucia not to worry, but the child realizes she's heard something she shouldn't have. Blushing with worry, Lucia frets that those who offend Syria won't be forgiven and desperately prays for a happy ending to the banquet. The scene briefly shifts to a dark-haired man and a woman in a flowing purple gown. A close-up shows Lucia's thoughtful and slightly concerned expression. A woman in the crowd gasps, urging her companion to look at the arriving family. As footsteps echo, another guest wonders who is arriving now. A uniformed noble looks up in shock as the white-haired Vernon makes a grand entrance. A guest expresses his disbelief, realizing that Runehill Tower's master is a man. The red-haired man is instantly recognized as mercenary Hark and the crazy dog. Seeing the new arrivals, a guest recalls the rumors about the princess's hired escorts. The nobles are stunned to discover the escorts are none other than the legendary wizard and mercenary. An indignant thought bubble declares that only the underground world should have access to the princess. A composite image displays the party's key players, Vernon, the Grand Ducal family, and Hark. The Grand Duke addresses the astonished crowd, acknowledging their surprise at his distinguished guests. With a confident smirk, the Grand Duke announces that one more important guest is on the way. A beautiful carriage makes its way toward the brightly lit mansion in the dead of night. With a flourish of trumpets, Crown Prince Boris and Crown Princess Sarayant are announced. The royal couple, the blonde Crown Prince and the brown-haired Crown Princess, are formally presented. The Grand Duke warmly welcomes the Crown Prince, who apologizes for his late arrival. The Grand Duke and the Crown Prince shake hands, with the prince thanking him for the invitation. The Crown Prince graciously thanks the Grand Duke for inviting him to the party. Addressing the Grand Duchess, the Crown Prince notes that this is their first time meeting. Syria introduces herself, and the Crown Prince's attention turns to the child she holds. The Crown Prince correctly identifies Lucia as the main character of the celebration. He offers a kind greeting to the princess, but Lucia stares back at him with wide, terrified eyes. A grim flashback shows the prince with a blood-soaked hand, standing over a slain white-haired person. Remembering his calm expression amidst the carnage, Lucia's mind fills with hatred for him. Pulled back to the present, Lucia turns her head away from the prince in silent protest. The prince, the Grand Duke, and Syria are all perplexed by Lucia's sudden coldness. Syria gently explains that her daughter is just unfamiliar with crowds, an excuse the prince readily accepts. Yeah! Overwhelmed and blushing, Lucia hides her face and shouts for the prince not to stare at her. The Crown Prince turns back to the Grand Duke and Syria to ask for their permission. He formally requests to become the princess's godfather. The entire hall erupts in shocked gasps at the Crown Prince's astonishing request. The Crown Prince's offer to be godfather is a great honor. However, this offer tests a politically fragile relationship. A blonde woman and Lucia vehemently object to the idea. An unseen man expresses gratitude to the seemingly pleased Crown Prince. Syria declines the offer, stating the role is filled, which confuses Lucia. The Crown Prince smiles, casually dismissing the rejection as a pity. Relieved, he's glad they gave up so easily and walks away. A silver-haired man approaches, offering to speak privately with the Grand Duke. Syria holds a sleepy Lucia, her expression thoughtful and concerned. Approached by two noblewomen, an overwhelmed Saria begins to stammer. As Lucia looks on, Saria struggles to find the right words. A woman nervously compliments Saria's dress and the adorable princess, just wanting to talk. Saria remains silent and unsure how to respond to their conversation. She smiles warmly, gracefully accepting their compliments. The two ladies are visibly delighted by her friendly response. They excitedly gush over the beautiful dresses and the cute baby. Asked for her name, Lucia internally celebrates the question about her. She eagerly prepares, confident she can state her name this time. Lucia beams with pride, ready for her big moment to shine. As the ladies swoon over the princess, a man in a cutout panel reacts strangely. Saria proudly introduces her as Luanstella Elharan, nicknamed Lucia. Stomp! A woman in striking blue heels makes a grand entrance. The newcomer introduces herself as Viance Surayant Rohim. A tense stare-down ensues between Viance and a steely-eyed Saria. Vance approaches Saria and asks if they can have a private talk. Vance directly asks Saria if she has time for a conversation. Saria formally greets her as Your Highness the Princess. After relaying her father's regards, Viance pointedly asks about a middle name. Vance boasts of her status and condescendingly questions Saria, who flatly states she has no middle name. Following the tense exchange, Viance turns and walks away. Vance offers a condescending, fake apology for her mistake. Saria calmly dismisses it, while Lucia imagines Viance's envious taunts. Lucia angrily recalls that Viance once tried and failed to murder Saria. A dark-haired woman in a green dress approaches Saria from behind. A glass of wine suddenly spills through the air. Intending to ruin Saria's dress, the woman throws the drink. A hand reaches out, determined to stop the act. No, a powerful burst of light erupts, shielding Lucia from the liquid. In the ensuing chaos, Saria looks shocked while Viance smirks triumphantly. The woman in green stares in shock at a red bottle she holds. A furious red-haired man glares at the woman, snarling, "Do you want to die?" Vance defends the woman, Lady Azrael, calling the man rude for overreacting. Pressured to apologize for her escort's behavior, Saria remains silent and composed. Covered in the sticky orange drink, Lucia begins to cry. Hearing her daughter cry, "Mama," Saria's gaze turns to ice. Saria states that the woman didn't just ruin a dress, she poured wine on her baby's face. She declares that such shameless people are incapable of apologizing themselves. Vance laughs mockingly, finding Saria's declaration embarrassing. Vian casually threatens that this incident will ruin Lucia's future social debut. In response to the threat, Saria simply smirks. A noblewoman in blue glares at Saria, furiously wondering how a commoner could do this to her, as she's supported by another guest. As Saria holds Lucia, the white-haired Vernon notes that she's all wet, and Saria thanks him for waiting. Vernon gazes forward with his piercing golden eyes. His expression turns cold as he thinks that families who fail to educate their children share the responsibility. With a small smile, Vernon promises Saria he won't go too far, thinking there will be news tomorrow. Saria asks for a moment and tells the red-haired man to take Lucia to her bedroom. A red-gowned guest apologizes to shocked onlookers for causing a small commotion. Saria elegantly addresses the crowd, telling them to enjoy the party without worry. The red-haired man, Hark, enters a candlelit room while holding Lucia. Carrying Lucia down the hall, Hark confirms they are heading to her bedroom and notes how strange his body feels. Blushing, Lucia wonders if she accidentally ingested wine when it was spilled on her. Hark grunts, looking down with a serious expression. He panics, asking his little sister what's wrong as she struggles in his arms. A bright light flashes through the hall as Hark sprints, calling out for his sister. On a balcony, a confused Vernon looks down as Hark's voice echoes from inside. Damn it. Hark stares in disbelief at the small white fox now in his arms, instead of Lucia. In a cartoonish panic, Hark demands to know why she suddenly changed as the fox yelps. Desperate, Hark looks around and yells for Vernon. He realizes Vernon is gone and wonders when he left, clutching the little fox. Overwhelmed, Hark cries out for Vernon, wondering what to do as a figure is seen on a distant rooftop. Hark looks around nervously, holding the fox and asking if anyone is there. Unsure what to do, he decides to look for Vernon and bolts down the hall. He worries about facing others, just as guests below spot the silver fox and cause a stir. Hark asks if she fainted, But the mortified fox thinks that's not it at all. Ah, the fox's ears perk up as she notices something in the lush greenery. Hark kneels, telling the fox to hide while he goes to call Vernon. He promises to be back soon and tells her not to go anywhere before rushing off. The little fox whimpers sadly as his footsteps fade away. She curls into a ball, trying to calm herself down. As the party continues, a man in a blue suit walks down a terrace hallway, thinking no one will come. The silver-haired man follows a faint light, believing it must be coming from nearby. Hidden behind a plant, the fox panics, wondering why he is here. She desperately wishes for him to go away. As he passes by, the fox again silently pleads for him to leave. The fox lets out a terrified shriek as the man turns to face her. The man seems surprised, identifying her as a silver fox while she trembles. The fox's mind races in panic, trying to figure out what to do. She frantically considers if she should run away. A mysterious voice suddenly calls out her name, Lucia. The voice urges her to run, leaving the fox confused and asking where she should go. The voice directs her to run over here. A large hand reaches down toward the startled little fox. Urged by the voice to just try, the fox leaps away with a burst of magical energy. She dashes through the halls, wondering if she's run far enough to distract him. The tiny fox bursts into tears, wailing about how useless her short legs are. She freezes, sensing a presence behind her. Oh no, disaster. The fox realizes with dread that he's here. Paralyzed by fear, she apologizes as the man's shadow falls over her. The little fox turns, sensing someone nearby. The dark-haired Piran Abelard realizes he has company. The fox wonders if she should ask Abelard for help. A flashback shows him protecting the blonde Princess Annel, a rare act of kindness she remembers. Staring up at him, she suddenly wonders if he is Agris. She can't believe he followed her all this way. Panicked, the fox decides she has to hide immediately. Footsteps echo as the silver-haired man walks through the hall. The silver-haired man stops, recognizing Sir Abelard. Abelard formally greets the prince, surprised by his presence. The prince asks Abelard about a silver animal, unaware the fox is hidden under Abelard's arm. Hidden from view, she silently frets he might give her away. Abelard calmly lies, and the prince accepts his denial. The prince muses that he saw something meaningless, though he thought the fox might have run this way. The prince changes the subject, mentioning his recent visit to the prince consort's palace. Abelard confirms the rumors about the prince consort's palace are true. The prince asks about his past as the princess's bodyguard, which Abelard confirms with a rainy memory. The prince laments how his kind sister Annel suffered from mental illness, causing the fox's eyes to glow with dark energy. He blames himself, believing his lack of consideration led to her actions. Believing he failed as a brother, he clutches his clothes as Abelard questions the truth of his story. Abelard bluntly states his ignorance, startling the listening fox. He tells the prince that only one person can provide the answer he seeks. His expression is grave as he continues his thought. Her, he finishes, recalling the woman standing in the rain. A new flashback begins, showing a young boy who is described as a potential catastrophe. He was born without parents and doesn't belong to any of the 6 tribes. The elves argue in council, torn between fear of a cataclysm and the morality of killing an innocent child. Surrounded by magical energy, the young boy is contained. He vividly remembers the decision to split the groups in 2. Fearing his power, the elders place shackles on him to maintain stability. After completing his humanization, he left the forest and entered the human world. He sees a recruitment notice for palace knights, musing on the passage of time. Aimless, he joined the knights on a whim to see how far his talent would take him. He reflects that joining was nothing more than an impulsive, meaningless act. His mundane routine was about to change. His life changed when he was assigned as the princess's new escort. He recalls first meeting Princess Annel at 16, an ordinary but radiant girl. But he found her unusual, noting her kindness as she checked on a sick maid. She showed compassion for the soldiers, suggesting they get cold drinks in the heat. Surrounded by her maids, her constant laughter seemed a natural part of her being. The princess's sweetness was for everyone, as another lady offers him chocolate. He usually distanced himself, but the princess's attempts to share were persistent. She cheerfully calls him a strange man, but he remains distant. As Sir Melbourne greets the princess, she runs past Abelard to meet him. He admits that, despite his annoyance, he secretly wanted her to initiate conversation. This unfamiliar feeling confused him as his duties continued, even on rainy days. Arriving at her palace, he finds her waiting in the rain, confident it will soon stop. He turns to the princess and asks her about her plans for the future. As the rain pours down, she gazes at him, and he clenches his fist in thought. She declares she'll live as ordered, praising him, which seems to trouble him deeply. A blonde woman tells a soldier he will be a hero. She reaches for the rain, wondering about his sincere words. She smiles, asking if the summer heat bothers him. He internally admits that he dislikes her words. She holds up her hand, noticing the rain has stopped. She twirls happily in the sudden, hot sunshine. The intense summer heat beats down from the sky. She asks if time passed, as she said, unsettling him. A wave of intense heat washes over the man. Her foot catches on a rock, causing her to stumble. The man catches her, and she gratefully thanks Sir Abelard. She panics as he falters, realizing something is very wrong. He feels foolish for his sudden and inexplicable reaction to her. He believes distance is the only way to escape his feelings. He formally requests permission to go to the southern front. The princess watches him with a calm, thoughtful gaze. With a gentle smile, she gives him her permission. He stands stoically, accepting his path to the battlefield. He finds himself questioning the meaning behind her smile. The scene shifts to the fiery chaos of the southern battlefield. He fights, driven by the thought of staying away from her. In the brutal melee, another soldier is struck down. He wipes his face, noting the battle is an effective distraction. The chaos of war leaves no room to think of the princess. Staring at the dead, his mind is wiped completely blank. He fought to forget her, but his heart refused to listen. On the burning battlefield, lives end with every sword swing. A vision of the smiling princess appears before him. Surrounded by war, he questions his own sanity. He recalls his desperate decision to flee to the battlefield. Now, her face haunts him, even in the heat of battle. He finally accepts that his feelings for her are real. He pauses, lost in a moment of silent reflection. Having made his choice, he prepares his horse to ride. His expression is now filled with grim determination. He resolves to become a hero and return to her side. He wonders if he will see her bright smile once more. He remembers her radiant smile, framed by blooming flowers. He reflects that her kindness extends to everyone. He achieves victory after victory, his banner raised high. He rises to become a celebrated hero and guild leader. Looking at Princess Anil, he wonders if her words made him a hero. He offers to grant any wish she desires. Now that he's a hero, the princess beams with an innocent, happy smile. But upon his return, he finds the princess gone. He learns the devastating news. Princess Anil is dead. A silver-haired man suggests only one person can help him now. The man offers the hero a place at the palace and departs. The hero is left stunned and overwhelmed by the encounter. He turns to find a tiny white fox, asking what it's doing there. Perrin sternly reminds the little fox of the 3 rules she must follow, but she panics, unsure if she ever heard them. She flashes back to her sudden transformation, thinking it was an uncontrollable release of magic. Perrin warns her not to expect such luck again and promises to return her to her family. Thump! 2 figures block his path as a voice urgently calls out, "Lucia!" The fox turns as Hark happily exclaims that he's found her. Baff! In a flash, Hark snatches the fox from a stunned Perrin. Hark glares at Piran, suspiciously asking if he's the one who kidnapped his sister, an accusation Piran calmly denies. Yelp! The fox struggles, frantically realizing that Piran was the one who helped her. Vernon demands an explanation from Piran, who uses a chibi diagram to recount his encounter with Agris and subsequent discovery of Lucia. After hearing the story, Vernon looks at Hark and Piran, finally understanding what transpired. Perrin questions why Lucia's transformation magic was released in the first place, noting it happened twice without reason. Hark crudely suggests the magic is as trashy as its user's personality, earning an unamused stare from the fox. Pow! A chibi Vernon unleashes a blast of magic, striking Hark for his comment as Perrin watches. Vernon asks if Lucia is unable to transform on her own, wondering if Perrin is even curious about her situation. With a bloody nose, Hark defensively shouts at Vernon not to mistreat their sister. Vernon's expression darkens as he coldly asks if he should demonstrate what mistreat truly means. Vernon explains Lucia can't transform alone, which is why he's been working on the magic for her, but worries about her suddenly changing in public. Holding the little fox, Hark resolutely declares that he will help her. He vows to help Lou and Stella become human, a declaration that seems to touch Perron. Sometime later, newspapers buzz with stories about the Grand Duke's family re-emerging into high society with their lovely princess. Reading the news, a blonde noblewoman fumes that the family is acting like royalty by throwing a huge party. A hand taps decisively on the newspaper article. The Grand Duke asks Vernon what happened at the party after he and Surya left. Vernon gravely reports that the Crown Prince saw Lucia in her fox form. Though shocked, the Grand Duke listens, as Vernon adds that Perron has offered to teach Lucia how to transform. The Grand Duke expresses his concern and decides it's time to contact a woman named Mohand. A small hand is gently held by a larger one. After the party, Lucia focuses on learning to walk, encouraged by Hark as she takes her first steps in the newly safety-proofed mansion. She wonders why the servants are padding everything, even the ceiling, as they scramble to protect her. Mortified by the fuss, Lucia resolves to learn to walk quickly to end her humiliation. Ooh, she promptly trips and lets out a wail. A vision of the smiling Grand Duke appears, asking if his baby is learning to walk. Holding Lucia's hand, Hark is suddenly told by the Grand Duke to prepare for a trip to the Holy Tower. The Grand Duke simply offers a confident smirk. Their carriage travels towards the magnificent sunlit Holy Tower. Inside the carriage, Lucia worries they're being too obvious, but the Grand Duke assures her they are just pretending. Lucia realizes her family's actions contradict Agris's suspicions, remembering the broken bond with the royal family. She recalls the Grand Duke cheekily telling the Holy Knight Commander Piran that they're in that relationship. She correctly deduces their goal is to gain political attention. As their carriage crosses a bridge, she doubts that someone with Piran's personality would agree to this plan. A servant nervously informs visitors that Sir Abelard has gone out. The Grand Duke dryly remarks that Abelard's personality probably doesn't lend itself to having friends. The servant confirms he doesn't know when Abelard will return, and the men turn to leave. The servant asks what's wrong, seeing Hark holding a small doll of Lucia. A serious young boy in formal robes is addressed as young master. Everyone is momentarily stunned into silence, processing the appearance of the mysterious boy. The Grand Duke wonders if Perron has a child, as the boy formally greets him. The boy introduces himself as Ian, Duke Abelard's cousin, and gives a slight bow. Whack! The Grand Duke successfully pats Ian's head, while Hark's attempt comically fails. Lucia stares at the boy, puzzled by how much he resembles his cousin. Lucia wonders if Ian is also an animal god, as the Grand Duke asks the adorable boy if they can wait inside. Ian stands silently for a moment, looking toward the stairs. He wordlessly opens a grand door, allowing them to enter. Ian asks the Grand Duke if he came because of that, and the Duke confirms it's his only reason. The Grand Duke cryptically states that he can only tell Her Highness the details. Ian confirms that Sir Abelard gave him that specific instruction, much to Hark's annoyance. Believing Piran sent a message through his relative, the Grand Duke smiles slyly. The Grand Duke addresses Ian as Little Teacher, and asks him to care for Lucia, who panics at being left alone. Giving a confident thumbs up, the Grand Duke tells Lucia he will always support her. Hark waves goodbye with a shout of encouragement as he and the Grand Duke depart. Thud. The door closes, leaving a bewildered Lucia alone with the silent Ian. Ian asks Lucia if she can transform into a fox, but she shakes her head no. He correctly deduces she cannot control her transformation into either form. She slumps in her chair, thinking how similar he is to his cousin in his manner of speaking. Ian apologizes for his rudeness and gently taps her forehead. A brilliant, magical energy erupts from Lucia, startling Ian as he wonders what is happening. He realizes she is a special species, a term that fills Lucia with dread, as she recalls it means an existence that causes disasters. Ian begins to explain the ancient tale of divine beasts who once protected the continent from calamity. He continues, explaining that a divine beast is born when a sculptor god's soul is covered by animals. However, he reveals that when a soul fragment is too large for its vessel, they are called a special species. He explains that these special species were unable to contain the overwhelming power of a god. His story concludes with the horrifying revelation that they became the very calamities they were meant to prevent, shocking Lucia. Trembling with fear, she clenches her small fists on the table. Startling Ian, she suddenly gets up and hugs him, begging for his forgiveness. She clings to him tightly, confessing she's terrified she will become a calamity. Ian stands silently, holding the now faintly glowing girl. She thinks of her loving family, terrified of a calamity that could hurt them. Ian carries her outside, walking through the sunlit grounds of the estate. He brings her to a beautiful garden with a grand fountain, and she realizes he is trying to comfort her. Flustered, she wonders why he wanted to show her the garden. She gently tugs on his collar to get his attention. He points toward the garden, but she sees nothing has changed. With a gasp, she realizes she's been caught, wondering what to do. Ian reveals that they are surrounded by glowing spirits, which only she can see. As she reaches for a spirit, she recalls that divine beasts supposedly can no longer see them. She notices the spirits are avoiding Ian and wonders if they're running away from him. The scene shifts to a bright, clear blue sky. After Ian sets her down, the pink spirits immediately flutter around her. As a spirit lands on her bow, she wonders if Ian is also a special species. Puzzled, she questions why the spirits are scared of Ian but not of her. The spirits excitedly invite her to touch them. She cautiously reaches out and touches a glowing, butterfly-like spirit. She marvels at the experience as more spirits swarm around her. She cries out in surprise as the playful spirits envelop her. The spirits change shape into different animals, overwhelming her slightly. Whoa! She breaks into a wide smile, laughing as she realizes they're tickling her. Giggling, she stumbles backward toward the edge of the fountain pool. Oops, she panics, realizing she's about to fall as the spirits cry out in alarm. The spirits all cheer, trying to help her regain her balance. Safely seated on the fountain's edge, she sighs in relief, thinking that was a close call. Lucia realizes her powers only awakened when she was in danger. She understands the spirits have helped her ever since she was reincarnated. In a vision, she sees her original ethereal form, bathed in light. Her thoughts are interrupted as Ian stares in shock at two pink spirits that have suddenly appeared. Still holding baby Lucia, Ian cautions her to be careful, sensing the Pope is nearby. As Ian suggests they avoid him, a confused Lucia wonders what could be wrong with seeing the renowned Pope. She questions why Ian, dressed as a novice, and the spirits would fear a man with such a good reputation. The spirits' voices echo through the air, urging them to save Lucia. "Save Lucia! Believe in us!" they cry, unleashing a massive torrent of pink energy. Ian holds Lucia tight as they watch the brilliant stream of power surge toward the distant city. From a grand tower, unseen observers wonder about the sudden, massive increase in power. Crackling with purple lightning, the energy envelops a dark castle as a voice vows to protect. As the voice declares they will protect Lucia, she suddenly transforms, sprouting fox ears in a stunned Ian's arms. In a flashback, a young, dark-haired boy kneels as elven elders argue over his fate, with one calling him a disgusting divine beast that must be killed. A silver-haired elf points to the boy as a clear sign of calamity, but a red-haired woman argues they can't kill him when he's done nothing wrong. The silver-haired elf scoffs, annoyed that they're debating this right in front of the boy. The young boy remains expressionless, thinking how easily divine beasts speak of such things, his deadened reaction not what they expected. A white-haired elf with golden eyes intervenes, forbidding them from killing a newborn divine beast over a future that may never happen. As punishment, the boy was forced to wear a shackle that would activate if he ever used his divine beast's power. The silver-haired elf recalls this moment, disgusted by the elder's hypocrisy, which led him to abandon his position. In a different time, a white-haired man in a red uniform walks with the red-haired man, referring to that kiddo. The red-haired man asks if the kiddo's power is unstable, causing him to use his adult form. It's explained that Perrin is actually very young and must use his divine power to maintain an adult form, reverting to his child form, Ian, when unstable. The white-haired man finds it amusing to hear a madman, the red-haired man, call someone else mad, noting he seems to still be angry. The white-haired man hums, lost in thought. He recalls Perrin asking for help saving someone from death, a request that left the red-haired man utterly bewildered. He continues the story. When Piran returned to the divine forest, the other divine beasts sought help from the elders. A chibi fox-eared Piran explains that this incident caused rumors of his madness to spread, gesturing to a battered chibi version of the red-haired man. The red-haired man panics, questioning if they should really leave their little sister alone with someone rumored to be crazy. The white-haired man calmly reassures him, confident that Perrin isn't so mad as to harm a baby. The red-haired man glares, still unconvinced by his companion's casual dismissal. A moment of tense silence passes between the two men. Their conversation is cut short as they see someone approaching, and the white-haired man expresses his annoyance. An elderly man in papal robes, the Pope, greets the white-haired man as Grand Duke El Horan. The Grand Duke smiles politely, informing the Pope he isn't there to see him. The Pope knowingly replies that he came seeking the Grand Duke, who thinks to himself how much he still dislikes the man. The Grand Duke recalls a powerful, ancient being, and thinks how difficult it is to explain why this entity knows he's a divine beast. Turning away, the Grand Duke asks the Pope if they can speak privately. The Pope expresses concern over a fire at the Marquis Azarel's home, noting the Grand Duke was a suspect. He shares the rumor that the Grand Duke retaliated because the Marquise's wife was rude to the Duchess. The Grand Duke smiles, cryptically admitting that they did have a plan that day. A flashback reveals his son Vernon's true intention: to erase the Azarel family's descendants from history. He recalls promising not to cause trouble, but only if it did not conflict with his daughter's birthday. He explains he compromised by only burning the house, but the Pope grows serious, mentioning chaotic events and a bad feeling. The Pope places a comforting hand on the Grand Duke's shoulder. The Pope asks if the Grand Duke would truly commit a useless murder. The Grand Duke counters that he would follow His Excellency's example, as the Pope's eyes glow an ominous green, revealing his own nature. Cutting to the chase, the Pope asks to meet the princess, but the Grand Duke playfully deflects, claiming she's shy. As the Pope presses to find her, the Grand Duke internally curses the old fox for trying to get to his daughter. Suddenly, a massive blast of pink energy erupts in the distance, and the Grand Duke realizes with alarm it's coming from the Holy Tower. The Grand Duke and the Pope watch in disbelief as a massive wave of pink and purple energy erupts before them. The violent, sparkling energy surges and crackles with destructive power. A white-haired man stares in shock as the force of the blast sends the Pope flying backward. The white-haired man analyzes the phenomenon with his men, concluding it is neither natural nor magical. He touches his red-haired companion's shoulder, as a chibi Lucia braces herself amidst crackling lightning. As pink spirits swirl gleefully around the tower, planning to blow it up, a worried Ian holds Lucia and questions their plan. Lucia reaches out, trying desperately to stop the spirits, but realizes they're too excited to hear her. She frantically explains to a shocked Ian that the spirits are about to destroy his cousin's workplace. To counter the spirits, Ian unleashes a dark, web-like power from his hand. Lucia watches in awe as his magic manifests, wondering if it's a new kind of spirit. The dark energy takes the form of a bunny-like spirit, labeled as catastrophic. The pink spirits scream in terror as Ian's dark power envelops their magical stream. With a serious expression, Lucia accepts this as the weight of karma that she and Ian must carry. A voice reflects on the chaos caused by a sudden influx of unusual species. Lucia realizes with dread that their uncontrolled powers are about to cause a literal disaster. A voice warns not to trust anyone as Lucia grabs Ian's collar, her eyes glowing with intense resolve. Thud. She suddenly loses consciousness and faceplants on the grass. A surprised Ian rushes to her side, asking what's wrong as she looks up blankly. His shackle glows ominously, and he clutches his neck in agony as the curse activates. Thud. He collapses to the ground, unconscious, leaving a shocked Lucia staring at him. Lying on the ground, Ian weakly begs her to stay away from him. Dark, monstrous blobs of energy begin to seep out of his unconscious body. Lucia warns the dark spirits away, determined to help the injured Ian despite her fear. She resolves to use her power to relieve his pain, even if just for a moment. A vision appears of a blonde girl with green eyes reaching out a comforting hand. A brilliant light flares from the unconscious boy's face. The flash of light briefly reveals Lucia in a different form, before her eyes widen in surprise. The name Princess Ionel appears over the series title card. The scene transitions to a peaceful, starry night sky filled with shooting stars. The white-haired man and his red-haired companion search the grounds anxiously. They discover Ian and Lucia unconscious in a field of flowers, and the white-haired man rushes to her side. Cradling a sleeping Lucia, the Grand Duke determines they must take action before her unstable power explodes again. Lucia awakens in a dreamlike void, trying to process her identity as a special species who can borrow the power of spirits. She recalls the spirits' reckless behavior and their disappearance after Ian's power was depleted, sighing in frustration. Thinking of the painful shackle on Ian's neck, she worries she'll suffer the same fate if she can't control the spirits. Haunted by the memory of Ian's suffering, she questions why he called her Princess Ionel. She finds no memories of him and dismisses the connection, believing their appearances are too different. She decides she must ask him directly next time, and laments her failed attempt to learn humanization. In a sunlit garden, she walks hand in hand with a dark-haired young man, vowing to ask him when she sees him again. A promotional image shows a dark-haired man and a brown-haired woman in an ornate setting. From a dark, barred room, a hooded figure wonders if the magical incident was truly just an accident. The Pope leans over a map, a look of keen interest on his face. He stands before a glowing, bird-like artifact, asking about that thing. The Pope orders his subordinates to find the culprit, while a green-haired figure asks about those two. The Pope nods intently, confirming that they are indeed inviting them. The hooded figure agrees, receiving an instruction to pay close attention to the princess. The Pope gives a final order to ensure that there won't be any problems in the end. As the Pope smiles faintly, the hooded figure bows and asks for his forgiveness. A massive, menacing green serpent with glowing white eyes is revealed. Lucia wakes up in her bed, realizing with a pout that she's been asleep for about a month. Surrounded by her loving family, Lucia reflects on how well they have cared for her. She recalls them asking if they were bothering her after she fainted, feeling a bit guilty. Peeking from her covers, she senses a change in their gazes and wonders about the reason. A flashback shows her past life as a blonde girl, remembering how servants kindly cared for her when she was sick. She recalls that, despite their care, they weren't her blood family, and her father was always too busy to visit. Though surrounded by caregivers, she remembers the deep loneliness she always felt. Contrasting her lonely past with her happy present, she realizes she is no longer alone. 2 days later, a hand pats an unamused Lucia's head as she lets out a heavy sigh. Her brother Vernon, home on his day off, asks the little girl why she keeps sighing. He playfully pats her head, cheerfully dismissing her concerns as nothing special. Cuddling with Vernon, Lucia internally resolves to stick to her progress plan, her sigh unrelated to his questions about talking. Suddenly, the Grand Duke teleports into the room in a flash of light, calling Lucia's name and startling everyone. In a blur of motion, the Grand Duke snatches Lucia, leaving a dizzy and shouting Vernon behind. Holding Lucia protectively, the Grand Duke glares at Vernon, calling him a jerk and demanding to know what he was doing. The Grand Duke explains he finished his work early to be with Lucia, gently fussing over her. Vernon sighs, looking thoroughly defeated by his father's sudden appearance. As Vernon shouts in frustration, the Grand Duke, now identified as Piran, tells his cranky son to be quiet. Deciding not to waste his breath, the Grand Duke announces he's taking Lucia outside, leaving a confused Vernon behind. Lucia remembers reading about picnics and wonders with excitement where they are going. The Grand Duke ponders the question, while Vernon suggests some famous spots in the capital, an idea the Duke accepts. The Grand Duke orders a flustered Vernon to go prepare meal boxes for their outing. Held in her father's arms, Lucia silently expresses her relief that her brother Vernon is still normal. Worried about getting dust on the ground, Lucia wonders aloud if her father will bring a sofa. After some trial and error, Vernon's idea of bringing a massive pig-shaped sofa is firmly rejected. Finally agreeing on a proper basket and blanket, Lucia gives her approval, and they prepare to leave. Lucia toddles happily through a sunlit field of flowers, overjoyed to be on her first picnic. As they arrive at a park, they overhear a woman talking and another person calling out names nearby. With her eyes sparkling, Lucia decides she's going to go play. Lucia squeals with delight as the Grand Duke gestures toward the beautiful park. Watching her jump for joy, the Grand Duke notes that she likes it even more than he thought. The Grand Duke observes that he and Vernon have nothing to talk about when Lucia isn't with them. She runs through the vibrant garden, overwhelmed with happiness and love for the beautiful flowers. She meets a young blonde boy and excitedly comments on how amazing the garden is. Oops! The two children accidentally bump heads with a startled cry. Stumbling from the impact, Lucia lets out a small ouch. He holds her hand tightly, his eyes wide as he shouts, "You!" The boy suddenly proposes, yelling, "Marry me," to the absolute shock of the Grand Duke and Vernon. Well, that escalated quickly. A promotional cover shows a dark-haired man and a brown-haired woman in royal attire. The idyllic picnic is interrupted as two families are forced to sit together on a torn mat. Their private picnic now a shared event, Lucia wonders how things ended up this way. The enthusiastic blonde boy introduces himself as Yelix and presents his shy twin sister. Yelix beams, telling Lucia what a beautiful name she has. Behind an oblivious Yelix, the Grand Duke and Vernon emit menacing auras, their protective instincts on full display. In contrast to her bright brother, Yelix's twin sister appears quiet and shy. Yelix cheerfully invites everyone to eat, praising his mother Gianna's excellent cooking. Amidst a delicious-looking spread of food, Lucia happily eats fruit and considers asking for more. Yelix offers Lucia a pastry, and as she eats it, she's amazed by how real and delicious it tastes. Yelix boldly points to a deadpan Lucia and declares to his mother that he's found his future bride. A blonde girl recalls her lonely past as an overprotected princess. In her fox form, Lucia decides she's too small to worry. A silver-haired man decides to endure the situation for Lucia's sake. She wonders if she can truly call these children her friends. Enjoying the moment, she decides this is much more fun. A red-haired boy trips, sending his lunchbox flying and ruining the picnic. The once perfectly packed lunches are now a complete mess on the ground. The boy smugly declares the other children's lunches were mediocre anyway. He taunts the blonde children for their ruined food and lavish lifestyle. He callously dumps dirt from a pot onto their remaining food. Enraged, Lucia demands an apology, furious she didn't get to try the meatballs. She grabs the boy by his collar, screaming for an immediate apology. The boy argues that as a noble, she should play with them. Outraged by his arrogance, Lucia worries about the Empire's future. Startled, she sees a smirking, red-haired man named Heiken watching her. She runs to Heiken, demanding that he hold her. Held by Heiken, she plans to stop him. Knowing the silver-haired Vermon is amiable, Vermon watches the scene unfold with a wicked, amused laugh. Panicked, Lucia worries about rumors spreading and points at Vermon's hands. As the boy calls her a coward, Vermon extends a magically glowing hand. Heiken's expression turns deadly as he threatens to kill the boy. The children stare in absolute terror, sweating and pale. One of the blonde children bursts into tears, crying for his mother. He anxiously explains to Lucia that the men are powerful, high-ranking nobles. Worried about retaliation, the boy is reassured by Heiken that it's fine. A woman in elegant yellow heels approaches the tense scene. Snapping her fan, she angrily scolds the lowly, uneducated kids. The woman looks down in disbelief at her child's actions. Lucia smirks, knowing her family's status is second only to royalty. The scene transitions under a soft, sparkling pink sky. After the commotion, the blonde boy is sad, but Lucia comforts him. She gently tells the boy it's too early for her to be a bride. With a bright smile, she asks if they can still be friends. The blonde children and their nanny smile, delighted by her friendship. Waving goodbye, Lucia cheerfully promises to see her new friends again. The scene shifts to a promotional image featuring a chained, silver-haired woman. The story moves to the grand, seaside city of Belaine. A mysterious cloaked figure walks through a tranquil estate. Vermin, now cloaked, remarks on the envy-inducing peace of the city. A local gives credit to a friend for bringing happiness to the city. Vermin smirks knowingly, asking if his assessment was correct. He calls out to Mohant, who has traveled far to see him. Mohant knows Vermon's presence, signals something urgent. Vermin reveals he won't expose her as a special species for the coming birth ritual. Shocked, Mohant accuses Vermon of being out of his mind. He reminds Vermon how another divine beast, Piran, was mistreated in the past. A painful memory shows a bound man refusing to watch a white fox be tortured. Mohant offers a magical restraint, telling Vermon he owes him for this. A determined red-haired woman approaches a glowing door, ready to act. From the shadows, Mohant questions if they're stealing from his warehouse in broad daylight. A few days later, a small white fox runs through the forest. A red-haired woman holds the fox, Lucia, who has arrived at the Lake of Life for a sacred birth ritual. Lucia the fox approaches the sacred lake, her reflection shimmering in the clear water. She observes that the massive lake feels more like an ocean, the site where she will be blessed with true life. Annoyed by a bracelet, Lucia wishes for the ritual to end quickly, a sentiment the red-haired woman seems to share. The red-haired woman gently kneels, calming a squirming Lucia. Holding Lucia's paw, she examines the glowing bracelet, asking her to endure it while questioning why they had to wear it. In a flashback, a red-haired woman comforts a crying baby named Sarah vowing to hold her a little longer. Back in the present, Lucia spots sparkles in the water as a white-haired man warns her to stay back. A powerful force sweeps through the area as a voice laments the arrival of uninvited guests. Ah! The group is thrown back by the sudden powerful gust of wind. A red-haired man named Laenor and other members of the Divine Beasts Elders Association arrive with a laugh. The red-haired man greets the white-haired man Laenor, recalling their last conversation and complimenting his efficiency. Laenor offers him a chance to return, but only if his conditions are met. The red-haired man calls Laenor fastidious, as Lucia watches and wonders about their past relationship. A blonde woman asks if Sir Basila is coming, catching Laenor by surprise. Lucia assumes the leader, Sir Basila, won't be attending. Laenor quietly wonders if Basila is just running late. The red-haired elder approaches the small fox, asking if she is Luin Stella. He observes her tiny size, noting she's smaller than the rumors suggested, and asking if she's a newborn. Laenor lovingly holds Lucia, calling her his brave baby and asking if she remembers his teachings. Lucia remembers the birth ritual that Laenor taught her. The ritual is explained. Divine beasts will see their future selves reflected in the lake. After confirming their future form, the lake will guide them to a symbolic pillar of light. As Lucia's paw touches the water, she senses something is wrong with the ritual. The onlookers watch in collective shock as the ritual takes an unexpected turn. Lucia stares at her reflection in the water with a look of utter disbelief. Her reflection is a magnificent, nine-tailed fox, leaving her to wonder, what is this? A voice cries out in shock as the powerful nine-tailed form is revealed in the celestial light. The red-haired woman urgently tells the fox to turn back, shocked that she has 9 tails when even Laenor only has 1. Panicked, Lucia realizes she almost exposed her status as a special species and is relieved she was the only one who saw. Whoosh! The water suddenly erupts around her in a violent surge. Plop! She is pulled under the surface into a deep, swirling vortex. She feels a powerful force pulling her deeper into the watery abyss. The scene shifts as she's pulled into a new realm. Floating in the current, she finds the ceremony far less solemn than she had imagined. Her feet touch the ground as she discovers the water is surprisingly shallow. Realizing she's in an entirely different dimension, she prepares for what's next. The water suddenly turns dark and turbulent, pulling her forward once more. In the distance, she beholds a majestic pillar of light against a cosmic sky. Wah! Her eyes widen in awe, reflecting the beautiful, multicolored cosmos. She marvels at the brilliant streams of light, recognizing them as sparks representing the 6 guardian divine beasts. Believing the ceremony is over, she floats toward the light, wondering how to return. She spots 2 streams of light, thinking they look like a weird type of silver fox. Gazing at a brilliant golden light, she questions if it's truly a divine beast. As she wonders about the new beast's name, a voice calls out, "Hey!" and she's stunned to realize it can talk. A small, pink-haired girl appears in a field of flowers, holding a tiny fox and greeting the strange new world. A silver fox emerges from the cosmic water, introducing itself as Luin Stella. A powerful voice asks the young divine beast if she can hear them, and she nervously confirms she can. When asked how she can hear them, the fox admits she doesn't know. She just can. The mystical voice notes her odd bracelet, and Lucia wonders how they saw it through Sarah's magic. She senses a suspicious, odd feeling that seems both distant and near. Whoosh! She's suddenly pulled through a brilliant, rainbow-colored dimension, utterly confused. Plop! She lands in turbulent water with a great splash. She looks down at her paw, where the magical bracelet shatters into pieces. A massive column of pink energy erupts from the water around her. Caught in the vortex, she's berated by a voice calling her a stupid divine beast. A disembodied voice declares she is a special species, a sign of impending calamity. Gazing at a divine pillar of light, she hears a voice note that she hasn't left. She silently protests, insisting she's normal and not a calamity yet. A vision of a dark-haired boy appears as voices debate her fate, some calling for her death. As a voice asks if she'll die voluntarily, a massive wave crashes down upon her. With fierce determination, she stares into the watery depths before her. Plunging beneath the surface, she wonders what the grand calamity truly is. Gasp! Underwater, her fox form gives way to a small, pink-haired girl who desperately needs air. She witnesses a terrifying vision of a city engulfed in flames and destruction. Amidst the chaos and falling meteors, she hears desperate pleas for help. A frightened woman looks up at a strange, crackling energy in the sky, asking, "What is this?" A bloodied hand lies near a fallen jug as someone whispers, "Please don't." People in small boats are pulled into a swirling vortex as a voice cries out for it to stop. The little girl covers her ears, told that this is the past, and she cannot escape the truth. Crying, she's told this vision is the future her kind will cause, and she begs it to stop. Crack. A voice calls out to Lucia, telling her to open her eyes as her dark prison shatters. Now, a white-haired baby, Lucia, emerges into a world of light as a voice announces their arrival. As she floats through a beautiful, sparkling void, a voice vows to protect her. Lucia awakens with happy tears as unseen voices cheer for her return. In a cosmic dreamscape, glowing spirits dance as a voice declares her lucky. Surrounded by the spirits, Lucia floats in wonder as a voice questions how this is happening. With a determined look, she clenches her fist as a voice expresses shock that spirits would love a special species. An unseen entity declares that spirits protecting a special species is unprecedented and unbelievable. The glowing spirits receive a clear command, attack, attack. The glowing butterfly-like spirits playfully nudge and swarm around the tiny girl. Lucia watches the spirits as a voice observes with surprise that they seem to like her. Voices argue whether she's still a calamity or if she's different from the one before, piquing Lucia's curiosity. A vision shows her with the dark-haired boy, Ian, as she realizes he was the previous special species. She resolves to ask Ian for details later, as a voice fondly calls her a little divine beast. A powerful voice addresses her, stating its intention to read her soul. Lucia stands small and alone before a cascading waterfall of cosmic light. The voice is baffled, unable to read her soul because it is overlapped with another. Asked for her names, Lucia states she is Luinstella, while her reflection shows a blonde girl. As she repeats the name Luinstella, she prepares to reveal her other identity. She reveals her previous name was Tanel de Rohim, realizing with shock it was the name of the Rohim princess. A vision of the blonde Princess Tanel materializes behind the small, white-haired Lucia. Unseen beings recognize the connection as the flow of fate, seeing it as a final hope. The spirits praise her clean soul and declare that Lucia will protect them. Surrounded by light, Lucia looks on with resolve as the spirits vow to protect her in return. The spirits rejoice, sensing an honest soul they believe can change the darkness, deciding the risk is worthwhile. Lucia feels a profound sense of acceptance for both her lives, as Tanel and as Luinstella. Having accepted her, the spirits declare they will grant her a chance. A voice ponders if this generation will bring destruction or peace, as a wave of power surges toward a shocked, lavender-haired girl. A young girl gasps at an immense crashing wave. Swept into a cosmic sea, celestial voices congratulate her on her destiny. Onlookers marvel as the sacred water of Heorka suddenly turns pink. The silver-haired man remarks that she is truly Laenor and Saria's daughter. He gives a faint, knowing smile. Unlike other divine beasts, Lucia's awakening took a long time. Her delayed development made her a subject of gossip among her family. But only Lucia possesses the unique power to change the water's color. An onlooker confirms her status as a special species. The silver-haired man wonders if a device is limiting her true power. He worries about a past event involving a blacklight pillar and someone named Piran. A painful memory shows the onlooker's horrified reactions. In the traumatic vision, a young child is forcefully dragged away. The boy looks back in terror at the one who took him. Saria senses trouble, noting that someone is late to return. One of the elders suspects the others are creating a diversion. A red-haired man arrives, calling out for Laenor and Saria. Golden petals drift across the sparkling pink sky. Laenor kneels, finding a golden petal at the water's edge. Holding the petal, he falls into a moment of silent thought. Sunlight filters through a dense forest canopy. A vision appears of a smiling, dark-haired man holding a flower. The single orange flower pulses with a gentle light. The dark-haired man floats peacefully, holding the flower. Flashes of memory connect several people to the man. Basila. Basila sits in the forest, smiling down at Lucia in her fox form. The small fox stares back as he offers a simple greeting. He reaches for her, a memory of the cosmic ritual flashing by. With new determination, Lucia embraces her fox form. She looks around, realizing she is in a completely unfamiliar place. Plop! She falls into a stream, confused by the different exit. Lost in the new forest, she spots a glowing blue butterfly. She watches the butterfly hover near a patch of orange marigolds. She observes the field of flowers from a safe distance. A hand writes in a journal, noting this is before Marion's time. In a flashback, a maid reads to a young blonde girl about the cunning viper divine beast, who listens with amazement. The maid warns her never to pick the marigolds in the viper's shrine, piquing the girl's curiosity. An old text explains that marigolds are known as the snake flower because their scent repels snakes. A massive glowing snake slithers through a field of marigolds. The white fox turns to find Basila standing silently behind her. He looks down and offers another simple hello. Her eyes widen with shock and apprehension. As he approaches, asking if this is their first meeting, the fox flinches away. He gently lifts the small, trembling fox into his hands. As a giant snake looms behind him, he praises her beautiful eyes. He silently identifies her as a special species. The fox suddenly leaps from his grasp in a burst of light. He is struck by a powerful beam of cyan light. A silver-haired person screams, "Mad dog," as a red-haired man erupts in flames. At the command to bite him, the red-haired man attacks Basila, triggering a massive explosion. As the shockwave hits, the white-haired man and red-haired woman watch with concern. Kicked by a red-haired man, the dark-haired man lies defeated, thinking he's about to break. Lying on the ground, the dark-haired man vows to get serious and not let his opponent go. Holding a small fox, the white-haired man insists he only wanted to say hello and give her a gift. He looks down at the sleeping fox in his arms with a frustrated expression. A voice commands Vermon and Haikon to flee as a massive red energy blast erupts. Now sitting up, the dark-haired man watches the confrontation with a smirk. He accuses the white-haired man's spirit of overcaring for another's daughter. The white-haired man asks if it's weird to care for his old friend's daughter. The white-haired man's golden eyes glow intensely in the purple light. He reminisces about his old days with the dark-haired man. In a memory, the two men sit back to back in a quiet forest. He recalls their shared fearlessness and remembers a voice telling him, "I miss you a lot, Laenor." The red-haired woman gently comforts the small, crying, white fox. A voice recalls how he and Laenor used to change the color of Heorka together. The voice notes this is the first time the lake has changed color since Piran, the first special species. Wondering about Laenor's daughter. Thump! Laenor furiously grabs the dark-haired man by the collar, telling him to shut up. He warns the man that he is in no position to speak about him or his family. The dark-haired man just smirks, completely unfazed by the threat. He grabs Laenor's wrist, questioning if mere words can stop him. Gripping his hand, he tells Lenore he needs more determination to protect his family. He tightens his grip, his smile unwavering as he holds Laenor's wrist. He challenges Laenor to kill him, suggesting it would bring him and his people comfort. As he taunts him further, a conflicted Laenor can only think, "This guy." In a dark, abstract vision, the dark-haired man looks down upon a lone silhouette. Consumed by rage, Laenor's face contorts as purple energy emanates from him. The red-haired man rushes forward, desperately asking Laenor what he is doing. A blonde woman appears, ordering Laenor to let go, ready to strike him if necessary. A comedic scene shows the group comically flailing as a large hand reaches for them. Sir Basila smiles smugly while being adored by two crying, chibified women. Surrounded by flames, Laenor cracks his knuckles with a grin, telling Basila to prepare to be beaten to death. Basila insists he did nothing, while the red-haired woman wonders if the lake reacted to the fox's hidden strength. The two men face off as a voice questions if the lake's reaction was to something odd. Basila smiles placidly, suggesting they end the confrontation now that the ritual is over. Laenor introduces his child, Luin Stella, the third child of Laenor and Saria. As Laenor's group vanishes, Basila notes that the madman and his elders are finally gone. Back at the mansion, the family sits down as Laenor begins to speak of things long unsaid. He explains that the madman is Basila, a viper they must be wary of. Lucia is shocked to learn from Laenor that the dangerous Basila is also his longtime friend. A flashback reveals Basila casually decided to become an elder, a position the vipers surprisingly granted him. Laenor recalls that there were far more powerful and wiser candidates for the position. He remembers chiding Basila for not telling him, admitting he was too young to question it. Soon after, however, he began to sense something strange during the Elders' meetings. The Elders' Association, he realized, had begun to revolve entirely around Basila's influence. The other elders would quickly acquiesce whenever Basila dismissed an idea. Laenor explains that the others would quickly change their minds if Basila showed the slightest disapproval. Thus, the elders and divine beasts fell under Basila's influence, honoring him as their king. A silver-haired man and a red-haired man listen intently to the unfolding story. Laenor continues, stating that Basila's strange behavior began to escalate. He reveals the turning point was after the birth of the first special species. Laenor explains that ever since Perrin's ritual, every elder began to follow Basila unquestioningly. He reveals that he stopped being an elder at that time, which only made the association more chaotic. The red-haired man demands to know why Basila is so focused on his little sister. As a tiny fox falls through a red void, a voice explains it's because she's a special species. Cradling the sad little fox, Laenor explains that while her magic could fool the elders, it wasn't enough to deceive Basila. Lucia despairs, realizing an annoying person is always watching her and that she's too small and powerless to protect herself. Her tail droops with sadness as she worries that she is holding her family back. The red-haired man suddenly erupts in anger, shouting, "That damn bastard!" Crash! He slams his fist on the table in a rage, yelling that he should have killed him immediately. Laenor calmly stops him, admitting that he also hopes Basila will die, but they cannot do it. He reveals a shocking truth. Basila's life is linked to others, and killing him means an innocent person dies instead. Laenor elaborates that since they don't know whose life is linked to his, they can't risk killing Basila. "Damn it!" the red-haired man shouts, slamming the table in frustration. The small fox quietly approaches Laenor's side. Lifting her high, Laenor looks at her with love and vows, "We will protect you." Her mother and brothers echo his promise, vowing to protect her no matter what Basila does. Surrounded by her loving family, a determined Lucia decides she wants to protect them too. As Laenor smiles warmly, she thinks to herself that she wants to repay their love. She is no longer a weak, flower-like princess, with no talents to speak of. As the small pink-haired girl clenches her fist, a vision of her former self as a blonde princess appears behind her. She vows to protect her new family, remembering the suffering of her precious people. Her thoughts turn to another precious person she must protect, the dark-haired boy. Her resolve firm, the little pink-haired girl sleeps peacefully in her bed. Time passes in a gentle blur across the sky. As time flies, it is now Lucia's 3rd birthday. The red-haired woman peacefully tends to her vibrant red roses in the sunlit garden. A week before the birthday, a butler named Aiden walks through the grand mansion. Yawn. A sleepy little Lucia greets Aiden as birds chirp outside her window. Aiden notes that she is up early and seems fine sleeping alone now, and she gives a small nod. As Aiden fixes her hair, she reflects that she recently learned to assume her human form. Sigh. She remembers telling her family she'd sleep alone, but admits it was not an easy process. She boldly announces to her parents her decision to sleep in her own room. Both her mother and father are struck speechless by her sudden declaration. Peak. The little girl, Lucia, shyly glances over at her parents. Overcome with emotion, Laenor covers his mouth as tears well in his eyes, much to Lucia's shock. She explains that although she had her own room, she was never used to being alone. Her mother looks downcast, quietly pleading for her to say something more. Babbling nervously, Lucia insists she's a big girl now and isn't afraid to sleep alone. Her mother struggles with the thought, then accepts that her daughter is already 3 years old. Lucius is utterly confused by her parents' dramatic reactions. To ease Laenor's aching heart, she had promised to go on an outing with him. She suggests that her dad go out with Aiden instead, thinking it would upset him less. Gah! Her ears suddenly feel incredibly itchy as purple sparks fly. Shove, frustrated with her still clumsy powers, she pushes Aiden away. At a lovely outdoor cafe, Laenor expresses his joy at taking his only daughter on an outing. However, his joy is soured by the uninvited presence of her guard, the silver-haired man. Ruffle. The silver-haired man pats her head, explaining that the little furball still needs his help with her sloppy powers. Jingle. Kick! Bump! Annoyed, Lucia kicks him under the table. She notices several crates and wonders about the new shop named Ela Elix. Lainor turns to the silver-haired man, asking if he won't be sad spending his birthday with only family. The silver-haired man glares intensely. A man wonders if the pouting, pink-haired girl wants to invite her friends. The girl asks if Aiden is coming, and the man assures her he is. A silver-haired man with golden eyes smirks and asks, "Who?" The pink-haired girl recalls fond memories of a dark-haired man and Ron. The silver-haired man chuckles, dismissing her concern. She receives a beautiful new quill and prepares to write her invitations. A hand rings an ornate golden bell. A man with glasses named Aiden answers the summons. The silver-haired man tells Aiden the little one has a gift for him. The young girl proudly presents a letter to Aiden. She tells him not to worry about coming if he is busy. Overcome with emotion, Aiden clutches the letter to his heart. Aiden passionately vows to attend, even if he must resign from his post. The silver-haired man asks if Lucia truly wants Phelan and Ron to come. She beams with joy as he gently pats her head. She proudly announces that her birthday invitations are all finished. Aiden presents Lucia with a large, beautifully wrapped birthday gift. The scene shifts to a grand manor, the site of Lucia's birthday party. A cloaked figure ascends the stairs toward a waiting group. A man in a pink suit asks his companions if they can get going. The cloaked man looks around and asks where Furball is. Lucia pouts sadly, leaning over a balcony railing. A red-haired woman notes Lucia's listlessness, caused by someone's absence. In a brief flash, Lucia's face lights up with a brilliant smile. The assembled group looks on with serious expressions. They speculate that the absent guest never even opened her letter. Luscious quietly insists she's still waiting for her guest. The red-haired woman tries to console her, explaining his duties are demanding. Tick-tock as time passes, a distant bell chimes. The woman suggests they can't wait any longer, and Lucia's face falls. Flash! Suddenly, a man in a dark cloak appears within a glowing magic circle. Lucia feels a pang of disappointment, wishing he'd at least sent word. A brilliant light startles the group as the magic circle expands. Wow! A dazzling light fills the sky. Luscious finds herself in a beautiful garden, exclaiming she hasn't seen it in forever. She recalls her father being secretive about their destination. Her father, Lainor, tells a surprised Lucia to look behind her. She gasps at a beautiful manor, while a fox is glad she likes it. Lainor reveals the site is her gift, leaving her confused. She asks if the manor is her gift, but he dismisses the idea. He clarifies that the entire estate is her gift, leaving her speechless. Luscious reminds him he'd said a room was her gift, but he calls that a simple thing. Lainor explains he likes to give her both what she wants and what she needs. The cloaked man appears, calling Lainor's ideas delusional, and tells him not to change a thing. Yank Lucia is suddenly pulled into an embrace. A red-haired woman named Saria holds her, offering a gift of her own. Saria leads her away, hoping her humbler gift won't disappoint. Saria walks with Lucia toward a set of glass doors. She reveals a breathtaking rose garden, her name, Luen Stella, echoing in the air. Blaze. A rose garden erupts in magical flames, spelling out the name Luen Stella, as a red-haired woman wonders if her name is burning like a revolution. The red-haired woman asks Lucia if she likes the spectacle, but Lucia thinks to herself that it's hideous. Luscious recalls her mother's terrible taste, remembering a rainbow cloak she was once given and praised for wearing. The red-haired woman blushes, proud of her extravagant gift idea. A whimsical scene shows a red fox girl swaying and a young Lucia twirling. A silver-haired man and a man with glasses present a grand, three-tiered pink birthday cake on a golden cart. The beautiful birthday feast is laid out, with the magnificent cake as the centerpiece. Lucia stares blankly at the towering pink cake, clearly unimpressed. The red-haired woman lights a candle and encourages Lucia to make a wish, to which she eagerly agrees. Surrounded by a divine purple glow, Lucia closes her eyes and makes a heartfelt wish. Creak! Her pink shoe steps forward as she approaches the cake. With wide, sparkling eyes, Lucia gets ready to blow out her birthday candles. Her family wishes her a happy birthday, with one man teasingly calling her Furball and another guessing she wished to be taller. Lucia smiles brightly, filled with joy, and wishes for many more happy days. Her true wish is revealed. the power to protect the ones she loves. Someone's formal shoe steps onto the stone patio. The silver-haired man tells a surprised Lucia that she has a guest. A dark-haired boy stands in the garden, his presence catching someone's shocked attention. Lucia looks up from her ornate chair as the boy approaches, holding a gift behind his back. The serious-faced boy gazes forward with a determined expression. The scene shifts to the boy in distress, a hand pressed to his feverish head. He is trapped in a recurring dream, where a voice calls for Sir Phelan from a sunlit garden. In his vision, a beautiful blonde woman in an elegant dress appears. The woman's radiant smile dissolves into a haze of magical blue light. In the dream, he finds himself alone in a frozen wasteland, overcome by an unbearable cold. Standing in the icy landscape, he wonders why it is so cold. He recalls the source of his recurring nightmare, the story of Princess Ionel, who was buried in the woods after supposedly murdering the emperor and herself. He remembers his disbelief, knowing she could barely lift a table knife. He frantically digs in the rain, swearing his loyalty to the princess. A sinister mustached man smirks while asking who framed her. He recalls how no one believed in her innocence, leaving her to face her fate alone. He collapses in despair over her empty grave in the dark woods. He wakes from the nightmare, his face streaked with tears. Filled with resolve, he decides he must be the one to find the answers. He returns to the Forest of Divine Beasts, asking the assembled crowd how to bring back the dead. His audacious question is met with disbelief and suspicion. The onlookers murmur that the great calamity has returned, as a silver-haired elf-like man scoffs. FWIP, the silver-haired man dismisses the notion as impossible and orders everyone to leave. The man acknowledges his status as the great calamity, but remains determined to find a way. He remembers the princess and resolves that if a life is required to save her, he screams that he will offer his own life just to bring her back. Yell. His desperate cry echoes as an onlooker remarks that the beast is finally going mad. Russell. The dark-haired boy Gian sits up in bed, having woken from the intense dream. A diagram illustrates his curse. Binding chains destabilize his divine power and exhaust his spiritual energy. He finds and reads a formal invitation to Lou and Stella's second birthday party, addressed to him, Gian Al-Hockenhangi. The invitation politely requests his presence, showing a memory of Lucia writing it, which, while reading the letter, he considers visiting Vernon but hesitates for a moment. Holding a gift, Gian arrives at the party and apologizes for his lateness. The silver-haired man welcomes him, saying he arrived just in time for the cake, as Lucia beams with delight. The silver-haired man admits he's surprised Gian came, and though Gian says he can't stay long, he is urged to stay as long as he likes. Freeze. A dark-haired boy sits rigidly at the garden table. Beam. Lenore smiles broadly at the boy, and a delighted Lucia. The pink-haired girl stares at the dark-haired boy with a shocked expression. She recognizes him in disbelief, thinking, "That Phelan?" Luscious asks if he truly didn't discard her invitation, while he wonders if he really seems like that kind of person. Lenore looks on with a knowing smile, remarking that it's a shame to hear. Lenore asks if this is Ron's first birthday party, prompting the red-haired woman to sigh while her son prepares for their father's schemes. Lenore invents a custom about singing for the birthday girl, but the dark-haired boy thinks to himself that he knows it's not real. The boy starts to question his father's knowledge, but simply calls out Dad. Looking down, Lucia thinks to herself that she's never been to a party either. Flinch Lenore smirks as his annoyed family members peek from behind him. An awkward silence falls over the group in the garden gazebo. The dark-haired boy pulls out a golden pocket watch. The red-haired woman asks what's wrong, as Lucia thinks that she doesn't want him to leave yet. To prolong his stay, the red-haired woman suggests Lucia and Ron take a walk. Nod. Lucia agrees, while her two brothers fume in the background. Jump, snatch, bump. The red-haired brother suddenly grabs Lucia. Her family cheerfully waves her off, telling her to have fun while they wait. As she walks away, Lucia thinks her mother's reaction was a bit much. Deb. She and the dark-haired boy begin their walk. Glance. She takes a quick, shy look up at him. She recognizes his scent of ebony as she sees his reflection. Stretch. She notes with a pout that he has grown much taller since she last saw him. She shyly gets his attention, calling him Ron. Beaming with joy, she tells him how happy she is that he came for her birthday. Clutch! He grips a small white box he was holding. He holds out the gift, leaving a confused Lucia to ask, "Huh?" She stares in shock as the definition of a present flashes through her mind, When he asks if she doesn't want it, she quickly says she does, thinking she never expected a gift. He formally hands the ribbon-wrapped box to her. The scene transitions under a cascade of falling wisteria petals. A dark memory of a forest at night becomes clear. She recalls a vision of Ron creating a wall between them that she could not cross. In a private room, Lucia tells Ron that she saw herself as a nine-tailed fox in the lake's reflection. The view is obscured by a large, white teacup. Luscious peeks over the edge of the teacup. She calls out his name, Ron, to get a response. Chills. Ron sits in stunned silence, unable to say a word. Lucia narrates that she still doesn't know what kind of divine beast he is. And on that day, she saw a vision of someone calling for Princess Ionel. Ron's face contorts in shock at the mention of the name. Back in the sunny garden, Lucia grins as she holds her present. Shine! She opens the box and gasps, wow, at the beautiful ribbon inside. She excitedly tries on the new ribbon, which is said to be the latest fashion. Ta-da! She shows it off, and a small, clapping Ron tells her it suits her well. Glare. Lucia looks intimidating as she's surrounded by pink butterfly spirits. Ron holds the simple lace ribbon she was wearing before. As she reaches for it, he remarks that she must be used to seeing spirits. She agrees that she sees them often as she takes her old ribbon from him. Ron asks if she can speak to them, and she complains that they never listen, recalling how they always try to pull her out the window. Whine, whimper, she struggles to tie her hair ribbon as the dark-haired boy watches. Swish! Swish! A pair of hands expertly styles her pink hair. She recalls being used to having her hair combed in her past and present lives. The dark-haired boy focuses intently as he works on her hair. His hands deftly secure a beautiful, ornate bow in her braid. Impressed by his skill, she thanks him as he announces he's all done. He then tells her he also wanted to thank her, much to her surprise. The dark-haired boy looks at her with a serious, sparkling gaze. The two children stand opposite each other in the sun-dappled garden. Drip! A single drop of rain falls on a leaf nearby. Drizzly. Ron holds out his hand, announcing that it's starting to rain. He suggests they head inside the mansion before the weather gets worse. Lucia notes the striking similarities between Ron and Phelan. Flap Ron gently places his jacket over her head to shield her from the rain. She continues to compare them, noting their scent and their tranquil, ashen eyes. She recognizes the same profound loneliness in both of them and calls out Ron's name. Peeking from under the jacket, she looks up at him with wide, curious eyes. She confronts him, asking why he called her Princess Ionel at the Vatican. The tense silence falls as they stand together in the rain. Schwa! Pour! As the rain intensifies, she looks up at him expectantly. Clench. He clenches his fist, wondering aloud if he truly called her that. Bow. He bows deeply, apologizing for his discourtesy and claiming he isn't sane. He pleads with her to keep her distance, leaving her stunned as thorny vines symbolize his rejection. Her eyes fill with tears, her heart aching at his sudden emotional wall. She feels the same barrier from Ron that Phelan once created. She questions how two different men in two different lives can make her feel the exact same way. Clench. Determined, she decides she must try to put his mind at ease. The heavy rain begins to beat against a black umbrella. Rustle. Through the downpour, she spots a red-haired man with an umbrella approaching. The red-haired man arrives, standing before the two children in the rain. The trio stands in a silent, rain-soaked tableau on the stone path. She hesitates as Ron asks her what's wrong. The red-haired man holds the umbrella over her, shielding her from the storm. Schwa. He announces that he will be heading home now. FWIP, the red-haired man sweeps Lucia into his arms as Ron thanks him for the invitation. Cradling her, the red-haired man asks if she and Ron had a fight. She sadly reflects that just when she thought they were getting closer, his wall grew higher. The red-haired man looks down with regret, thinking he shouldn't have asked. Tilt. Back inside, a startled Aiden cries out as a teapot is about to be poured. The red-haired woman holds an elegant teapot, ready to serve. She informs a flustered Aiden that he doesn't need to be her butler for the day. Plop Lenore, in his fox form, happily agrees and suggests they all take a break. Pour, clink. Aiden sweats nervously as his boss serves him tea, feeling the pressure. The silver-haired man who acted as Lucia's guard stands thoughtfully by a window. Through the rain-streaked window, he calls to Lenore, noting that their guest attended after all. Rise. The red-haired woman speculates that Lucia and Ron may have become closer while learning their human forms. Elsewhere, the silver-haired king, Basila, relaxes on a chaise lounge. A dark-haired man recalls Basila's offer and how he accepted the job, investigating for years. The silver-haired guard recalls his investigation, where digging up dirt only led to dead ends and a headache. A man asks the ailing, silver-haired man if he's found a new clue. Groan. The silver-haired man grits his teeth in pain. In a fiery vision, a red-haired man offers a tip about mercenaries and the princess, but the silver-haired man is focused on a green pendant, noting its connection to his investigation. His eyes snap open, the image of the jeweled necklace sharp in his mind. A blonde man is told Ionel's corpse is gone and erupts in fury. He learns her coffin was empty, but a mysterious object was left behind. Lift! An ornate green brooch is revealed inside a folded cloth. The blonde man inspects the green pendant with a determined gaze. His gloved hand closes around the sparkling emerald heirloom. He recalls the backlash from nobles regarding Ionel's burial 3 years prior. They condemned her as the emperor's murderer, unworthy of the imperial cemetery. Public outrage ensured she was buried elsewhere. Her corpse was unceremoniously buried in a shabby casket on a remote hill. Her corpse has vanished. He smirks, wondering who could have known the secret of her burial. He furiously orders his man to find all her jewelry and kill anyone who knows its location. With cold resolve, he declares that no one with any knowledge will be spared. A woman asks the prince if the situation is truly so serious, as he sighs in frustration. She dismisses the missing body as a good thing, deepening his distress. The woman gasps, shocked by his severe reaction. In a chibi-style drawing, the woman pouts while he looks on grimly. He reflects on securing his position after the emperor's death. He cultivated the image of a tragic prince who lost everything for his empire. He admits the tragedy served his ambitions, but couldn't erase all doubt. He feigned grief while courtiers whispered behind his back. A memory of a blonde woman looking into a rose-adorned mirror flashes by. He resolves to become a hero by exposing those selling her jewelry on the black market. He clenches his fists, recalling he used a mysterious power to become emperor. Shine! He holds the green jewel, remembering a smiling woman in a scene of carnage. Splatters of dark ink mark a transition. A young, pink-haired girl looks up into a starry sky. Floating in a void, the glowing girl realizes she is dreaming. Confused, she wonders what she is doing in the darkness. Flutter, a glowing butterfly appears, and she decides to follow it through the void. Following the light, she takes a step forward. She stands before a massive, glowing doorway, sensing a presence within. Inside, she is surprised to find a coffin filled with yellow flowers. She wonders if this is the dream death of someone she hates, like Agris. Her eyes widen in confusion as she looks closer at the coffin's occupant. She sees the figure has beautiful, flowing golden hair. The woman's face is serene, resembling the late empress. She gasps, realizing she is looking at the body of Princess Ionel. Ta-da! A vision appears of Ionel, holding her as a child, introducing herself. Thump. As her heart pounds, Ionel's voice reveals someone stole her body 3 years after her death. Thump. Her heart races as a dark-haired man suddenly appears behind her with a simple, "Hello!" Tumble! Screaming in terror, the pink-haired girl tumbles out of her bed. She wonders if the nightmare was caused by her foul mood during the rain. She recalls Rand's mood turning dark after she mentioned Ianelli to him. Russell A. shape stirs beneath the blanket on her ornate bed. Done. A small white fox sees its reflection and barks, wondering where its human form went. Eek! The fox strains with all its might, panicking that the transformation isn't working. Step, step. It trots down a grand hallway, worried about being seen by the servants. Knock, knock! Just as the fox resolves to find Vernon, a sound at the door makes it jump. FWIP. The fox despairs at the terrible timing, thinking the day is already a disaster. Clack! Panicking with no place to hide, the fox hears the door begin to open. Gasp! The little fox looks on in shock as the ornate doors swing open. Scurry! Swish! The fox dives under the bed just as the door creaks open. Thump! Pound. Hiding under the bed, the fox feels its heart hammering in its chest, relieved it wasn't seen. Achoo! A person entering the room lets out a sudden sneeze. The red-haired woman enters the room, calling out the name Saria. Kneel. Saria peers under the bed, asking what she's doing under there as the fox barks in response. Saria picks up the fox, telling her to turn back before the maids arrive, while admiring her squishy paws. Nod, nod. The fox sadly confirms that she can't perform the spell to change back. With a concerned, "Oh dear," the red-haired woman prepares to use her own magic. After realizing her magic isn't working, she decides they must find Vernon, who is better at such spells. Sprint Saria hurries to a large empty study, but finds that Vernon isn't there. Cradling the swaddled fox, she wonders where he could be as a door creaks open behind her. Slam! A man's voice bellows, "Hey, Vermin!" As Saria turns around, a red-haired man enters, surprised to see his mother and the little fox, then realizes Vernon is gone. As Saria worries, the fox whimpers in her arms, prompting the red-haired man to ask what's wrong. The woman explains she can't change Lucia back, causing the red-haired man to panic and demand to know where that Vermin is. Saria explains Vernon went out last night for a case, and the red-haired man notes he should have returned by sunrise. As they worry that he's still not back, a brilliant blue magic circle suddenly flashes into existence before them. Standing within the swirling magical light, they wonder if Vernon has finally returned. Fwish! A hooded figure emerges from the portal as the red-haired woman calls out for Master Vernon. Tumble! Crash! Thud! Two hooded figures fall out of the portal, complaining as they land in a heap on the floor. Rush! Another figure steps through, asking if Vernon is there, as Saria and her son wonder why they can't be seen. In a flashback, the hooded figures are seen telling Master Vernon not to experiment on the baby fox. Wah! The distressed figures cry out, realizing Master Vernon is not in the room. One of the hooded figures recognizes the fox from before, still oblivious to the two royals in the room. They express their relief that the cute fox wasn't turned into a test subject, while the red-haired man questions why they remain unseen. Sarah asks if something happened to Vernon, startling one of the figures who finally notices her and asks if she's the Grand Duchess. The red-haired man announces that Master Vernon has disappeared, shocking his subordinates. He confuses the situation by clarifying Vernon didn't make someone disappear and questions their lack of surprise. A hooded figure explains they received an emergency message and have been scrambling to find him all morning. While the hooded figures are lost, the red-haired man suggests Vernon's disappearance may be related to a job he gave him. The job came from a client named Elix, an emerging market power with a fancy crest. A letter details the job, which involves a stunning olivine necklace. The mission was to purchase the necklace and send it off according to the letter's specific instructions. The red-haired man explains the only problem was that the necklace once belonged to the deceased Princess Ionel. He continues, explaining the LAX owner realized who the necklace belonged to after winning the bid and wanted to wash his hands of it. The red-haired man explains the delivery job was passed down until it reached Vernon. His subordinates are confused by the nickname Vermin. Vernon's investigation revealed the necklace came from Princess Ionel's grave, leading them to hunt down grave robbers across the empire. He concludes that the body is missing, the buyer is a mystery, and Vernon left to deliver the necklace himself. Saria suggests she has an idea where he might be, offering to lead the search. My body is missing? She recalls her strange dream, realizing her stolen accessories and missing body are all connected. Saria looks down with concern, calling out Lucia's name as the little fox seems unwell. Luscious stares up with wide, shimmering eyes, stunned by the revelation about her past life's remains. Grinning, the red-haired man rallies the group to go and find Vernon. A determined vow echoes through the darkness. We're coming for you. Elsewhere, a trapped and weary Vernon curses his predicament in the shadows. Slither. He realizes he's in a maze of magical traps as a monstrous snake emerges. Hiss. As the creature lunges, he understands the traps aren't of human design. Crumble. He identifies the foe as a divine beast and prepares a counterspell. Flash Blast. He unleashes a powerful magical attack against the monstrous snake. Vroom. As his spell flares, he thinks he should have brought his companion, Haikon. He recalls the foreboding feeling he had upon arriving at the abandoned temple. Alone before the massive entrance, he had wondered what his next move should be. Grasp. He remembers finding a crucial clue for a case he'd been investigating for years. HMPH. Trusting his gut feeling, he had resolved to enter the dangerous ruins. Puff. Pant. The memory shifts to him fleeing through the magically trapped halls. Gaunt and exhausted, he slumps against a wall, trying to catch his breath. With sudden clarity, His thoughts turn to a memory of the late Princess Ionel. He reaches a grim conclusion. A divine beast was involved in her death. Back in the present, a massive teleportation circle appears above a quiet village. Whoosh! Saria, the red-haired man, and their party arrive in a nearby forest. They survey the town, trying to pinpoint Vernon's last known address. Shake! He asks Lucia to track Vernon's scent, but she whines, unable to find a trace. The red-haired man mentions that the address he was given wasn't a residential one. He decides their best option is to head into town and ask the locals for help. A wary villager immediately warns them to stay away from the place they seek. The group reacts in comedic horror to the news of an abandoned temple, as Vernon's spirit insists he's fine. A local woman explains the temple was abandoned years ago after an earthquake. The villagers begin sharing dark rumors of screams, blood-red water, and disappearances. Clamor. They recall plagues that killed livestock and mysterious snakes that infested the mountains. The villager warns the outsiders that they have no idea what kind of misfortune awaits them there. Unfazed, the red-haired man coolly dismisses the warnings and demands directions. Arriving at the derelict temple, one of the hooded subordinates fears it might collapse on them. Quiver. As the fox frets about snakes, the red-haired man teases her about being much bigger. Wah! As his subordinates cling to him in fear, he gently tells Lucia to hop down. Land. The moment her paw touches the ground, a dark magic trap activates. Whoosh, swirling dark energy envelops the little fox, her eyes glowing pink. The red-haired woman and man look on in absolute shock as the trap springs. A voice screams Lucia's name as she vanishes into a pool of dark magic. The scene fades into a deep and unsettling darkness. Lucia finds herself in a silent void, realizing she must have stepped on a trap. She wonders if she should wait, as her friends are shown desperately calling for her. Just as she loses hope, a hand reaches out to her through the darkness. Snatch. She is suddenly pulled from the void by an unseen force. She finds herself in the arms of Vernon, who is stunned to see she's not an illusion. Rage! He fiercely demands to know what she's doing there, but she still can't see anything. Tisk. Holding her tight, he leaps out of the way of the giant snake's attack. Whish! With a determined scowl, Vernon prepares to unleash another powerful spell. Slam. His magic crashes into the snake with devastating force. Crumble. As the creature turns to dust, a weary Vernon looks down at the fox in his arms. Vroom. He questions her presence, then notices the dark magic curse on her as his own vision clears. Arf! She barks in response, confirming his fear that she can't change back to human form. He slumps in frustration, annoyed that his magic has failed twice now. FWIP. Held by Vernon, the little fox looks up in confusion. He asks if she senses something, and she nods in confirmation. A golden energy leads them down a grand hallway. Step. As Vernon follows the trail, he wonders who could have done this. Now intensely curious, Vernon continues through the vast, empty halls with the fox. Peek. He peers around a corner, wondering what kind of human could have cursed her. They spot two men in the distance, standing before a large casket. The fox recognizes the casket from her dream as a dark-haired man in uniform glares at a long-haired elf, who asks why he's so angry. The man in the uniform maintains a grim and furious expression. The elf smirks, claiming he saved the body from rotting and that the man should be thankful. From their hiding place, Vernon and the anxious fox continue to watch the tense scene unfold. A close-up shows the elf's deeply unsettling, smug smile. The elf offers to save her, which horrifies the little fox and visibly angers the uniformed man. The fox panics, wondering what the elf could possibly mean by his outrageous offer. She thinks frantically that she has already been reincarnated, questioning how he can save a body with no soul. The uniformed man shouts, "Don't, Phelan!" revealing his name as he warns his companion. Lucia internally screams for Phelan to turn down the impossible offer and not listen to the elf. With a tear in his eye, Phelan looks conflicted and deeply pained. A desperate thought flashes, pleading for him not to fall for the trick. Psh! The elf's eyes glow as he unleashes a wave of pink, sparkling magic. Vernon is startled as the fox in his arms begins to glow with the same pink energy. Swish! As the energy intensifies, Lucia's thoughts declare that she is very, very angry. Whoosh! She resolves to punish the elf and show him the full extent of her power. Whoosh! The energy erupts as a spirit promises to help, and Vernon stares in shock. Jump! A human foot emerges from the swirling pink light. Charge! A pink-haired woman forms from the light, crying, No! As she rushes forward, the pink-haired woman continues her charge, propelled by streams of magical energy. The elf questions her intentions, smugly asking how she plans to save the body. Phelan realizes the truth, thinking how dare the elf play such a cruel game when her reincarnated soul is staring right at them. Whoosh! The elf looks genuinely confused by this unexpected development. Pow! The woman lands a powerful punch, yelling that being bored is no excuse to desecrate a corpse. The force of the blow sends out a shockwave, startling Phelan. Wham! Thud! The elf is sent flying into a pillar as Vernon covers his face, exasperated. Roar! The little fox stands defiantly before Phelan, letting out a fierce roar. Stare! Phelan looks down in astonishment and whispers her name from a past life. Lewin! The fox glares back, internally begging Phelan not to be fooled by the elf's manipulations. Phelan lets out an amused laugh, much to the confusion of Vernon and the fox. Wiping his cheek, the elf mockingly compliments the baby divine beast on her strength. He taunts the fox, acknowledging her hatred for him but questioning what she can possibly do. The elf continues his taunts, pointing out that Vernon is accompanied by a divine beast that has already been beaten. He adds that Phelan is also unstable, further trying to fracture their resolve. Vernon prepares a massive magic circle, telling someone named Vasilla that his injuries won't stop him. The elf warns Vernon against doing something he'll regret and threatens to teach him a lesson as an elder divine beast. Vernon agrees that Vasilla isn't wrong and declares that even as a powerless divine beast, he can still fight. The fox worries, knowing that while Vernon is strong, he's already too injured to face the elf. She admits to herself that the elf's mere presence sends a chill down her spine. The little fox turns with newfound determination. With a vision of her past and present selves, she thinks that she is much more than a little snake. A voice calls out her full name, Lewin Stella, as the fox whispers that they will fight together. Flash! The little fox glows with a brilliant pink light, ready for battle. A pink-haired woman and a dark-haired man stare in mutual shock. A long-haired elf gazes at a glowing bundle in his arms. Tingle! Sting! Prickle! The small white fox writhes in a painful pink glow. In a flash of insight, she realizes she has grown a second tail. Woo! The fox howls at the long-haired elf to put her tail back, while a silver-haired man panics, asking how. The silver-haired man holds the small fox, realizing she is no ordinary hybrid. Reach! The long-haired elf reaches for a pendant, noting she had more than one tail. Step! A hand intercepts the elf's, firmly telling him, enough. A dark-haired man named Phelan protects the fox, telling an elf named Vasilla she is just a child, but Vasilla dismisses his concern. Flinch! Vasilla reminds Phelan of his desire to save the princess. Tap! Vasilla gestures to a stone coffin, threatening to return the princess's body underground. Rumble! The ground begins to shake and crumble as Phelan wonders if it's an earthquake. Crack! A massive flaming beast erupts from the ground with a furious roar. Wish Vasilla is thrown back by the sudden fiery eruption. Boom! The hall explodes in a cataclysm of fire and debris as a red-haired woman is caught in the blaze. Amidst the fire, the silver-haired man holds the terrified fox as her heart pounds. A red-haired woman stands defiantly in the flames, clutching a red object. Whoosh! The inferno rages on. Flare! Blaze! The fiery explosion consumes the hall, engulfing the red-haired woman. Flicker! The silver-haired man shields the frightened fox from the burning chaos. The red-haired woman stands resolute amidst the flames, ready for a fight. A woman with white hair laughs wildly as a vortex of fire swirls around her. A giant green-scaled snake materializes behind Vasilla. Chuckle. Vasilla smiles calmly as someone calls out Saria's name. Jump! The fiery beast lunges through the inferno. The red-haired woman, Saria, holds her fan, ready to face the blaze. Vasilla summons a massive green snake with a confident smirk. Blast. The fiery beast and the magical snake clash in a devastating explosion. Saria lands amidst the ruins, calling out to a man named Vernon. Saria approaches Vernon, remarking that she's happier to see him than he is to see her. Flare. A hand is silhouetted against the raging fire. Surrounded by golden flames, Vasilla warns that attacking him is an act of revolt. Fwoosh Vasilla dismisses the warning, saying it's not his business. Saria declares fiercely that he tried to harm her children. Holding her fan, Saria warns Vasilla that he will not escape unscathed. Saria and her companions stand ready for a confrontation with Vasilla. Snicker. Vasilla taunts Phelan, asking if he'll just watch as Phelan reaches for Saria. Shing! With a grim look, Phelan draws his sword and apologizes to Saria. Slice! Phelan suddenly shatters Saria's fan, leaving her stunned. A dark cloak is thrown over Vernon and the small fox, shielding them. Phelan moves to Vasilla's side, shocking Saria and her allies. Vasilla summons the floating body of a blonde woman, declaring, "That's it." Cradling the blonde woman's body, Vasilla says they can't afford to keep fighting. Flash. As a green light envelops them, Saria calls out to Lou and Stella for a future meeting. Whoosh! Vasilla departs with Phelan, inviting Lou and Stella to play together next time. The small fox looks up, silently questioning Phelan's betrayal. Phelan flinches as she internally wonders why he gave in to intimidation. She watches him depart, wondering about his connection to Princess Ionel Rumble. As the hall collapses, Saria urges her companion to escape. Blaze. The entire estate is consumed by a raging inferno. Amidst a raging inferno, a red-haired man is told to get water, as a red-haired woman calls out for her mom. A voiceover explains that a divine beast's fire can only be extinguished by powerful magic, not conventional means. The red-haired woman teases the disheveled silver-haired Vernon, who demands to know why the small fox now has two tails. Gah! In a chibi flashback, a young red-haired boy holds up the fox, crying, "Master!" as his companions are sent flying. Two small attendants weep with relief that Master Vernon is safe, lamenting that nothing could extinguish the fire. Surveying the burning forest, Vernon grimly notes its destruction, while swatting away his clinging attendants. Blaze! Onlookers realize the divine beast is angry, calling the fire a calamity. A lone man kneels before the inferno, desperately begging the divine beast to quell its rage. A villager cries out in regret, as others lie fallen amidst the burning homes. Twitch. The red-haired woman turns, as the red-haired man holding the fox looks toward her. Stare! In a tense chibi moment, the red-haired man glares as the others sweat nervously. Fish! Twirl! Vernon cleans himself with a flick of his wrist and a smirk, leaving the red-haired woman speechless. Vroom. A massive, brilliant blue magic circle expands across the sky above the inferno. A sudden downpour extinguishes the flames, and the saved villagers celebrate the miraculous rain. As they walk through the rain, a villager spots them, and the red-haired man compliments Vernon on looking good even when messy. The villager looks on with tearful relief, so glad that they are. His relief is met with awkward silence from the exhausted group. The villager's focus shifts, and he asks if the fox always had two tails, prompting an awkward whoops from the creature. A crowd of villagers gathers, murmuring as they approach the group. Cheer! The villagers erupt in celebration, declaring the fox a sacred being that put out the fire. They praise the fox for saving their town and possessing the divine beast's blessing. Sweat! The little fox looks overwhelmed by the sudden adoration. In a lavish room, a blonde man formally greets a silver-haired archduke. The archduke stands before the seated blonde man, asking why he has been summoned. The blonde man presents a green jeweled necklace, claiming he found what His Highness was looking for by accident and noting the strange coincidence. The silver-haired man calls it fate, but before he can accept the item, the blonde man says he has a question. The blonde man smiles, stating he needs an answer from the Archduke. The scene shifts to the exterior of a grand blue-roofed estate. The red-haired girl recalls being unable to transform back into a human while someone named Fermon went missing. Vernon remembers that Fermon was kidnapped during his research, just before Ionel's body was discovered. A flashback portrait reveals that Phelan and the elf Basilla were secretly working together. A villager points to the red-haired boy holding the glowing fox, connecting him to the fire and its extinguishment. The villagers hold a ceremony, placing the fox on an altar as an offering of thanks. They celebrate the fox for bringing rain and curing a fever, while the fox internally panics that it did no such thing. As the villagers cheer their new divine protector, the red-haired woman hides her face in secondhand embarrassment. The red-haired woman watches in exasperation as the fox seems to embrace the crowd's worship. A declaration rings out. That's enough. A silver-haired prince at his desk looks down at the exhausted forms of Vernon and the red-haired woman on the floor, remarking on their ordeal. Vernon sits up angrily, demanding to know where the prince was during all the trouble. The silver-haired prince simply offers a thoughtful, enigmatic smile. A close-up reveals the prince's calculating golden eyes. Elsewhere, The blonde Archduke speaks with a royal guard in a palace hallway. The Archduke waves goodbye to the guard with a cheerful smile. A chilling memory reveals the Emperor's order. Find the princess's jewelry and kill everyone involved without leaving a single person alive. The silver-haired prince taps the green heirlooms box, thinking that his coronation is approaching. The blonde Archduke questions the prince, asking if it's necessary to fill the palace with the smell of blood. The silver-haired prince gives a cold smirk, warning the Archduke that he will regret his words. Fighting is not a joke. The red-haired man, woman, and fox watch in shock as a ghostly white figure materializes before them. As the spirit cries out for Vernon, the prince continues his work, reviewing information collected by the missing pheromone. A voice declares that the big picture is finally becoming clear. A man with white hair gently caresses a small, fluffy creature. A little white fox with pink eyes playfully rolls onto her back. At his desk, the white-haired man contemplates the 100-year-old concern and anxiety he now feels. Wow, overwhelmed by her cuteness, he thinks he can't even brag about it. A red-haired woman tells the others that their disguise for the white-haired man isn't going to work. Holding the little fox, the white-haired man decides they will all go out to eat and show off her smallness. Now a pink-haired toddler, she sits excitedly at the dinner table, fork in hand. The scene shifts to a view of the grand and imposing estate. In his study, a man recalls the trap he orchestrated, moving the princess's necklace to lure Vran to the temple, which in turn ensnared Ferran and caused a major incident. He wonders what the elf Basella intends to do with the princess's body and resolves to investigate further. He speculates that Basella must have known about Lucia's special nature, but kept it secret for his own amusement. He knows Basella is a man who seeks excitement and will take any risk to create an interesting situation. He concludes they don't have to worry about Basella revealing Lucia's true identity. But in the present, a new, unforeseen problem has appeared. It's a problem that can't simply be resolved by complaining. Sigh. Little Fox watches as the white-haired man despairs over the situation. On a quiet morning, the little pink-haired girl wanders through the grand hall. Saria, Pheromone, and Hyakin are gathered for breakfast, and Hyakin wonders why he's sitting next to Pheromone. Pheromone smiles, announcing that the youngest of them is here. Lucia appears in a field of flowers, happily greeting everyone and announcing she can now humanize herself. A delicious plate of food is laid out on the table. Lucia asks when the construction on the temple will begin, and Saria informs her it will be this month. Confused, the little girl wonders what they are all talking about. Hinakan explains in his fox form that they're building a new temple where the old one burned down, funded by the Oran family. Pheromone adds that the villagers believe it's all thanks to the little divine beast, causing Lucia to shout in protest. Saria reveals they will also erect a statue of her, much to the fox's horror. With glowing eyes, Hinakan threatens to burn the new temple down if they make the statue weird. A view of the estate is shown, with a note that everything is quiet except for Lucia. Panicking at the table, Lucia tries to convince herself that this is a good thing. She's so embarrassed that she feels she can never return to that village again. She argues that if they must build a statue, it should be a long, majestic one, not short and cutesy. She declares that whoever wants a statue can have one, then furiously demands that they should have at least pretended to ask for her permission first. A striking man with white hair and golden eyes enters, asking what everyone is talking about. Dad Lucia runs and leaps into her father's arms as he greets his daughter. As Saria watches in confusion, the man explains to Lucia that he's waiting for a guest. He suggests it would be great if Lucia joined him, and she looks up curiously. He tells his daughter that a guest of honor will present her with a beautiful necklace. Elsewhere, a short, mustached man in a red coat looks dejected. As the man bows fearfully, Lucia thinks her father's description of him as a guest feels wrong. Now in a fancy new dress, Lucia confronts her father, who chuckles and playfully denies ever calling the man a guest. The man kneels formally before the Archduke and his daughter, stating it's an honor to meet them. He introduces himself as Alan of the Ilex Company, and Lucia recognizes the name. Staring at the man, she feels like she's seen his familiar face somewhere before. Alan formally apologizes for having implicated the Archduke's family in his affairs. Gripping the armrest, our Archduke's demeanor darkens as he accuses Alan of planning to attract him there from the start. He questions Alan's ignorance about the Hark mercenary commander and the rising power of the Ilex trade. The Archduke accuses the short man of using him as a shield, an accusation the man does not deny. Holding his daughter, the white-haired man asks what His Highness wants in exchange for forgiveness. Lucius thinks, no, realizing it is her favorite word in the world. The Archduke declares his intent to get a necklace worthy of the little Archdeacon. He bluntly states that his gift is actually blackmail, much to his daughter's displeasure. The short man's hand clenches into a tight fist. He looks forward with a serious, determined expression. The white-haired Archduke regards him with a knowing smile. A different white-haired man apologizes, stating he is not the right person for the position offered to him. Alan explains that while being a vassal to the Orans is an honor, it means facing the imperial family. He refuses to compromise his neutral position and offers to repay the Archduke in another way. The Archduke smiles, sensing that Alan has something valuable to offer. Kneeling, Alan offers crucial information about the imperial family to aid the Archduke's future plans. The weight of the information is shown through a montage of the imperial castle and its mysterious figures. The Archduke questions the source of his knowledge, and Alan nervously suggests they speak at his company. Alan explains that he cannot speak freely, as listening ears may be present. As Alan departs, Lucia is left alone in the grand, empty room. A vision of the Vatican reveals a woman with long, light hair floating peacefully in water among flowers. The vision seems to affect Lucia, who sits quietly in her chair. The scene shifts to the bustling entrance of a high-end establishment. Inside a boutique, two women admire a beautiful golden dress. A woman in purple notes the store is crowded because of the upcoming coronation ceremony. Luscious, small hand reaches up to open a drawer. She thinks about the many events happening, including the coronation, a show, and the night market. Luscious asks the Grand Duchess about the fishing festival as a voice excitedly calls for her. A blonde man arrives, wondering if they ran away from him, and noting the staff's fear of the Archduke. He apologizes for the wait, and the Grand Duchess dismisses it, saying they arrived unannounced. The blonde man gives them a charming, flowery smile. He presents his recommended designs, and the Grand Duchess is asked if she has anything specific in mind. The Grand Duchess politely declines his flattery while Lucia watches intently. The designer suggests subtle colors, as the main character will be elsewhere, and asks what she has in mind. The Grand Duchess's simple reply, gray, sends a shock through the room. With an unnerving smile and glowing eyes, she confirms that gray will be perfect. Luscious is horrified by the idea, thinking it's an awful choice for a dinner outfit. The designer and the Grand Duchess excitedly brainstorm a wild combination of colors and accessories. The Grand Duchess imagines her husband in a flashy, terrible outfit, a thought that makes Lucia despair. The designer turns back, trembling with either fear or excitement as he addresses the Grand Duchess. He ecstatically declares that she is a genius. Inspired, he praises her bold and creative combination that breaks the rules of fashion. The Grand Duchess smiles, confident her revolutionary idea will stun the social world. As the designer celebrates wildly, a bewildered Lucia asks what on earth he is talking about. Despite her initial reaction, Lucia reluctantly admits the idea seems somewhat reasonable. The designer calms himself and begins to sketch the detailed design. A maid brings refreshments, allowing everyone to take a short break. The Grand Duchess mentions a rumor about the Crown Princess seeking a silver two-tailed fox, causing Lucia to choke on her drink. A wave of panic washes over Lucia as the news sinks in. Furious, Lucia wonders why the royal couple is engaged in such selfish and useless pursuits. The scene reveals a man in the shadows, Bianchi's father, the Duke of Sarena. Elsewhere, a distraught chef flees from a room where a woman sits calmly at a table. The Duke of Sarena arrives, announcing his presence to the woman, Her Royal Highness the Crown Princess. A woman in a dark red dress realizes with a sigh that her father is here. Seated with her father, the Crown Princess notes that she saw the cook being dragged away. Sipping her tea, she tells her father she's warned him many times to calm down. Slam. She smashes her teacup, shouting that she'll be too frustrated to live if she doesn't act. Distraught, she complains that her husband, the Crown Prince, only looks at her with pity. Across the table, a blonde-haired man furiously throws down his utensils in a clatter. In a different scene, a younger version of the princess fumes about her husband while a man with her asks for a new knife. The other woman asks if she actually wants the Crown Prince to love her. She declares she doesn't want love, but recognition as the Crown Princess. She tells her father that, like him, she refuses to be ignored any longer. He reveals that a two-tailed fox has appeared, suggesting she capture it to win favor. The Duke of Sarena stares intently at a small, white, two-tailed fox. The Crown Princess imagines that capturing the fox will finally make the prince see her differently. A sinister smile forms in the darkness. She agrees with a dark smile that it is a good suggestion. Elsewhere, a woman in a green coat asks another if she has heard the news. A red-haired woman explains the crown prince is looking for the fabled silver fox, causing Lucia to choke on her drink. Trying to compose herself, Lucia thinks that, in a way, this is to be expected. A montage shows the crown prince using the silver fox to easily gain popularity with the public. Furious, Lucia realizes the problem is that they're using the sacred fox for political gain. Syria holds Lucia's hand, revealing who will be leading the search for the sacred fox. Syria holds the concerned pink-haired girl, looking down at her reassuringly. As a blonde man and a woman depart, he announces he will visit the palace for his next task. Waving goodbye, Lucia is surprised to see a dark-haired boy appear below, looking up at her. The boy calls out the name Ran as he looks up at Syria and Lucia. A different voice calls out Syria, asking a young girl with blue hair what she is doing there. The dark-haired boy explains to Syria that he arrived because of an urgent request. Holding Lucia, Syria demands to know how the boy found them. The dark-haired boy stands before her in silence. Syria realizes with a glare that he used the power of the spirit to track her down. Startled, she stares at the boy who found them. A nearby clock tower bell chimes loudly. The boy calmly asks Syria if she has eaten her food yet. The scene pans out to show the bustling town square. Syria walks through the city, holding a delighted Lucia in her arms. The dark-haired boy quietly watches them from a distance. While Syria wonders if he'll wait, the boy thinks he doesn't need to be taken with them. Looking flustered, the boy asks if she is busy. He bluntly rejects her offer with a simple, "Nope." The scene shifts to a large, elegant dining hall filled with people. A variety of delicious dishes are spread across the table. A waiter wishes them a delicious meal as Lucia and Syria take their seats. Luscious looks at her fancy meal, thinking they aren't allowed to use certain things at the palace. The boy casually flips a knife into a bucket, prompting Syria to tell him to stop. Horrified, Lucia points out that he's playing with a dangerous knife. Watching Syria elegantly cut her food, Lucia thinks with determination that she can do that too. Syria glances up from her plate with a knowing look. The boy holds his silverware awkwardly, unsure how to begin. At the table, Lucia watches as the boy and Syria begin their meal. Syria offers to order new food, but Lucia insists her meal is delicious. The boy recalls a delicious cake as Lucia offers him a new one. Luscious eyes sparkle with adorable, innocent delight. As they dine together, Syria notes the room is warmer than she expected. The dark-haired boy's serious expression is overlaid by an older, stoic version of himself. A lingering thought surfaces, wondering what happened to Ferran. A hazy vision reveals a long-haired man named Ferran alongside the boy. Prompted by the memory, Lucia asks the boy how Ferran is doing. Looking down at his plate, the boy quietly confirms that he is in good health. Poof! Lucia sprouts fox ears in shock, thinking how happy she is to hear that. A flustered Lucia asks Syria why she is putting the boy, whom she calls Bran, on the spot. Syria observes the scene coolly, believing there must be a reason for everything. Syria asks Ran for his thoughts, and he suggests Mr. Applewood is likely considering the matter. The boy, Ran, reflects on how quickly the pleasant atmosphere has vanished. Syria turns to Ran, asking what brought him here so suddenly. He reveals the Vatican is now searching for the two-tailed fox, startling Lucia. Syria explains the Pope hopes to use the silver fox to restore his reputation after lightning struck the Vatican, an event that made people question if God hated him. Concluding the Vatican likely acted before the crown prince, Syria advises caution. Lucia proudly reassures Ran, boasting that she's now skilled at her human transformation. As Lucia beams, a man bursts through the door in a panic. The man urgently calls for Syria, telling her she must come outside and see something. Pointing frantically, the man exclaims that something has happened to the cart. Huh? The three diners look on in complete confusion. The man continues to shout, pointing at the shattered remains of their carriage. Syria stares blankly at the scene, simply asking, "What?" Syria tells the children to wait inside while she investigates the situation. Left alone, Lucia and Ran sit at the table in an awkward silence. Her playful mood gone, Lucia thinks it's embarrassing to explain what just happened. Ran calls her Rowan Stella and apologizes for a past incident, making her realize he remembered her hardship. Believing she caused the awkwardness, Lucia decides to be the one to speak first. Her thoughts drift to a beautiful blonde woman as she recalls asking about the story of I and L. Before she can speak, Rand puts his spoon down, insisting the mistake was his and that he must apologize. He offers a formal apology, which a surprised Lucia quietly accepts. She hadn't expected him to apologize at all. Changing the subject, Lucia demands to know how Rand knew her tail split in two, angrily accusing Ferran of telling him. Slam! Her fox ears pop out as she angrily declares she was the one who told him. She continues her tirade, demanding if he knows who she is. The argument is interrupted by a commotion outside, catching both of their attentions. A nobleman confronts Saria, demanding compensation for his cart, which he claims hers destroyed. The scene shows two carriages, one lavish and green, the other simple and white, with wreckage between them. On the crowded street, Saria calmly counters that he was the one speeding recklessly and hit their stationary cart. Enraged, the man accuses her of being rude to a great gentleman. Saria covers her ears as he belligerently demands if she knows who he is. Someone recognizes the furious man as the Duke of Sargent. The Duke fumes over his broken carter and the audacity of a countrywoman, unleashing a wave of red energy. Calling him a shameless man, Saria glares defiantly as Lucia and Rand watch from the doorway. Her eyes glowing with power, Saria considers simply breaking the Duke's arm. Panicked, Lucia senses her mother's killing intent and shouts, "Mom," just as the Duke is about to be struck. The Duke is startled by the cry, looking down to see the small girl and wondering if she's the woman's daughter. With teary eyes, Lucia looks up at the Duke, whose prejudice makes him misjudge her as a well-raised but still rural child. The Duke of Sargent stops short, looking confused. He recognizes a familiar face as a carriage approaches. Swoosh! Something rushes past in a blur of motion. A white-haired man on a rearing horse cries out as Saria watches, holding Lucia. Landing before the Duke of Sargent, the white-haired man glares as the Duke asks who he is. A golden aura surrounds the man, identified as the Duke of Sargent, as the Duke of Sargent thinks he must be crazy. A woman scolds the Duke of Sargent for his recklessness, but he simply apologizes for speeding. Saria asks what happened, and the Duke of Sargent explains he was in a hurry to get to the clothing store. Lucia reaches out with teary eyes, crying for her dad. Saria glares at the Duke of Sargent, thinking he's a terrible person for causing the accident, and then trying to shift the blame. The Duke of Sargent gently guides Saria away, thinking the Duke must be in trouble. He glances back, noting that despite Lucia's youth, the Duke of Sargent still defends his own actions. Saria looks at the Duke of Sargent, who returns her gaze. Crying, Lucia says that she was scared. The Duke of Sargent smiles sinisterly, recalling how the man even tried to hit Saria. He tells the Duke of Sargent his wife owes him a lot, which the Duke frantically denies. The Duke of Sargent looms over him, asking if he is calling his daughter a liar, causing the Duke to panic. A menacing aura surrounds the Duke of Sargent as he holds his riding crop. A blinding light flashes before the Duke of Sargent. As the Duke of Sargent draws a glowing blue sword, the terrified Duke of Sargent begs him to wait. With glowing golden eyes, the Duke of Sargent stares down the pleading Duke. Kaboom! A massive explosion erupts on the city street. Surrounded by blue flames, the Duke of Sargent repeats his question, and the Duke of Sargent quickly denies his wife owes anything. The Duke of Sargent smiles, asking again if he's calling his daughter a liar, which the Duke hastily denies. Held by Saria, a dazed Lucia calls out, "My lady." A powerful blue aura emanates from the man now identified as Ferran. The Duke of Sargent stares in absolute terror. Another fiery explosion tears through the city. A narration reveals he is Archduke Heron, the legendary ruler of the Northern Ice Wall with unmatched swordsmanship. He is described as the Great Knight protecting Roheim from barbarians. His gleaming eyes hint that his power can even command the Shinso. His sword is shown, pointed at the Duke's lavish green carriage. The Duke of Sargent trembles, realizing he has made a grave mistake. A crowd murmurs as the Duke stands before his perfectly split carriage, admitting he tried to split the person, not the vehicle. He wonders how Ferran managed to cut the carriage behind him, a feat he couldn't perform himself. Trembling in disbelief, the Duke of Sargent despairs that he can't even get home now. Saria calmly informs him that he can get compensation for the carriage she accidentally destroyed. Aaron presents a card, declaring it's enough, as a bystander stares at it in shock. Their carriage departs into the setting sun. Inside, Lucia worries, realizing she left Rand behind all alone. Heron asks Lucia if the Duke touched her, but Saria confidently states she doesn't look like someone who could be attacked. Despite her confidence, Heron looks genuinely concerned. A chibi heron clutches his chest, feeling a sharp pain in his heart. Now sporting fox ears and a tail, Heron looks down sadly as Lucia watches. He turns to Saria and admits he was a little angry today. With his eyes glowing, he confesses he tried to let his anger go, but couldn't. Saria sternly tells him that it is time for him to learn some self-control. The scene fades to a quiet night sky. In a different setting, Heron slams his hands on a desk, announcing they will make a two-tailed fox, while Lucia is seen below with a white-haired woman and a red-haired man. The white-haired woman asks what he'll do with it, and Heron, with Lucia at his side, smiles, promising it will be creative and useful. Silver-haired man proposes a trip to the mountains to catch a silver fox, to the horror of a small fox spirit. In an office, the long-haired man reluctantly agrees to the plan. A thought bubble reveals praise for the continent's greatest swordsman. The silver-haired man, a great knight, asks if they have overlooked any potential problems. A white-haired woman sternly warns that illegally hunting foxes in Rohim is punishable by death. The silver-haired man grins, dismissing the risk, as the long-haired man despairs over his family's recklessness. The silver-haired man teases the flustered, flame-engulfed master of the magic tower about his confidence. Declining to go himself, the silver-haired man claims he and Serena are too busy with work. A chibi Serena is shown buried under paperwork, wishing someone would help her. Annoyed, the long-haired man asks if the others think he isn't busy. The small, pink-haired girl is gently held. Her father smiles warmly, asking his little one if she wants to go north. He tells her two companions to take her to play in the snow with her brothers, much to their surprise. The red-haired man asks if she wants to play, but the little girl seems to mishear it as an offer of food. Her small hand firmly grasps his arm. The white-haired woman holds the girl, declaring that the two of them will go, prompting the red-haired man to yell, "Why?" As her two brothers comically fight over her, a voice suggests all three go together. In unison, both the red-haired and white-haired men flatly refuse the idea. Their leader smiles, stating that his little daughter wants to go with her older brothers. She reaches out and grabs the red-haired man's bandaged arm. With a joyous cheer, the little girl declares her love for going together, leaving her brothers to sigh in defeat. Her father sends them off for a walk, noting it's a full moon, while her brothers grumble. The little girl looks up, pondering the significance of a full moon night. Now, in a vast, snowy wasteland, the girl, bundled in a pink snowsuit, wonders why they came here. They stand before towering, storm-racked mountains as the girl shivers in confusion. The blizzard rages around the colossal peaks, emphasizing their isolation. The white-haired man explains they cannot use magic near the ice wall. Ver explains that since they are poaching, they cannot use the guarded gates, stressing he doesn't want to go to jail. The girl, looking like a little pink ball, asks how they're supposed to get past the wall. Pointing upward, the red-haired man declares their path is over the fence, leaving the girl bewildered. The snow falls silently on the desolate, icy landscape. Shocked, the girl questions climbing the massive fence, but the red-haired man assures her there is a way. From afar, the three tiny figures are dwarfed by the immense, snow-covered cliff face. The red-haired man shields his eyes, scouting a path up the sheer wall. The other two wait patiently in the heavy snowfall below. Whoosh! The red-haired man charges up his power, his legs glowing with fiery energy. His companions look on, baffled by his strange preparation. Thump! He stomps the ground with immense force, shouting with effort. With a boisterous laugh, he launches himself straight up the cliff face. He soars into the sky like a rocket, leaving his companions speechless below. The white-haired man sighs that brutes like him diminish the meaning of magic, as the girl stares in awe. Having reached the top, Hekin lowers a rope and effortlessly pulls his companion up the cliff. The little girl smiles, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Reaching the summit, she gasps, "Wow!" at the breathtaking view before them. Beyond the icy peaks lies a vibrant, sunlit forest of sacred trees. Surrounded by glowing pink spirits, the little girl declares that she likes it here. The spirits happily agree, urging everyone to stay in the beautiful forest. As the girl asks where to go next, the white-haired man tells her to wait. He raises his hand, conjuring a glowing blue wisp of magic. Announcing they will follow it, a trail of blue light leads them into the woods, Crunch! A person walks through the desolate, snowy landscape. The silver-haired elf explains that the quick and alert silver fox is hard to find in the snow. He prepares to use magic, saying tricks are needed to capture the elusive fox. A red-haired man holds the small child in pink, telling her to watch closely. Flash! The elf unleashes a brilliant burst of blue magical light into the forest. The child recognizes the spell with a gasp. Vernon's anti-humanization magic. The red-haired man smirks, remarking that the elf looks like a fairy, except for his personality, much to the child's annoyance. Puzzled, the red-haired man and child fall silent as the elf tells them to stop their nonsense. The elf glares intently, focusing his concentration on the snowy forest ahead. Flash! A pack of spectral blue foxes materializes from his spell. The magical fox constructs stand ready in the dark woods. The group watches the snowy clearing from the edge of the forest. The elf crosses his arms, explaining that the real fox is too wary to approach them. As a white fox is caught in a magical snare, the child feels a strange sense of déjà vu. Boom! A spectral fox lunges through the trees. The child watches the scene unfold, looking utterly confused. A pack of real white foxes suddenly bursts from the snow, surrounding the child as the elf calls out a name. Both men stare in disbelief as the child is happily swarmed by the tiny white foxes. The elf admits that he has never seen anything like this before. A smirk spreads across the red-haired man's face as he starts to understand. He concludes their divine power was unnecessary, as the foxes already adore her. Chan! Wow! The child excitedly points to a glowing light in the distance. Squeeze another small fox, peeks out cautiously from behind a rock. Ah! She realizes there was a cub hiding with its mother. The small, glowing-eyed cub carefully steps out into the open. The mother fox watches over her cub, her eyes fixed on a nearby light. The mother fox dashes forward in a blur of white fur. Ah, the mother fox is struck down by an arrow, and the child screams in horror. A cry of, "No!" rings out. The scene shifts to the vast, clouded sky. Sprint. The child runs toward the fallen fox, where a hunter now stands. Grab. She scoops up the terrified, whimpering cub. Pant. Gasp. Holding the struggling cub, she hears someone ask if it was hit. Two poachers spot a magical glow, wondering if it's a silver fox. The child finds herself surrounded by a huge pack of protective white foxes. Step. A voice commands the approaching poachers to stop right there. The silver-haired man glares, angrily demanding who gave them permission to hunt. He declares that poaching silver foxes is illegal, as one hunter curses their bad luck. The hunter smirks, assuming they are all there for the same prize. The poacher proposes they work together, which the red-haired man finds amusing. Grab. The red-haired man draws a knife, agreeing that hunting sounds good. Spin, twirl. He expertly flourishes the combat knife in his hand. Shing. He brandishes the blade with a menacing grin. The bewildered poacher can only mutter, "What the?" The snowy forest stands silent for a tense moment. Rumble. The ground suddenly begins to tremble violently. FWIP. Both companions react in shock to the sudden tremor. Turn. The startled poacher whirls around, searching for the source. A voice calls out a name from the sky. Ava. A sudden blizzard obscures the sky. As they flee through the snow, a cry rings out. Avalanche! The world dissolves into a rushing torrent of white. Snow and light blur together in the chaos. The avalanche continues its roaring descent. The snowy forest stands silent in the aftermath. Peak, a voice calls out to someone named Vermin. Now, in an ice cave, the silver-haired man wonders how they got there. He stares ahead in stunned disbelief. Jolt! As the red-haired man calls out the names Vernon and Heekin, the child glows with pink magic, feeling unwell before her eyes swirl. Poof! The child transforms into a tiny, two-tailed fox, shocking both men. The world, it's explained, is obsessed with owning foxes. Since hunting is illegal and live capture expensive, demand is high, prompting a group of men to gather. Yank! Someone's boot is pulled from the snow, as a voice notes that no one can cross the ice wall. Tumble! The red-haired man empties a poacher's boot, revealing an Elhara knight let them through. As the small fox sleeps, the narration concludes the knight thought he wouldn't be caught. The red-haired man, having tied up the poachers, asks what to do, then decides to punish them. Dust. After dusting off his hands, he sneezes loudly. The little fox wakes up on a pillow, confusedly wondering who and where she is, as a voice greets the little scamp. The silver-haired man, holding the limp fox he calls Furball, says she's in a bad state and they need to shelter her. He decides they'll camp for the night, and the now human child cheers at the news. A chibi flashback shows Hyken tying up the poachers somewhere mysterious. Hickam returns, hauling a massive sack over his shoulder. Tumble, a cascade of fresh food and cooking supplies, spills from the bag, piled. In acute recollection, Vernon asks Hyken if he really carried the huge pile of goods all by himself. Asked for fire, Vernon silently conjures a flame with his magic. Chop! Slice! Cut! Hikan prepares a stew, muttering that he'll dice the vegetables, since he couldn't dice the poachers. Lick! Smack! Nom nom! The two-tailed fox and the baby fox happily devoured the delicious meal. Re-energized after eating, the two foxes play together under the moonlight. The baby fox howls, and the two-tailed fox answers with a questioning woo as she begins to glow. She looks on in wonder as magical stardust, said to fall from every silver fox, fills the air around a gathering of the creatures. The glowing two-tailed fox happily joins the other silver foxes. Watching the beautiful spectacle from the campfire, the silver-haired man remarks that it's pretty. The red-haired man teases him for just now noticing the silver fox's greatness, while the silver-haired man finds it mind-boggling that such a creature could produce a tactless furball. With a gentle smile, the silver-haired man concludes she really is a silver fox, just one with an extra tail. As they watch the scene unfold, a sudden rustling sound comes from the nearby trees. Unseen figures approach their campsite. A massive, fur-clad wildling looms over them. The silver-haired man's eyes narrow with suspicion. FWIP, spring! The red-haired man instantly jumps to his feet. Back. A panicked cry for Furball rings out as the little fox is startled. The two men stand defensively before the fire. Standing back to back, they prepare for the unseen threat. Crunch. A group of imposing, masked wildlings emerges from the trees. Glance. The silver-haired man's eyes glow, taking in the scene. Rustle. Crunch. Step. He realizes they are completely surrounded. He notes that his magic trap hasn't activated, meaning the wildlings aren't approaching with malicious intent. Crack. Pop. The red-haired man cracks his knuckles, skeptical that they aren't there to fight. FWIP. He draws his knife with a predatory grin, eager for a fight. Gulp! The silver-haired man warns him not to move, reminding him about Furball's safety as the fox nervously swallows. The wildlings are described as a warlike people from the mountains, who have long been a problem for House El Haran. Step. One of the wildlings steps forward, as the narrator wonders why they have ventured so far from home. FWIP. The startled wildlings suddenly turn and flee into the forest. Hickam asks if he should pursue the retreating wildlings, but Vernon, holding the fox, tells him to stand down. Vernon's eyes narrow in suspicion. He knows wildlings wouldn't abandon an easy target. Kneeling by the fire, Vernon concludes that they are not yet safe. Vernon decides to adjust the guardian sigils for protection, while Hyken agrees to keep watch. Hyken chuckles as the little fox vows to help keep an eye out as well. A bright morning dawns over the snow-covered mountains. Snore. Slip. Roll. Thud. The child, now human again, rolls out of Hyken's lap and wakes up with a start in the snow. Still groggy, she spots the two men and wonders when she fell asleep. She calls out the names Hyken and Vernon, getting their attention. As she approaches, Vernon greets her as Furball, and she asks what they're doing. Vernon gestures for her to look at something, surprising both her and Hyken. A beautiful offering of fresh fruits, mushrooms, and flowers lies arranged in the snow. Vernon believes the wildlings left the food, but Hyken is wary, suggesting it might be poisoned. Chomp! Before they can stop it, the baby fox happily bites into a mushroom. Nom nom. The others watch in stunned silence as the cub eats without issue. Sniff sniff. Lucia cautiously smells a flower, questioning if the gifts are truly safe. In a magical vision, she floats through the air as a voice encourages her to ask for more. Blushing, she looks at the flower in her hand, wondering what is happening. She realizes with a triumphant smirk that the wildlings are trying to win her favor. Vernon gently reminds her of their mission, telling her to worry about the wildlings later. That done. Her face falls in shock as he reminds her they came to catch a fox. Vernon looks away, flustered, as she realizes he knew their mission's goal all along. With teary eyes, Lucia hugs the cub and pleads with him, asking if they have to. Her desperate plea works. Vernon sweats and stammers, agreeing they can find another way as she beams with hope. A chorus of tiny Lucius dances around Vernon, praising him as the master of the awesome tower, causing him to twitch in embarrassment. "What in the world?" Vernon asks, utterly baffled, while Haikon looks on in confusion. Overwhelmed, Vernon turns away as Haikon grins at his flustered reaction. Described as a, quote, giant fearless pup, the scene shifts to the snowy expanse of Baron Weveron's northern castle. A history lesson explains how House Elharan has long defended the vast ice wall against the wildlings. With House Elharan as its core, the ice wall guard stands as the kingdom's shield. A flashback shows Haikon standing over the poachers he captured earlier. With the Grand Duke away, a plucky lord seized the opportunity created by the weakened supervision. Vernon and Haikon had decided to clear lords loyal to Laenor, narrowing their list of suspects. While one lord had healed the people, another with purple hair has now come to prey on them. This leaves only the newly wealthy lords as potential culprits. Dun! A silver fox sits trapped inside an ornate cage. A silver-haired man identified as Baron Weveron smirks down at the caged fox. Now inside the Baron's study, Vernon and Lucia watch as the captive fox lets out a mournful howl. Whimper. Whine. The terrified fox presses its paws together, silently pleading for help. Done. A chibi version of the Baron's son compliments the catch, startling chibi Vernon and Lucia. The Baron orders his butler, Aiden, to remind the captive who its new owner is. Vernon holds out his hand demanding payment, but the Baron offers double if he shares it with his brother. "I did all the work," Vernon snaps, refusing to beg for his rightful pay. "Shake." The Baron offers Lucia a promissory note, but she firmly shakes her head no. Grab the Baron chuckles that his little one worked the hardest as he scoops her up. He grins, holding the seemingly delighted child in his arms. As the Baron muses that he wishes his coronation were sooner, Lucia's expression grows uneasy. Under the moonlight, a question hangs in the air. "What are you scheming, Laenor?" The scene closes on the imposing view of the grand estate at night. Whimper. Whine. In a dark room, a blond man listens to a sad sound. "A woo," the blond man smiles, acknowledging the captive's cries. Step. He approaches the cage, remembering he's not alone. Grin. He presents the two-tailed silver fox, a gift from a duke. The scene transitions with a foreboding splash of color. Step. He enters another room, presenting the fox to His Highness. A woman with brown hair marvels at the incredible sight. Whine. She wonders aloud how the fox found its way to them. As a chibi memory celebrates the fox as a blessing, the blond man recalls dismissing rumors of its existence as absurd. The man with braided hair reconsiders the woman's usefulness. Flick! He dismisses how the fox was obtained as the creature cries out. He decides the Seraeans will take responsibility for any consequences. The blond man looks down upon the others with a thoughtful expression. Flinch. His eyes glow as someone calls for His Highness. A voice announces the arrival of a priest from the Vatican. A hooded figure asks the blond man the reason for his visit. Tremble! The blond man reacts to the sudden appearance of a man called Your Holiness. The priest requests another offering, surprising the blonde-haired man. A dark vision reveals Pope Eudian has profited from past sacrifices. He resolves to continue helping the Pope achieve his goals. Kneeling, he resents taking commands from the Pope. The priest deflects, claiming he's only a messenger for a higher power. The priest pauses, holding the tense moment. Grin. The priest pressures him for an answer. He reluctantly agrees, earning praise for his wise choice. Sitting alone, a new thought occurs to the blond man. Flinch. The priest mentions having heard about the divine fox, FWIP. The priest declares he will take the fox, angering the blond man. Yell. He furiously demands the priest repeat himself. He refuses, but the priest insists he's only following orders. The priest reminds him his success is owed to trusting his word. As the priest leaves with the fox, he promises the man will see the wisdom in it. Yank. He denies being a follower, seeing their goals as merely aligned. The priest delivers a chilling warning. You will regret this. Lone figure stands under the moon in a snowy forest. The scene shifts to a bright, festive town square. Two women share a happy moment in the town square. A cheerful, pink-haired girl in a green dress appears. She stumbles, realizing something is wrong. Tumbling through the air, she thinks, "Oh no, I fell." A red-haired woman catches her just in time. The woman suggests a break, but the whimpering child refuses. The scene transitions to a tea set on an elegant table. While sipping her drink, she laments her useless past experience. With the coronation tomorrow, she's lost all her appetite. Her eyes sparkle at the chance to meet her godfather. A memory shows a silver-haired man offering to be her godfather. The girl overhears a woman dismissing the offer as mere sentiment. As a butler interrupts, the girl sees her chance to ask a question. She approaches a grand door, finding it odd she's never met a godfather. A butler greets Lucia as she asks if her dad is too busy. The butler turns, simply replying, "No." Her silver-haired father looks exhausted, buried in paperwork. As the narrator notes, he is in fact busy. The butler explains to Lucia that her father's workload has increased because of the coronation. Lucia gasps, spotting a formal list on her father's desk. Holding the list, she wonders if he is inviting someone important. The scene shifts to the sky, introducing the maritime empire Vilain. Vilain is described as a strong naval power and an ally of Rohirrim, as Lucia points to it on a map. They also have a mysterious emperor who never appears in public, shown from behind with long blue hair. She wonders aloud if the emperor has severe social anxiety. Her father asks why she's visiting, and she shyly claims she's there to recharge him. Climbing into his lap, she reveals her true motive. Her godfather is coming. Realizing her curiosity, the girl blushes with embarrassment. He explains that her godfather is incredibly rich, surrounded by a vision of treasure. As he suggests asking for a gift, she schemes about asking for a grand castle instead. The grand day of the coronation arrives in a festive city. In the crowd, Hikon carries Lucia on his shoulders next to a stoic Vernon. Vernon explains he's waiting to see the procession to the temple, specifically Feyron, Lenore, and Saria. The grand royal procession makes its way through the cheering crowd. Confetti flutters down upon the onlookers. Perched high above, Lucia excitedly shouts, "It's Feyron!" The handsome, black-haired Feyron appears, resplendent in his uniform. For a brief, stunning moment, Lucia's eyes meet Feyron's. What? She internally panics from the unexpected eye contact. Confused, she turns to see a royal carriage passing by. A blonde man and a brown-haired woman wave regally from the carriage. An arrow points to a white, fluffy creature held by the blonde man. Ah! Lucia screams in shock, realizing it's the caged silver fox. The crowd murmurs in awe, identifying the creature as the sacred fox. Onlookers declare it a divine blessing for the empire, celebrating the new emperor. The blonde emperor smirks as he cuddles the fox, much to Lucia's annoyance. A purple-haired man smirks knowingly at a red-haired woman beside him. Lucia watches the couple in the other carriage pass by. A hooded Vernon decides they should move closer for a better look. A thought floats by. You have to see good things up close. The procession moves towards a grand, columned temple. A promotional page appears, with a smiling silver-haired woman. The newly crowned emperor ascends the steps of the temple. Before the nation, the emperor receives the pope's blessing while holding the divine fox. Lucius shrewdly recognizes the fox's appearance as a clever political maneuver. From the crowd, someone complains about the emperor's smug expression. A furious thought bubble declares, "You're being scammed right now." The Pope and the Emperor face each other on the grand stage. The Emperor gently places the two-tailed fox on a ceremonial stool. The Pope marvels at the proud fox, acknowledging it as a true divine creature. As a noblewoman expresses surprise, Vernon concludes the fox is no ordinary animal. Lucia remains unimpressed, thinking it just looks like a regular fox. The new Emperor of Rohirrim formally offers his greetings to the silver fox. He bows his head, getting close to the nervous-looking creature. Kneeling, the emperor receives a final blessing as the Pope prays for the fox to watch over the empire. A holy man waves to the crowd during a grand coronation ceremony. A silver-haired man and a red-haired woman observe the ceremony for the silver fox. The silver-haired man, Lenore, gives a knowing, confident smirk. A small pink-haired girl wonders if Lenore was looking at her. Perched on a red-haired man's shoulders, she looks toward her companions. A white-haired man points at them, telling them to wait. The Pope delivers a speech as a royal man holds a sacred white fox. The crowd is moved to tears by the ceremony's emotional weight. The little girl shakes her head, feeling tired on the red-haired man's shoulders. A powerful, white-haired being grins, relishing the large crowd. Ah! The crowd screams in panic as guards order the area sealed off. Guards rush to the Emperor's aid as the sacred fox screams and explodes. Amid the chaos and smoke, the crowd calls out for their majesty. The Emperor looks down at his hands in shock as he begins to fade. The little girl and her companions watch the unfolding chaos with stunned expressions. This, the terrified Emperor thinks, staring at his disappearing hands. He stands alone on the balcony, a silent silhouette against the sky. A sudden explosion confirms the sacred fox was nothing but a fake. The crowd murmurs as the Emperor wonders if it was a political ploy. Bathed in a furious red light, the Emperor glares with cold rage. Humiliated, Agris hastily flees the scene amidst the whispers. He vanishes completely, skipping the coronation banquet and leaving behind a cold, awkward atmosphere for the nobles. Lanor laughs, joking that the frigid banquet hall was colder than the mountains. A white-haired man calmly stirs his drink, amused by the Duke and Princess's pale faces. The little girl watches them, sarcastically thinking what an exemplary family they are. She laments their poor treatment of Baru, but concedes this is a good start. Agris's spectacular failure tanks his reputation right from the start of his reign. Now busy saving face, he is forced to keep a low profile. The pink-haired girl sits alone, lost in quiet contemplation. She glances at Lenore, who sits beside her with a serious expression. Lenore asks his little one if she wants to go to the festival, and she enthusiastically agrees. He explains that a night market is opening with all sorts of events. Surprised, the little girl listens as a spirit cheers to go check it out. After enjoying some festival treats, she tells her companions to include her in their plans. The white-haired man, Vermont, agrees, since there's little else they can do. He decides they should just have fun, despite his dislike for crowded places. Having finished her food, the girl agrees to watch the fireworks from a high place. As she calls out to Lord Vermin, a mysterious hooded man appears behind them. Pharaon, the hooded man, Pharaon, stands before them under the night sky. He informs them that the Pope has ordered a full investigation. After explaining only a powerful mage could be responsible, Vermont slyly asks if Pharaon is interrogating him. The girl shakes her head, and Vermont playfully denies any involvement. Pharaon concludes that the culprit must be a skilled but idle mage. Another girl scoffs, realizing the culprit must be the Tower Master himself. As powerful magic surrounds Vermont, someone shouts his name in alarm. Vermont senses the disturbance as he's told Imperial Knights are wrecking everything looking for him. A purple-haired man recalls the Emperor's vow to exterminate all mages, noting his pathetic reputation. Unfazed, Vermont tells the little girl that cleaning up the mess isn't a problem. The silver-haired man tells the little girl he must visit the magic tower. He pauses, thoughtfully considering the fireworks. He clarifies that a holy knight will handle them, as one appears behind the surprised girl. As a magic circle glows, he asks Vernon to watch his housemate, promising a quick return. Whoosh! He vanishes in a flash of light, leaving the girl with the hooded man. Embarrassed, the little girl says just taking her back to the estate is fine. When asked about the festival, she worries that he must be too busy. He reassures her it's fine for now, as a pink-haired girl recalls her interrogation being filled. A memory flashes. A black-haired man walks away, accused of abandoning them for Basila. She reflects on the unimaginable chance to spend time with Pharaon. The pink-haired girl worries her family has been pressuring Pharaon behind her back. The hooded man kneels, offering his hand to her. She blushes as a voice entrusts her care to Pharaon. In another memory, a small girl asks the hooded man if she dirtied his clothes. Back in the present, he carries the purple-haired girl on his back, telling her it's fine. They arrive at the street festival, vibrant with decorations. The area is filled with a lively crowd. He carries her on his shoulders, making his way through the festivities. Perched above the crowd, her eyes sparkle with delight at the colorful lanterns. A vendor offers her a delicious-looking waffle, but she seems hesitant. He hands her the treat, leaving her comically dizzy with confusion. At a game stall, 2 daggers fly through the air. The girl watches in amazement as he skillfully juggles the daggers. At another stall, he wins a pink toy for a cheering, fox-eared child. He and the girl walk on hand in hand, her new stuffed toy tucked under her arm. They watch a dazzling spectacle of acrobats and fire performers. The festive city glitters under the night sky. Standing in an amphitheater, the girl looks up with a surprised, "Ah?" She spots 2 small blonde children sitting on the steps. When he asks if they are acquaintances, she happily exclaims, "Yep, they're my friends." Surprised by his reaction, she blushes and privately worries they won't remember her. She gazes at the two children, her eyes filled with hope. Thwack! The little blonde girl is suddenly snatched as someone screams her name. An orange-haired man carries both children away as a bystander wonders what just happened. A voice calls out Lucia as she stares in wide-eyed shock. The hooded man places a hand on her shoulder, addressing her as Miss Lewinstella. He sternly warns her not to use the power of the spirit. Her hair glows pink as she defiantly declares, "I will help." He tells her he can resolve it before the fireworks start. Whoosh! He immediately dashes off in pursuit. Inside a warehouse, the kidnappers question if the bound children are from the guild. Memory surfaces of someone questioning the guild leader's needlessly provocative actions. In a flashback, a pirate threatens to rob a man of everything he owns. Another pirate complains about his livelihood being cut off before being told to contact the guild leader. The terrified children blame themselves as a hand reaches for the door handle. Alerted by the sound, the two kidnappers turn toward the door. "Who is it?" one demands, while the other insists they weren't followed. The little girl stands alone in the doorway, clutching her pink stuffed toy. A kidnapper smirks, mockingly asking if she came to get kidnapped too. Ignoring him, she shouts out her friends' names. "Illy! Ilix!" A masked man attacks with glowing energy as a little girl watches in shock. The scene abruptly shifts to a dark town at night. A close-up reveals someone's hands tightly bound by ropes. The pink-haired girl finds her two blonde friends crying uncontrollably. Crying Lucia, the little blonde girl hugs her as Lucia notes how scared they must have been. Feyran stands calmly, having tied up the kidnappers, while a thought bubble shows a fox-eared girl happily playing. With the kidnapper dangling behind him, the narration notes they can now be handed over to the guards. Feyran glances over, thinking they still have time to make it. He addresses Lady Lewinstella, who playfully floats dog-like spirits, asking if everything is settled. He tells her they can still arrive on time, and she curiously asks where they're going. A sky full of early fireworks confirms that the main event has not yet begun. The scene transitions to the glittering cityscape, alive with festival lights. Feyran leads Lucia and her two friends onto a balcony overlooking the vibrant city. Boom! As fireworks explode, Lucia gazes up, captivated by their beauty. Feyran recalls a past fireworks viewing with a silver-haired woman, reflecting that he denied her request to go out back then. In the memory, the beautiful, silver-haired woman gazes hopefully out a window. The dazzling fireworks display continues to light up the night sky. Lucia turns her gaze to Feyran, who looks down at her with a curious expression. He asks her why she is looking at him like that as they stand on the balcony. Feyran gently gets her attention, calling her Lucia. Her blonde friend Ilix timidly asks who the mysterious hooded man is. Lucia proudly introduces him as a paladin, leaving the two children in awe. The children thank the paladin for saving them, and he asks where their guardian is. They nervously explain that they had a guard but are now lost. In a comical cutaway, a guard panics about being fired as the children fret. Lucia asks Feyran if they can take the children home, and he nods in agreement. When Feyran asks for their address, the little boy eagerly offers to guide him personally. Ilix invites Lucia to meet his father, wanting to repay her and the paladin for their help. He humbly adds that he knows Lucia probably already has much nicer things. The boy clenches his fists, determined to express his gratitude with actions, not just words. With a proud look, the fox-eared Lucia stands beside the stoic Feyran. The blonde boy beams, cheerfully exclaiming, "Okay, sounds good." The fox-eared Lucia excitedly wonders what kind of gifts the kids might give her. They walk down the street as a fancy carriage suddenly pulls up beside them. As they arrive at a grand mansion, Lucia asks if this is really their home, and they confirm it is. Lucia stares up, in stunned silence, at the enormous, lavish estate. The fox-eared Lucia expresses her utter disbelief in the thought bubble. She has a sudden realization. Illy and Ilix are the children of the Hylex guildmaster. A balding man with a grand mustache cries tears of joy and relief. Ilix points him out as their father, while Illy tugs on Lucia's ear in excitement. "Dad!" The children joyfully rush into their father's loving embrace. The father holds his children, never imagining he'd see them again, as Lucia watches in shock. A slot machine jackpot confirms her suspicion, and Lucia realizes she's hit a bonus chance. Hiding behind their father, The children explain that they were kidnapped, but Lucia saved them. Their father listens intently as they recount how Lucia and the paladin rescued them. The guildmaster bows deeply to Lucia, thanking her for their children's safe return. Turning to Feyron, he addresses him as Your Highness, leaving Lucia completely flustered. As the guildmaster wonders how to repay them, Lucia discreetly shuffles behind Feyron. A nervous sweat appears on Feyron's face as he realizes his identity has been discovered. The guildmaster declares his honor, but Feyron calmly replies that thanks are unnecessary. A voice states they only acted on Lady Luenstella's command. The pink-haired Lucia looks up as someone addresses her as Your Highness. In a chibi illustration, a man with a mustache tearfully hugs two small, blonde children. The mustached man vows to never forget the kindness he was shown. He asks Lucia to allow him to repay the favor in any way possible. The next morning at the Grand Duke's residence, Lucia wakes up after a sleepless night. A flashback reveals Lucia failed to persuade the guild leader, who was then dragged away by Feyron. After taking Lucia home, Feyron returned to the temple, waving goodbye to her. As Lucia prepared for bed, she suddenly remembered Feyron's warning not to use the power of spirits. She sits up, wondering how Feyron could have possibly known she was about to use her powers. Lucia questions if Feyron is also a special type, but recalls hearing there were only two such people. Lying awake in her massive bed, her wide eyes reveal a mind racing with questions. After a restless night, she dozes off as a voice cautions her to be careful. A sound startles her awake, and she sits up in bed, confused. Looking out the window, Lucia is surprised to see a long line of carriages outside. Her white-haired father appears in her room, asking if she slept well. He tells her to get dressed, explaining a guest has arrived for the Grand Duchess. A pair of hands opens a luxurious box to reveal a brilliant diamond necklace. A well-dressed but flustered Lucia stares in shock as her father holds up the necklace. The man with the mustache has arrived, eager to repay his debt to Lucia. Her father pats her head, thinking a diamond necklace is a bit much, but still acceptable. Sitting on her father's lap, Lucia wonders if this extravagant gift is really for her. The man apologizes for his rudeness in arriving so early to deliver the gift personally, introducing himself as Alan, head of the Ilix Trading Guild. He pledges to become a vassal of El Haran. Huh? Lucia's father is caught completely off guard by the unexpected offer. Both father and daughter exchange looks of pure confusion. Damn! Elsewhere, an enraged man knocks over a decorative stand in a fit of fury. Slamming his hands on a desk, the reddish-blonde man laments that he'd been looking forward to this day. He seethes with anger, wondering what on earth could have happened to ruin his plans. Meanwhile, the silver-haired emperor recalls the humiliation he suffered in front of the entire empire. He remembers verifying the sacred fox within a magic circle, now questioning what went wrong. As his mind races, the scene cuts back to the reddish-blonde man fuming in his office. A smirk crosses his face as he notes that a commotion has already begun. An uninvited guest, an elderly man in robes, materializes within a glowing green magic circle. The mysterious visitor has arrived, disrupting the tense atmosphere of the room. The reddish-blonde man sarcastically asks if this arrival is also thanks to the Great One. He angrily confronts the robed man for his audacity and unpermitted entry. Leaning on his desk, he menacingly questions how the robed man perceives him. A flash reveals the stern face of the elderly robed man. In a flashback, the robed man congratulates the newly crowned silver-haired emperor on his ascension. The young emperor smiles with smug satisfaction. He lets out a single dismissive laugh. The robed man stands before the new emperor, his expression unreadable. Taking the emperor's hands, he promises him a future filled with immense honor. He then scolds the emperor for being distracted, stating the recent incident happened because he ignored that person's words. Leaning in close, the robed man whispers that he has a message from him. He embraces the emperor, holding him in a disquieting hug. The messenger explains that his master will help the emperor, but the choice to accept is his. He pulls away, urging the emperor to make a wise choice. The emperor declares that what he needs is the strength for brutal revenge against his enemies. A glowing, dark-haired man vows revenge on those who wronged him. The grand hunting festival commences, drawing guests from far and wide. Nobles from across the empire assemble for the coronation. The festival allows knights and noble ladies alike to compete, as a red-haired woman readies her sword. The festival grounds bustle with knights and nobles preparing for the hunt. Lucia feels like a child on a picnic with her parents. Lucia explains the selection. Her parents are in, but two others are out. The white-haired man asks his red-haired partner if she's truly joining the hunt. Lucia questions the fairness of using magic, but her father notes Saria's skill with conventional weapons. He gives Saria a confident and knowing smile. He reveals she was once a mercenary, causing the flustered Saria to exclaim in surprise. Lucia begs for their dating story, but her parents playfully refuse. She reflects on her desire to check on the royal family during the festival. Sipping her juice, Lucia sits quietly by herself. Lucia overhears nobles blaming the absent duke, who has apparently taken full responsibility for some failure. She recognizes the forest as royal land she visited in her past life. Lost in thought, she feels a wave of emotion recalling her past. Eek. As she feels down, mysterious voices notice her sadness and offer a gift. Beckoned by glowing butterflies, she's led toward a mysterious ocean in the forest. She decides to proceed with caution. The butterflies guide her to a large tent, which she questions is the ocean. Annoyed, she asks if they seriously think the tent is an ocean. The butterflies detect the scent of water nearby. Peeking inside the tent, she wonders about its seaside owner. A booted foot steps into a swirling pool of water inside. Suddenly, she's swept up into a magical water vortex. What she cries, shocked to be surrounded by magical water. She closes her eyes, calmly embracing the magical water. Her fox features return as she splashes playfully in the water. Trapped in a water bubble, she panics about her ears and tail before relaxing and laughing at the absurdity. A dark-skinned man with blue hair emerges, surprised to find a visitor. With a flourish, he manipulates the water and formally greets Lucia. He gently catches the small floating girl. Her eyes sparkle as she reaches out to him. Holding her tiny fox form, he notes a strange sense of familiarity. Achoo! After she sneezes, he confirms his suspicion with a smile. She's told she sounds just like her father, Lenore, much to her annoyance. He asks if she knows her father, and prepares to introduce himself. He reveals his name is Mohiante, the blue whale. He explains he is her father's old friend and her godfather. Godfather, Lucia exclaims, completely stunned by the revelation. When she questions him, he assures her that whales do not lie. He asks about her broken bracelet, and she's shocked he knows about it. He apologizes with a sheepish grin as she looks away, embarrassed. He comforts his blushing goddaughter, saying it's the least he can do. A dark-haired woman's sudden arrival startles Mr. Mohiante. He asks the woman, Karina, not to use his name so formally. Karina points out that they are the only two people present. A stern voice commands them to stop as a powerful energy freezes the scene. Karina curses in shock at Lucia's cuteness, earning a scolding from Mohiante for her language. A dark-haired woman blushes, asking if the unimpressed little girl is her successor. Holding Lucia, the blue-haired man states that, unfortunately, he can't give her away. The dark-haired woman proudly declares Lucia is her goddaughter, then nervously clarifies she is Grand Duke Elharan's. He reminds the deflated woman, Lucia, that she should be heading back for the hunting festival. He offers to take her back, and she bids her highness farewell, swooning as he leaves. Walking through a field, he notices the flag of the Valan Empire. A blue and gold flag, bearing a complex crest, flutters in the wind. Lucia realizes her godfather is an important person, and he asks why she is staring. She asks if he is a duke, and he simply smiles. He gazes out over the autumn trees, holding her close. He promises to tell her his title the next time they meet. The scene transitions to a stone building nestled in the woods. Lucia happily calls out to her dad, who is petting a white horse. She runs to her father, telling him she explored the area. Her father lifts her into a warm hug. He holds her close, wondering why she smells like the sea. Lucia glares, accusingly asking if her parents raided her godfather's warehouse. Her father feigns shock at the word raided. He insists they simply received gifts, as chibi versions of them fly like masked thieves. An unseen voice calls this act a daylight robbery. Lucia asks where her mom is, and her father says Saria is checking gear in their tent. He suggests they go say hello before the hunt begins. They walk together through the bustling, colorful hunting grounds encampment. Her father looks down, confused, wondering who she is talking to. Inside a tent, a voice asks if the hunting preparations are progressing smoothly. Sunlight streams into a room with an ornate vanity and candelabra. The red-haired Saria calmly replies that everything is fine. The brown-haired Empress smiles, relieved to hear it. She explains the reason she stopped by just before the hunt. She wants to make a small suggestion to the Grand Duchess. Lenore and Lucia, now with fox ears, peek in as the Empress announces she is also participating. She suggests they make a light bet to strengthen their friendship. The bet is simple. See who can catch the most prey. Saria remains silent as the Empress adds that the loser must grant the winner a wish. Lucia and her father watch on, both looking confused by the unexpected challenge. The Empress gives a sly, confident smirk. A voice from the past questions what she is talking about. A flashback details the downfall of nobles and the disappearance of the royal family's moodiness. The narrator wonders what became of Bianchi, the woman at the center of the scandal. Once the most noble woman in the empire, Bianchi is introduced. Now, her throne is cracked and covered in cobwebs, her support system gone. She glares, recalling rumors that she was involved in the Duke's downfall. A memory shows people gossiping about how pathetic the queen was. Lost in a cosmic void, she seethes, feeling mocked and disrespected by the world. She remembers being throttled, realizing her downfall was the work of the Grand Duchy of Elharan. She concludes that the Grand Duchy must have been behind everything. Seeing the happy Elharan family, she bites her lip in bitter resentment. She wonders who could disgrace the royal family with such a scandal. With a clenched fist, the Empress vows to have her revenge. Back in the present, Sarah turns to mount her horse for the hunt. A memory surfaces of a red-haired woman holding a pink-haired baby at a party. In the memory, she was seen as unimpressive and without a notable background. A narrator fumes, unable to stand how she stole the attention they deserved. The scene shifts to the red-haired woman preparing to ride a horse. A brown-haired woman with purple eyes smirks, vowing this arrogance ends here. Floating with purple energy, the woman vows to humiliate her rival, as the red-haired woman wonders who is talking about her. The brown-haired woman sits across from the red-haired woman, proposing a bet. With a confident smirk, the brown-haired woman watches her rival. The red-haired woman calmly agrees to the bet, if the Empress wishes it. Pleased, the brown-haired woman accepts and bids the Grand Duchess farewell. She strides away, startling a nearby man as her hair whips past him. She glances back with a menacing, purple-eyed glare. The silver-haired man, Lenore, appears holding Lucia, as the red-haired woman, Saria, confirms she knew he was there. Lenore asks Saria if she'll be all right with the palace's hostility, but she's not worried about their tricks. Oh, a pink-haired Lucia looks up in awe at her parents. Saria stands proudly as Lucia thinks how cool her mom is. Lucia continues to gaze up at her parents with adoration. Shaking her head, Lucia thinks it's more than just cool. Moved by her daughter's admiration, a blushing Saria whispers Lucia's name. A cute drawing shows a fox-eared Saria hugging a tiny fox-eared Lucia. Lenore is bewildered, stating he's glad Lucia didn't inherit her mother's personality. Lucia cheerfully promises her mom she won't get hurt. Lenore thoughtfully addresses Saria about the hunt. He leans in, whispering a warning not to be too honest while hunting. He reminds her Lucia is watching, asking if she wants to look cool, startling Saria. Lucia worries about her mom getting hurt as a VS sign appears. Saria pauses, a look of realization dawning on her face. With a chibi Lenore popping up, Saria thinks she also wants to be a cool mom. A chibi Saria worries about losing, concluding that results can matter more than the process. Meanwhile, Lucia is content with her mom's attire, looking at pamphlets and prioritizing safety. As trumpets blare, Lucia realizes the event is starting. Lenore whispers affectionately to Saria, telling her to take care. Lucia asks what her father said, and he replies that he gave her mother encouragement. Her father reaches out his hand for Lucia to take. The scene focuses on a golden, ornate pamphlet for the event. Lenore explains they'll greet Saria at the meeting point after the event is over. A bright sky appears, hinting at an unexpected turn of events. A crowd of nobles stares in stunned silence. The brown-haired woman looks on, completely shocked and flustered. Lucia is speechless, her expression frozen in disbelief. The camera reveals a mountain of defeated animals piled high. An overhead view shows Saria beside a cart overflowing with prey, surrounded by even more animals. As her father laughs, Lucia demands to know what on earth he said to her mother. Saria looks sheepish as she is silently commanded to explain herself. A chibi flashback shows Lenore enthusiastically encouraging a very reluctant fox-eared Saria. Shaking her head, Saria dismisses the servants meant to assist her. She closes her eyes, preparing to reveal the majesty of a divine beast. Her eyes glow as she unleashes the ferocity of a predator on the forest animals. Standing by her massive pile of prey, she reflects that she only needed to knock them out. With a slight blush, she wonders just how many she was supposed to catch. Saria pauses in the sunlit forest, alerted by a rustle in the leaves. In the next clearing, she stands before a massive pile of unconscious forest animals. A crowd of nobles stares in utter shock at her incredible haul. As women praise the Grand Duchess, they ask if she really caught them all. The brown-haired empress remains silent, her face unreadable under her wide-brimmed hat. Her eyes glow with purple fury as she recalls making a bet with Saria. A flashback reveals the empress's cheating. She had captured and hidden game beforehand. The empress smirks, thinking she can't lose, then poses triumphantly with her pre-caught prey. Onlookers question the empress's sudden hunting prowess, having only seen her at parties. The empress looks out at the crowd, satisfied that this is how things should be. A woman in the crowd accuses Saria of cheating as the crowd's adoration shifts to her. The empress furiously demands Saria admit she cheated, but Saria calmly denies it. An accuser questions how she caught so much so fast, as Saria simply adjusts her hair. Challenging their doubt, Saria notices a small, jeweled pin fall from her collar. The empress looks up in startled confusion as something flashes past, a bird overhead. Saria coolly flicks her finger, sending the jeweled pin flying through the air. An impossibly fast projectile zips past the stunned empress's face. Lenore, Lucia, and a nearby guard watch the scene unfold with utter confusion. Thump! Saria simply says, "Ah," as the empress's clothes are suddenly shredded and tattered. With an innocent expression, Saria apologizes for the mishap. She looks at the fuming, blushing empress and asks if any more proof is needed. The utterly humiliated empress screams for her to stop. Lenore turns to a wide-eyed Lucia and asks if she saw that. He proudly explains that this is the power of an El Haran, as Lucia looks unimpressed. After a short break, the event transitions to the male nobles hunting competition. Lucia believes her father will be just as amazing as her mother. As Saria holds her, Lucia confidently thinks Lenore will undoubtedly win first place. Lucia asks her mom if she isn't going to wish her dad good luck. From afar, her father's voice promises he'll be back soon. Waving with a confident smile, Lenore rides off on his gleaming white horse. Saria holds a pouting Lucia as they watch him leave. Saria realizes she must release her catch, lest there be no animals left for the men to hunt. As her mother promises to be back soon, Lucia waves her arms in a cheerful farewell. Left to her own devices, Lucia ponders what to do next. She wonders aloud if she should just sit here and kill time. Slap! A voice suddenly shouts her name, startling her. Ethereal voices urgently warn her to be careful and watch out. "WH what?" Lucia cries, as swirling pink energy surrounds her. Looking down in fright, she sees a snake slithering at her feet. She realizes the spirits are panicking because it's a dangerous snake. A close-up shows the snake's large, iridescent teal scales. A massive, glowing green serpent with red eyes is revealed to be a basilisk. A dark, ominous presence fills the air. An unseen narrator reveals that basilisks have infiltrated the hunting grounds. Lucia looks on in fear, a nervous sweat beading on her face. The enormous basila looms over the forest floor. As smaller snakes slither from the shadows, Lucia frantically wonders what the plan is. The basila approaches as Lucia thinks it's up to no good. The massive snake and its brood rise up, ready to attack. Lucia's eyes widen in terror with a sudden dreadful thought: the whale's in danger. A woman realizes an unseen foe is targeting the blue-haired Grand Duke. Lucia looks to the side with a worried expression. Glowing pink spirits appear, vowing to protect Lucia. Snakes begin to slither through the undergrowth. Lucia quickly turns and runs away from the danger. As she runs, the spirits tease her for being a slow snail. Annoyed by their teasing, Lucia lets out a frustrated cry. Suddenly, a powerful pink light envelops her. Whoosh! She is unexpectedly lifted off the ground, shocking the spirits. What? Lucia screams, tumbling through the air in a panic. The Grand Duke's men spot something in the distance, realizing what's happening. As the Grand Duke and his companion enter the woods, hidden snakes prepare to strike. Airborne and determined, Lucia glares ahead. Surrounded by her spirit companions, she resolutely agrees to their plan. Got it, the spirits cheer, flying into action. A wave of sparkling pink magic washes over the forest. The Grand Duke looks back, sensing something amiss. He questions if it's magic as an invisible force zaps a snake at his feet. Deciding it's nothing, he's unaware, as invisible spirits punch the snakes around his horse's hooves. As a snake lunges, the horse rears back, startled by the unseen attack. Nay! The horse panics, spooked by the slithering snakes. A nearby guard gasps in shock at the sudden appearance of the snakes. The guards cry out in alarm as snakes swarm their feet. Amid the chaos, the Grand Duke tries to calm his horse, wondering what's happening. He looks up in astonishment to see Lucia flying through the sky and shouts her name. He leaps forward, catching the tiny girl in his arms. Holding Lucia and a small spirit, he asks, "What's going on?" Exhausted, Lucia mumbles incoherently before drifting off. With a grim expression, he realizes the bacillas were targeting him all along. He gently pats the sleeping Lucia's head. Karina rushes over to report that the snakes have been driven away. Mohiante declares the hunt over, ordering his men to remain vigilant on their way back. He tells Lucia she's safer with him, knowing the bacillas' scheme is far from over. Holding the child, he contemplates the enemy's next move. An arrow flies past as Mohiante shields Lucia, and his party is ambushed. "It's an ambush," he shouts, ordering his retainers into a battle formation. He spots the attackers emerging from the autumn trees. Karina recognizes the assailants as Elharan's knights, noting their strange, controlled state. Mohiante realizes the knights have been brainwashed, confirming the snakes were a diversion. Karina orders their forces to focus on subduing the knights without injuring them. As two men clash swords, one asks what they should do. Mohiante and Lucia watch the unfolding battle with concern. The spirits apologize to Lucia, their voices full of regret. Lucia's eyes well up with tears as she looks up with determination. The spirits' voices echo, telling her that only she can resolve this. "Only you can, Lucia," they insist, lending her their strength. A memory surfaces of a small girl reaching for a fallen figure. Her strange power manifests again, surprising Mohiante and Karina. An instinct takes over as Lucia feels she knows what to do, unleashing her energy. A brilliant explosion of pink and gold light erupts through the forest. A white-haired man on horseback considers a succession proposal. The purple-haired man considers a perfect pink gift for our little one. An entourage arrives, hailing the Grand Duke of Elharan. The white-haired man offers a silent, knowing smile. The blonde emperor is greeted with reverence. The Grand Duke casually explains he's just scouting for prey. The emperor aggressively questions the Grand Duke's motives. The Grand Duke scoffs at the emperor's misplaced priorities. Disgusted, he contemplates seizing the throne himself. A sudden, sharp realization strikes the Grand Duke. He recalls the fearsome barbarians who worship calamities. They wish to unleash another great catastrophe upon the continent. As a sacred guardian, he knows he cannot let his guard down. The scene shifts to a black-haired boy and a small pink-haired girl. Protecting the ice wall is paramount, so a new ruler must be chosen. He decides his little one would be the perfect choice. It's merely a matter of setting a new precedent. He is certain Lucia's kind heart will make her an excellent ruler. Furthermore, he believes she possesses an innate charisma. Father and daughter share a look of utter confusion. Vernon and Hiken appear to be just as confused. Her abilities are described as a unique, personal gift. A young Lucia looks up at a taller blonde woman. If Lucia ascends the throne, the city of Rohim will flourish. The emperor proposes an idea with a challenging smirk. He directly questions the Grand Duke's approval of his rule. The Grand Duke maintains a calm, smiling demeanor. The Grand Duke offers false praise, which the emperor smugly accepts. Relieved, the Grand Duke's horse moves forward. A soldier gallops toward them with an urgent message. He frantically reports an attack on the Valaine delegation. The culprits, he claims, are Elharan's knights. At the scene, people tend to the wounded delegation. An injured delegate nurses his wounds in the aftermath. Panicked, the Grand Duke dismounts and shouts for Lucia. A blue-haired man calmly holds a sleeping Lucia. A red-haired knight stands nearby with a stern expression. The captured knights kneel on the ground, bound and defeated. The Grand Duke realizes he has fallen for an absurd trap. The Emperor coldly demands an immediate explanation. He suggests a good explanation might ease international tensions. A hand begins to glow with a powerful blue light. The blue-haired man states Elharan's knights were protectors, not attackers. The Emperor scoffs, asking if he's being called a liar. Startled by the tension, Lucia's eyes pop open. Called out for jumping to conclusions, the emperor explodes with rage. The emperor rages, while the man calmly denies any breach of decorum. He then reveals the shocking truth. Lucia is his goddaughter. The emperor is stunned into silence by the revelation. Surrounded by a watery aura, he smiles at a very confused Lucia. After Mohiante reveals he is the emperor of Valin, Agris is left completely speechless. Leaving the stunned Agris behind, Lenore and Mohiante lead everyone back to the El Haran residence. In the drawing room, Mohiante reveals it was Lucia who broke Basila's mind control. A flashback shows a man casting a powerful mind control spell over his followers. Lucia's radiant energy purges the sinister aura clinging to the El Haran Knights. Her caretakers marvel at her unique and unheard-of power to purify mental corruption. Lenore questions if they're certain Basila was behind the attack. The red-haired woman suggests they should rest, and Mohiante agrees, as Lucia nods sleepily. A golden spirit scoffs, wondering if those fools would ever believe their story. Mohiante thoughtfully considers the situation, surprised that Basila would target the Roahim imperial family. Lenore looks downcast, worrying that he's made things difficult for his friend. Mohiante raises his glass with a smile, assuring him that this is the least a friend should do. A reflection in his drink recalls how he revealed his identity to protect El Haran. When asked about his plans, Lenore shocks everyone by declaring he will acquire the throne for Lucia. The blue-haired man thoughtfully considers the plan as the red-haired woman and Lucia look on in surprise. Holding a wide-eyed Lucia, the red-haired woman asks what on earth they're talking about. The blue-haired man smiles charmingly, telling her not to glare at him like that. Flustered, the red-haired woman thinks his charm might just melt her like the ice wall. Wow, she covers her face in embarrassment as little Lucia looks up curiously. A cat-eared boy asks Mohiante why he's teasing another's wife, and he cheekily replies it's because he isn't cared for properly. Standing to leave, Mohiante tells the silver-haired man he'll be taking his leave. The woman holds Lucia as Mohiante's voice wishes her a fond farewell. He extends an invitation for them to visit his home Valin in the future. A beautiful, ornate golden key with a blue gem materializes from his magic. Clang! The sound of a door closing echoes through the now empty hall. As the key floats toward Lucia, Lenore remarks that Mohiante must really like her. Lucia asks if the key is a good thing, and her guardian smiles, explaining what it is. He tells her it's a priceless treasure in Valin, and to keep it safe for now. Back at another residence, a voice wonders what could have possibly happened here tonight. Agrias shouts in disbelief, finally realizing the man he confronted was the Emperor of Valin. He seethes with anger, understanding the Emperor is also the El Haran Grand Duchess's godfather. In Valin, Mohiante is welcomed home, holding a small creature in his arms. The El Haran family watches from a distance as their allies depart. The blue-haired man and red-haired man glare at each other with intense animosity. Agris stands in a garden with a mysterious hooded figure. The hooded figure examines their hand, musing that something feels strange. Lucia thinks back. Sure, she did everything she was supposed to during the earlier battle. Agris desperately asks the hooded figure if he made any mistakes in the confrontation. The figure turns away, declining to answer the question directly. They then reassure Agris, taking the blame for any unexpected events and praising his performance. Taking Audrey's hand, the figure promises to grant him even greater strength if he trusts them more. Agris's eyes widen, glowing an eerie green as he falls under the figure's influence. Green energy ensnares him, a terrifying power that binds both body and mind to its user's will. The hooded figure realizes serving this powerful man is more beneficial than worshipping an uncertain divine beast. They pledge their loyalty, promising to double the offerings from now on. With a sinister smile, the hooded figure asks for their next command. The figure declares there's still time left and orders Agris to stay by their side. Promising exciting things to come, the figure plots while a man watches over a peacefully sleeping Lucia. 5 years later, the political landscape has shifted. Despite Agris's coronation, the El Haran Duchy's power has grown significantly. The reason for their rise is their long-hidden, powerful alliance with the Valin Empire's royal family. The Emperor of Valin was the Grand Duchess's godfather, revealing his identity to protect her. Agris's failures shifted public favor to the Grand Duchy, damaging the imperial family's reputation. HMPH. A chibi Agris fumes in annoyance. A chibi version of the red-haired woman wonders if they mean her. With Bianchi appearing less, nobles began aligning with the charismatic Saria, who they found unexpectedly kind. A map shows Elharan's influence steadily expanding across the Rohim Empire. A hand playfully flicks a group of tiny spirits while calling out to Lucia. The white-haired man, Vermin, scolds Lucia for staring at the mirror, but she's just fascinated to see her 8-year-old self growing every day. Exasperated, Vermin asks why he bothers teaching if she already knows everything, but Lucia quickly denies it. Lucia flatters her teacher, declaring it's a blessing to be taught by someone so talented. HMPH. Vermin tries to hide his smile, clearly enjoying the praise as Lucia watches him. Lucia proudly notes she's taller than the desk, amusing her thoughtful teacher. Wearing a graduation cap, Vermin holds Lucia in her fox form, while others express their envy. Thanks to her past life's memories, Lucia quickly mastered reading, arithmetic, and history. As the blonde woman smiles from her memories, Lucia diligently practices her writing. She recalls that Vermin was never surprised by her progress, simply believing it was natural for his sibling. Expecting him to be short-tempered, she realizes he's different with her and concludes the other mages who couldn't handle his lessons were the weird ones. She imagines Vermin coolly asking why a normal person would die during an exam, terrifying his other students. Through a grand doorway, a voice notes that the sun is setting. Vermin decides to end the lesson for the day, and Lucia enthusiastically agrees to have dinner. A red-haired man bursts in to call them to dinner, starting an argument with a scowling Vernon. "Let's go," he says, leading a happy Lucia away with Vermin following closely behind. The scene shifts to a quiet, ornate hall, now empty for the night. Lucia sleeps peacefully in her bed, unaware of the dream beginning to unfold. A drop hits the surface of sparkling blue water as she thinks, "Huh?" She steps into the mysterious water, wondering where she is. Transformed into a small white fox, she gazes up into a bright, clear sky. A sudden wave crashes over her, pulling her under the water. Voices greet the fox, asking if she's been well and reminding her of a birth ceremony. Noticing she has 2 tails, she dismisses the vision as a weird dream where her family appeared. An indignant voice shouts, startling the fox by asking how she could call their efforts to enter her dream nonsense. Floating through a cosmic void, she realizes the spirits have been interfering with her dream. She asks if they are the same spirits from before, and a voice confidently confirms it. Surrounded by tiny angelic beings, she asks why they've come for her after she's been living so peacefully. The spirits announce they have an important favor to ask of Lou and Stella, piquing her curiosity. A voice from the void instructs her to look at this. The small fox stares in awe at a breathtaking, celestial landscape revealed before her. A voice continues as the scene shifts to a desolate, snowy wilderness. In the biting snow, a dark figure collapses to their knees. It's Feyron, injured but determined, trekking through the endless blizzard. The scene fades into a dark, snowy static. Again, the figure is shown collapsing in the harsh, unforgiving snow. And again, Feyron forces himself onward through the blizzard, his face grim. The dream shifts, showing both the fox and Lucia's human form looking up into the same starry sky. "No," she cries in horror, as a monstrous, multi-eyed entity forms in the darkness. Seeing Feyron walking toward a massive, glowing rift, Lucia screams for him not to go there. An overwhelming dread washes over her, a deep unease telling her that Feyron must not proceed. Floating in the vast emptiness, she desperately wonders why he is doing this. The spirits explain that this event happened just days ago, and they need her help. Lucia panics, realizing it might be too late to save Feyron. The spirits warn her that the situation is dire and she must act. Overwhelmed, Lucia wonders what she is supposed to do. A mysterious voice gives her a clear instruction. Go to the north. Swish, a wave of blue energy signals a transition. The spirits give her a clear mission. Find Feyron Abalode. Lush floats through a beautiful, sparkling void, guided by the spirits. The voice addresses her by another name, Yanel de Rohim. Waking from her dream, Lucia bursts out of her room declaring she must go north. She interrupts a family meeting, catching Vermin, Lenore, Saria, and another red-haired man by surprise. As Saria asks what she's saying, a chibi attendant wisely decides to leave them to it. Lucia rushes to Saria, urgently telling her that something has happened to Feyron. She begins to explain what she saw in her dream. As Vermin and the red-haired man listen, Lenore reacts with shock, startling Saria. "Oh no!" Lenore quickly smiles, apologizing to a frightened Lucia for scaring her. Taking her dream seriously, he urges her to continue, explaining that divine beast dreams can reveal the truth. He continues speaking, gesturing toward the others. Lucia glares, accusingly asking if he's teasing her. The red-haired woman asks Vermon if he's heard from Pharaon, but he hasn't. Vermon grows concerned, realizing Pharaon hasn't been responding to his messages. Lenore makes a decision, announcing that they must all go north to find Pharaon. He instructs the red-haired woman to contact Mohiante and keep him updated on their plans. Lenore playfully asks the others if they can oversee the Grand Duke's duties in his absence. Lenore finalizes the plan. He, Vermon, and Lucia will travel north, leaving the others behind. He offers a confident, reassuring smile. With clues from the dream and Vermon's experience, Lenore teleports them north. Upon arrival, a guard reports something strange. The northern barbarians have vanished. Lenore listens intently to the report about the missing barbarians. As Lenore and Vermon cross the vast ice wall, Lucia watches from a window. She closes her eyes and prays earnestly. Lucia prays that they will return safely as a group of 3 with Pharaon. The snowy northern castle stands under a bright sky. The next morning, Lucia finds Lenore and Vermon exhausted, wondering what happened to them. Lenore lies on the couch, contemplating Pharaon's reason for suddenly heading north. Vermon holds his aching head, realizing only one thing could make Pharaon act so rashly. A vision of the smiling blonde woman Ionel appears. Lenore is shocked as he processes the implication. Pharaon was in love with the long-dead princess. Vermon looks annoyed by the gossip as Lucia stares blankly. Lenore explains his theory. Basila preserved Princess Ionel's body with divine energy. He smiles knowingly as he continues his explanation. He deduces her body must be hidden in the treacherous Icewood mountain range. With dawning horror, Vermon understands what Pharaon has done. He realizes Pharaon must have learned the truth about Ionel's body, and because of that truth, he crossed the forbidden ice wall alone. The vision confirms it. Pharaon learned the truth and now struggles through the snow. Lenore concludes that this is the most likely scenario. Verspin despairs, explaining that if the elders find Pharaon, he will face a divine trial. A determined Chibi Vermon asks Lucia if she will go find Pharaon with them. Lenore justifies taking Lucia on the dangerous mission, reminding everyone that she saw the truth in her dream. The white-haired man holds Lucia and suggests they trust her instinct about Pharaon. Agreeing with the reason, the group treks through a vast, snowy wilderness. As they walk, the white-haired man reminds Lucia their trip is a secret. He offers to carry the little girl up the mountain. Now in his arms, Lucia recalls how Haikon previously climbed up with a rope. She looks down from the snowy path, wondering if she'll have to climb too. Whoosh! The man leaps into the air with her, surrounded by a swirl of blue energy. Clink! In an instant, he lands atop a distant peak, leaving everyone else behind. He playfully calls Lucia a snail, while she and a light blue-haired man stare in shock, realizing he just walked up the wall. The light blue-haired man struggles to make his way up the snowy cliffside. As the white-haired man holds a sleeping Lucia, he teases the exhausted, light blue-haired Vernon for being slow. Vernon complains about leading when his companion is using a tracking spell, indicated by 2 floating blue flames. The white-haired man feels something is wrong, suddenly realizing the spirits are quiet. Lucia remembers the lively pink spirit butterflies from before, but the forest is now still. Looking into the dense, dark woods, she notes how pitch black everything is. A voice from the shadows tells them to look over there. The white-haired man sternly calls for the hidden person to come out. A rustle is heard from the deep woods. A mysterious figure wearing a horned mask and tribal garb appears in the snow. The group looks up as the masked individual hovers before them. The white-haired man jokes about a life-ending plan, while a purple-haired man in another panel asks if they came to die. Lucia turns to the white-haired man, calling out, "Dad, Dad." She asks to be put down, believing the figure has a message for them. Standing on her own, Lucia faces the imposing masked figure. The figure reaches into a leather pouch at their side. They reveal a familiar blue amulet, and Lucia realizes it belongs to Pharaon. Startled, Vernon calls out to his dad, understanding something terrible has happened to Pharaon. The masked figure confirms through their thoughts that Pharaon is badly hurt. They convey that help is needed, as Lucia's eyes glow with worry. Vernon asks if they should follow, and the white-haired man agrees they have no other choice. Vernon worries about a trap, but the masked figure questions his hesitation. The white-haired man casually suggests they can just kill everyone if it's a trap, and they proceed. The masked figure leads them onward through the dark, snowy forest. A burst of intense purple light flashes from deep within the woods. Lucia stares ahead in wide-eyed shock at the ominous glow. "Feyron," she screams, seeing him enveloped in a storm of dark purple energy. Having found Feyron, the white-haired man asks Vernon for more light in the dark forest, but Vernon says he can't make it brighter. Kneeling beside an unconscious Feyron, Lucia senses another power is suppressing the light. She notices a dark energy emanating from Feyron's body. "Spirits!" Lucia shouts in terror as she realizes black spirits are pouring out of Feyron. The white-haired man and Vernon are stunned, exclaiming that the spirits are visible to them. Lucia desperately questions why black spirits are emerging from Feyron. A brief memory shows a younger, black-haired Feyron. The narration explains the dire implications of spirits materializing to this extent. Vernon draws his glowing sword, grimly wondering if they are already too late. The terrified Lucia looks up at her dad for help. Crack! The white-haired man's golden eyes flare with power. Suddenly, countless red eyes appear in the darkness, and the masked figure wonders if they are here to protect Feyron. The white-haired man and Vernon prepare to defend the fallen Feyron from the unseen threats. A red moon hangs in the starry sky, marking the end of the chapter. A dark, eerie forest pulses with a strange purple light. With a powerful slash, a white-haired man fells a masked foe in the snowy woods. His bandaged hand grips the hilt of his glowing sword. The white-haired man smirks, a fresh scratch on his cheek. Vernon skillfully ensnares multiple attackers with glowing threads of energy. He remains intensely focused, manipulating the magical restraints with precision. Lucia stands safely within a pillar of divine blue light. A horned barbarian is struck down by bolts of dark purple energy. Lucia watches the chaos unfold, her eyes wide with horror. Overwhelmed by the brutal fighting, she wonders if Vernon and Lenore are always this violent. A voice cries out her name as Lucia looks on in alarm. She notices a dark corruption spreading rapidly across the ground. The spirits appear, furiously declaring that no one is allowed to harm Lucia. Vowing revenge, the spirits eagerly prepare for a fight. A dark energy blast slams into Lucia's barrier, causing it to crack. Crack. The protective blue barrier shatters under the overwhelming assault. Lucia braces for impact as her shield is destroyed. Dark tendrils of energy begin to envelop the terrified girl. She realizes, with dread, that they're about to be caught in the crossfire. Whoosh! She is pulled into a swirling vortex of darkness. "Father," she cries, as the white-haired man, Lenore, reaches for her. An immense wave of dark magic engulfs Lucia as someone screams her name. "Damn it," Lenore growls, shouting for Vernon, who is caught in a massive energy web. A captured barbarian scoffs, ready for the next move. Lenore is violently thrown back as a voice desperately yells for Lucia. A large hand reaches out to save her from the encroaching darkness. Using his own energy threads, Lenore dives into the void and grabs Lucia's hand. Lucia feels an unknown force pulling her deeper, wondering what's happening. Looking up, she recognizes her rescuer, weakly calling out, "Lenore?" Her heart-shaped brooch glows faintly against the darkness. As Lenore's hand tightens around hers, she begins to worry about him. He gives her a confident smile, trying to reassure her. A small, trusting smile appears on Lucia's face as she looks at him. She struggles against the vortex's pull, reaching for safety. Pushing her away, Lenore promises to return as he's consumed by the darkness. The scene shifts to a silhouetted woman walking through a beautiful palace garden. She notes that while the garden has changed, the palace layout remains familiar. The woman remembers the precise path toward the grand fountain. Looking toward a large tree, she stops, surprised by an unexpected sight. She finds a young man she calls Rand sleeping peacefully against the trunk. Reaching out, she tries to gently wake him up. Her hand phases through him as reality distorts into dark energy, revealing determined blue eyes. The man looks up at her, dazed and confused. She recoils in shock, realizing it's not Ron, but Feyron. Startled by the mistaken identity, she stumbles backward. Tick. Time seems to shift as a woman with silver hair turns away. A young woman with blonde hair and green eyes looks down in shock, questioning her hair color. Her thoughts echo in disbelief. Platinum blonde? A tranquil scene of white flowers and lush greenery fills the view. The blonde woman stares at her hands, her mind reeling in confusion over her appearance. Her hands reach out in a sunlit garden, feeling a strange disconnect. The blonde woman looks down at Feyron's form, horrified, and claiming she did nothing. The memory shifts to a peaceful day, showing Feyran and the woman resting together under a tree. A long-haired man whispers to Feyran that the northern ice wall is a grave for the dead. Whoosh! A storm rages over the frozen mountains. Feyran stands alone in the Idelvedor mountain range, a land filled with divine energy. A gloved hand pulses with ominous purple magic. He walks through a dark portal, sensing the strong presence of rare spirits. Feyran acknowledges the danger as he already struggles to control dark spirits. Lying injured in the snow, he laments getting caught in Basila's mysterious plans. He holds on to the belief that Princess Ionel is waiting for him at his journey's end. In his mind, he reaches for her departing figure. He recalls how Basila carried her away, never revealing where he hid her body. After a long and fruitless search, Feyran finally discovers a lead in the snowy wilderness. His expression is grim but resolute as he continues his trek. He decides he must pursue the lead, even if it's a trap. Thump! His foot lands on the edge of a crumbling cliff. He tumbles helplessly down the steep, rocky incline. Tiesk, with a grunt of frustration, he unleashes a wave of dark energy to break his fall. The violent vortex of purple magic obscures his landing. When the energy clears, only splatters of blood remain on the ground. Feyran discovers a massive wall of ice, realizing it's a magic circle created by a spirit. The massive, scaled form of a sleeping dragon comes into view. Feyran cautiously approaches the colossal, slumbering beast. From above, his tiny figure is dwarfed by the immense red dragon. He gasps, realizing the sealed creature possesses power rivaling the 6 divine beasts. Understanding dawns. He was sent here to deal with this legendary catastrophic being. Tiesk! Clutching his chest, he worries he overexerted himself, destroying the magic circle. Red energy flares from his hands as he prepares for the inevitable fight. He collapses, screaming in agony as a strange power erupts from his body. He looks around in despair, finding a corpse that is not the one he seeks. Defeated, he lies in the snow, mocking the futility of his journey. As he considers giving up, a distant voice calls out for Rand to wake up. Feyran remains unconscious as the voice continues to call his name. A faint glimmer of light appears in the encroaching darkness. The light intensifies as a new voice gently calls out, "Feyran?" The scene returns to the peaceful memory of Feyran and the blonde woman under the tree. The woman looks at her own blonde hair in utter panic and confusion. As she frantically pulls at her hair, a voice warns her to stop. Feyran gently takes her hand, startling her chibi form with his sudden touch. He looks at her with concern, and she notices his eyebrow twitch with worry. She clenches her fist, thinking that her sudden panic isn't the real issue. Smiling sweetly, she apologizes to Sir Abelode for her informal behavior, flustered by the dreamlike encounter. As rain begins to fall, Feyran suddenly drapes his cape over her to keep her dry. A downpour begins as a voice notes the changing weather. Feyran looks down at her with a soft, protective gaze. She stares up at him, her eyes wide with surprised admiration. In a cute interlude, she insists that he should also share his thoughts. Giggling, she pulls him close under the cape, deciding they can share the shelter. Feyran's eye widens in a dark, sudden flash of realization. She holds the soaked man, unaware of the situation. As they stand in the rain, she notices Feyran has gone quiet. She wonders if he's cold as he pulls her closer. Breaking the silence, she addresses him as Sir Abelode. She asks if she can question him, and he quietly agrees. She asks why he spent years investigating her death. The moment dissolves into a blue, textured haze. From a young age, I have been drawn to the magic of storytelling and the power it holds to transport us to different worlds, to evoke emotions, and to connect us with one another. My journey into the realm of filmmaking began with a simple curiosity, a desire to understand how stories are brought to life on screen. I immersed myself in the works of great directors, studying their techniques, their narratives, and their ability to craft cinematic experiences that resonate deeply with audiences. Her question echoes. Why did he investigate her death? She presses him on why he's digging into the past. He admits he doesn't know and may never have an answer. Visibly moved, he thanks her for believing in him. With a clench of his fist, he says he truly wanted to thank her. He addresses her as Your Highness, startling her. Lost for words, he suddenly leans in and kisses her. The kiss transforms the scene into a sunny day under a beautiful tree. Zap! She is completely shocked by the sudden kiss. A flustered chibi her shakes from the electrifying moment. Sunlight breaks through the trees as the scene shifts. She looks away as Pharaon recovers, covering his mouth. A close-up reveals Pharaon's blushing, stunned expression. She feels an incredible warmth as Pharaon gazes at her intensely. He continues to watch her as she sits beside him. Looking into her eyes, Pharaon confesses his love. She gasps, covering her mouth in total disbelief. Their kiss is shown again in a soft, ethereal light. She touches her lips, blushing as she wonders if they really just kissed. Her eyes widen in a sudden, shocked realization. She panics, questioning if she truly just kissed Pharaon. Poof, the magical moment ends, revealing them sitting apart. She looks around, dazed and confused by the sudden change. Crack! The dream world shatters around them like glass. The pink-haired girl, Lucia, wakes up with a start. She looks around the snowy landscape, sensing a strange atmosphere. She sees Lenore holding a sword to a man's back. Lenore demands an answer from Pharaon Abelode. With his blade at Pharaon's throat, Lenore asks if he's lost his mind. Pharaon apologizes, taking full responsibility for his actions. Lucia watches in horror as Lenore gives a final warning. Lenore glances down at Lucia, while Pharaon sits defeated. Lucia notices a glowing red tattoo on the man's neck. She realizes, with dawning horror, that the man is not Pharaon. She stammers, trying to get her father's attention. A chibi Lucia frantically asks where Vermon is. Lenore thoughtfully considers the question. He guesses Vermin is buried nearby, as a device beeps over his boot. A completely bandaged Vermon warns them to stay out of his Grace's business. The culprit for Vermon's injuries is revealed, a white-haired man calmly peeling an apple. The narrative explains Lenore transformed into a divine beast to save Lucia. Lenore looks on in anguish, surrounded by the glow of his divine power. A flashback shows Vernon trying to stop a magic-wielding Lenore, who frantically casts a spell. In a comedic summary, Lenore's rage is depicted as a bowling strike that wipes out Vernon and the barbarians. A bandaged Lenore learns that if Lucia hadn't arrived, Pharaon would have been torn in half. Vernon cheekily offers a plate of food, saying Lenore should be thanking him. Swish. Vernon tries to feed the injured Lenore, who stares back in disgust. The bandaged man yells at Vernon, blaming him for his condition as Lucia looks on with a weary sigh. Lucia stares at a grandfather clock, anxiously hoping Pharaon will return safely. She reflects that while Pharaon has his senses back, he still seems unstable, but thankfully doesn't recognize her as Lionel. Her thoughts drift as she realizes that Pharaon was Ran the entire time. Lucia marvels at how she never noticed the identical looks and mannerisms between the young and adult Pharaon. She blushes, mortified by all the things she must have said directly to Pharaon. In a memory, she nervously asks someone about how Pharaon is doing. She learns that Pharaon sent his birthday congratulations to her, shocking her completely. A younger Lucia asks if Pharaon simply threw her invitation away, but young Ran confirms he did not. The thought of a blonde woman kissing Pharaon sends a cat-eared chibi Lucia into a panicked tailspin. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, she feels she's doomed and can never face Pharaon again. The scene shifts to a grand castle, overshadowed by a determined-looking man. After leaving Vernon to sleep, Lucia and a white-haired man take a walk in the falling snow. Dressed warmly in a yellow coat, Lucia looks up with wide eyes at the gentle snowfall. Lucia glances over at the white-haired man walking beside her in the snow. He recalls holding her hand, thinking it's been awkward between them since that day. The white-haired man turns to Lucia with a gentle expression, asking, He smiles reassuringly, telling her there is nothing to be sorry for. Patting her head gently, he calls her his brave little one. He promises Lucia that he will become stronger, so she'll never have to make such a choice again. Lucia vows to become stronger too, calling him Dad, and he smiles with pride. The white-haired man joyfully lifts Lucia into a warm embrace. The scene transitions to a snowy landscape under the light of a full moon. A mysterious, long-haired figure stands cloaked in a dark, snowy wood. The figure stands on a cliff, stating that the object of his desire is hidden below. He notes the area is sealed by ancient spirit magic, which a divine beast's power cannot penetrate. He concludes that to fight spirit power, he'll need spirit power of his own. A sly, confident smile spreads across the elf-like man's face. Pharaon descends into a purple abyss, ready to live up to expectations. He approaches the colossal remains of a long-dead beast that once caused a great calamity. As Pharaon stands before the creature's remains, Green, snake-like tendrils rise from the snow. The elf-like man observes a snake, wondering if Feyran will also grow to cause such a calamity. A green snake, with glowing red eyes, prepares to strike. The elf-like man stands over the beast's corpse, eagerly anticipating the outcome. His eye gleams with a sharp, predatory focus. He sighs with satisfaction as green motes of energy swirl around him. The elf-like man remembers Luanstella, wondering if she broke Feyran's mental magic sooner than he'd planned. A bright light symbolizes his smooth-running plan. He examines a glowing pink vial, representing an unpredictable variable causing errors. Observing Lucia from afar, he thinks to himself how adorable she is. Back in the present, Lucia sits with her cheeks puffed out, visibly annoyed. Attendants try to coax a sulking, fox-eared Lucia into trying on new outfits. A red-haired woman asks to be taught something, but a maid warns her that it's dangerous. In a chibi standoff, Lucia insists on using a kid's version, but the red-haired woman flatly refuses. After returning home, Lucia resolves to grow stronger, pictured in a warm embrace with the white-haired man. A young girl with pink hair trains with divine power, but feels it is not enough. She desires more physical training, thinking of a red-haired woman armed for battle. An excited chibi, her clenches her fists with determination. When she asks a woman named Saria to teach her how to shoot, she is firmly rejected. She is told she can learn at age 10, leaving her to wait 2 more years. She exclaims in frustration that she cannot possibly wait that long. Her thoughts turn to her next target for persuasion, a smiling, silver-haired man. She asks the man for training, explaining that Saria will only teach her when she turns 10. His hair turns blue as he also refuses, admitting he doesn't want to get scolded by her mom. He offers a compromise, suggesting he could teach her swordsmanship instead. She droops with disappointment at his offer as he watches in surprise. Looking out from a balcony, she feels impatient, wanting to get stronger now rather than wait 2 years. A red-haired man watches her from a distance as she looks down, lost in thought. A short-haired woman named Hark stretches, welcoming someone before realizing who it is with a start. The girl is flustered by the mercenaries, as Hark confirms she is the Grand Duke's daughter. The red-haired man, Hikan, finds the girl sitting alone and asks why she's out here. He notes her gloomy expression as she whimpers sadly to herself. Hikan snaps his fingers with an idea, and the girl looks up, shocked by his suggestion. As Hikan carries her off, Hark yells that kidnapping is going too far. Hikan laments that the mercenaries will be disgraced for abduction, while the girl clarifies she just wanted to run away secretly. A muscular arm flexes impressively. A close-up shows the man's powerful bicep. While muscular mercenaries flex, Hikan argues with another man, who tells him to look at something he found. The man explains an old lady wants to hire a mercenary, but Hikan dismissively tells him to find one. He reveals the request comes with a mysterious, glowing golden object. The request is specifically for someone named Crimson Flame, shocking Hikan. The man strikes a proud pose as Hikan and the girl look on. As the girl sips her drink, she thinks the name Crimson Flame sounds familiar. She reflects on being interrupted by Hikan, as Saria is told a client wants to meet her before dying. Saria calmly asks why she is being told this information. Hikan advises her to turn the job down, which she admits is unusual for him. The man presents the envelope again, explaining the client left a special item with the request. Saria stares at the golden object, rendered speechless. She abruptly stands, telling everyone to wait a minute. Clack! She walks towards the door, leaving Hikan and the girl behind. The girl asks Hikan who Crimson Flame is, and he seems surprised she doesn't know. He reveals Crimson Flame was Saria's name when she was a legendary mercenary who rewrote history. An image depicts Saria as a legendary warrior wreathed in brilliant fire. She was known as the greatest fire mage in history, wielding a magnificent red fan. Hikan explains that Crimson Flame was the pioneer who sparked the golden age of mercenaries. He adds that many modern mercenaries chose their path because they admired her. The girl is stunned, realizing she never knew how incredible Saria truly was. The man explains that the golden object was bought with the first money Saria ever earned as a mercenary. Saria enters the room, her expression resolute. She glances back with a sharp, determined look. The three of them sit together in a carriage. The girl looks at Saria, deep in thought. Saria looks out the window, seemingly unwilling to talk about her past. Hikan sighs, as the three of them stand together in a village. The journey ends at a quaint cottage, where the client offered substantial payment. A gloved hand pushes the wooden door open. Hiken, Surya, and Lucia stand together before the client's home. As Surya steps forward, Hikan and Lucia watch with comically shocked expressions. Inside, an elderly woman sits at a table as Surya approaches from behind. The old woman looks up, recognizing Surya in the doorway and calling her Anna. The woman expresses her surprise, admitting she never thought she would see Surya again. Hiken introduces himself and his mercenary corps, confirming they are here to fulfill her request. Seeing the resemblance, she correctly guesses Lucia is Surya's daughter, and Lucia introduces herself. The woman compliments Lucia and fondly tells Surya that she hasn't changed a bit. With a sigh, the woman remarks that she, however, has grown old, as Surya listens silently. A hand gently rests on Surya's shoulder. In a memory, a blonde woman explains she never searched for Surya because she knew she was special. Back in the present, the old woman comforts Surya, happy to see she has a family. She smiles, saying that knowing Surya is well puts her mind at ease before she goes. Surya questions what she means, and the woman calmly states that all humans die. The woman reminisces about their days as mercenaries together. Her younger self admits her arrogance in believing she could overcome any illness. Surya desperately offers to call a healer, but the woman refuses, knowing her time is up. She looks at Surya with a faint, knowing smile. In a golden memory, she recalls fighting side by side, wishing to take Surya's flame one last time. The old woman presents her final request to Surya. Surya pulls her old friend into a final, tight embrace. A brilliant whirlwind of fire and rose petals erupts from Surya's fan. Lying peacefully, the old woman tells Surya she burns brighter than anyone else. Hiken comforts Lucia, saying their reunion reminds him of past struggles, before suggesting they step outside. Waiting outside, Hiken and Lucia observe the sorrow on Surya's face. Lucia looks down with a heavy heart, deep in thought. A past warning echoes in her mind: do not fall in love with humans. Lucia stands alone under the sparkling night sky. The lesson is to protect oneself from the pain of loss. Surya pays her respects at her friend's grave, ensuring she wasn't left alone. In her friend's honor, Surya and Lucia decide to build an orphanage in her name. A formal request is sent to the Hark Mercenary Corps, with Hiken standing ready. Surya asks Hiken to investigate Anna's past, noting she lived a frugal life. Hiken reports back that despite good pay, Anna continued to live in poverty. With growing concern, Sarah realizes something terrible must have happened to her friend. Hiken's investigation reveals Anna found a blood relative while Surya was away. Having always wanted a family, Anna treasured her relative with all her heart, but her feelings were not returned, as her relative's smile hides dark intentions. After his business failed, her relative was threatened by loan sharks, so Anna gave him all her savings. He used the money to pay his debts and start new businesses, and after many failures, one finally succeeded. But when Anna visited, her now wealthy cousin cruelly dismissed her as a beggar he didn't know. Hiken concludes his report, explaining the cousin started a trading company and never repaid Anna. Surya bows her head in sorrow as Lucia watches, her expression hardening with anger. Lucia erupts in furious flames, calling the man a bastard for his betrayal. A quiet, dark energy emanates from Surya as she rises from the couch. Lucia looks up at her mother in confusion. Wah! Lucia calls out for her mom as Surya explodes in a terrifying inferno of rage. Amidst the roaring flames, someone whispers Hiken's name in fear. Hiken trembles as he holds Lucia, thinking the world must be ending, while Lucia cries out for her mom as Surya appears, engulfed in a terrifying, fiery aura. Lucia defiantly declares she'll handle this, thinking she knows how to make the culprit pay for his crimes. A lavishly dressed man with a grand mustache welcomes them to the Ilix Guild. The man addresses Lucia as Lady Grand Duke, confused by her and Hiken's sudden appearance as his attendants notice the smell of something burning. Lucia explains she has come with a request, and the guild master insists she needs no appointment. He closes his eyes in reverence, declaring he has awaited this day since swearing his loyalty. When he asks what he can do for her, Lucia sips her tea and asks if he is familiar with the Rotis Guild. He confirms that they do business together, and Lucia sets her cup down, stating that her plan will be easy then. She makes her chilling request, ensure the Rotis Guild can never do business again. The scene transitions to a magnificent golden hall. Inside, a wealthy man in a golden robe stretches just as an aide bursts in, shouting that they have a huge problem. The master calmly asks his panicking aide to explain himself. The aide reports that all their business partners have suddenly cut ties, leaving the master completely stunned. The master demands to know who, but the aide confirms it's all of them. The Ilix Guild has issued a notice blacklisting any business that trades with the Rotis Guild. Ah! The guildmaster screams in disbelief, slamming his fist on the railing and demanding to know what is happening. He leans over the balcony, shouting down at the figures who have appeared in his hall. From the floor below, Hikan and his mercenaries look up as the man furiously demands to know who they are. As the mercenaries stand their ground, the man calls them thugs, and Hark quietly asks if he's their target. An order is given to smash everything, and the master begs them to wait. He frantically denies any wrongdoing, swearing he's never even associated with mercenaries, let alone stolen from one. Hyun smirks, asking if he had a cousin named Anna, which leaves the man speechless with shock. Clutching his chest in panic, he wonders if Anna somehow reported his betrayal to them. Recognizing Hyken, he questions why the Hark Mercenary Corps would help Anna when she isn't even one of their members. Hakan spreads his arms with a confident grin. He declares that as of today, she is, followed by the sound of the man being violently thrown from the building. Later, Lucia sits quietly as her father Lenore explains to Saria that he has scolded him. The news spreads. The Rotis Guild is finished, its building destroyed, and its master ruined as his crimes against Anna are exposed in the capital's newspaper. The narrative concludes he's finished as a merchant, as a Chibi Lenore comforts Saria, explaining no one will ever invest in a known scammer. Lenore turns with a playful smile, feigning disappointment that they ruined someone's life without him. He boasts to Saria that he knows plenty of fun and efficient ways to enact revenge, as Lucia ponders his words. In the aftermath, Saria threw herself into her work, eventually falling asleep from exhaustion. She resolves to cherish her memories with Anna and move forward. Lenore comforted her through her grief and helped with her work. Lucia reflects that while Hyken is busy with the mercenaries and everyone else is occupied, the hardest person to see is Vermont. She recalls how he still visits her occasionally, watching over her as she sleeps. Tip-tap, suddenly, white-haired figures begin practicing acrobatics around her and the sleeping Vermont. Sensing Lenore's arrival, Vermin announces his departure and vanishes before he can be seen. Lenore appears with a small blue bird on his shoulder and sighs about the point of raising a son, as Lucia wonders how he got in. She looks curiously at the little blue bird perched on her father's shoulder. She asks when he got a pet bird, looking at the grumpy avian. Lenore explains the bird is a messenger from Villain, who wishes to speak with them both. Lucia confirms the meeting is for today, just the two of them, and Lenore agrees, noting everyone else is busy. Lucia muses that she's never been to the Empire of Villain, and has heard its ocean is beautiful. Lenore asks if she still has the key for Moniante, and she confirms she's keeping it safe. Her father gives her a soft, knowing smile. The story's title is displayed against an ornate background. Lenore and Lucia walk hand in hand along a beautiful beach toward a seaside villa. Gazing at the ocean, Lenore remarks on how nice it must be to be an emperor with such a private property. Lucia looks up at him, innocently, asking why. Lucia is confused by her father's bizarre treasure-hunting advice. Whoosh! In a flash of pink light, a white cat appears. Lenore suggests they explore, and Lucia, in her new form, happily agrees. Her little pink paws patter across the sand. She discovers the ocean feels very different from snow. Lenore chuckles as the little creature happily follows him. He smiles at the trail of tiny paw prints she leaves behind. Suddenly, Lenore stops, spotting something in the distance. A lone, cloaked figure stands at the water's edge. Lucia looks on, startled by the unexpected presence. Wondering who it is, Lanner and Lucia run to investigate. As they approach, the cloaked figure seems distraught. The figure flinches, clutching their hood in surprise. The man reveals himself to be Vermont, and Lucia recognizes him instantly. As Lucia confirms his identity, Lenore looks on. Lenore greets Vermont warmly as Lucia chirps from his arms. Annoyed, Vermont grumbles about seeing Lenore away from home. He explains he is here on a request from Mohiante. Lucia connects the dots, realizing they are all acquainted. Vermont sighs, remembering he is here on business. He realizes Mohiante tricked him into this meeting. The two men stand on the shore as a wave crashes. A blue-haired man emerges from the sea, noting they're early. Vermin complains about the surprise reunion, but the man says It's more efficient this way. Lucia happily scrambles up to the blue-haired man, who greets her. He kneels down to greet Lucia, asking how she's been. Lucia proudly shows how big she's grown as the men discuss their meeting. The blue-haired man smiles fondly at the little fox. He asks about the key he gave her, which magically appears. His staff swirls the ocean into a powerful vortex. The three men and Lucia are lifted into the heart of the swirling water. They descend into the deep, protected by a bubble of air. Lucia looks on in shock as they approach a massive underwater structure. A voice echoes, welcoming them to his treasure trove. They stand before a magnificent, glowing gate at the bottom of the sea. The grand welcome to the treasure trove is repeated as they approach the entrance. The blue-haired man holds Lucia as they gaze at the mysterious location. In a chibi memory, he grouses about Lenore raiding his trove before. He tells Lucia she can open the door with her key. The golden key glows with brilliant energy in his hand. The door creaks open, revealing a blinding golden light. The three men stand at the threshold, ready to enter the treasure room. Inside, a mountain of gold and priceless artifacts awaits them. While Vermin examines a coin, Lucia happily plays in the treasure. Lenore finds a crown he thinks is perfect for his little princess. He proudly displays the giant crown as Lucia questions its size. Finding the perfect napping spot, Lucia curls up inside the crown. The blue-haired man generously offers Lucia any one item she desires. Lenore gets excited, but the offer is only for Lucia. As the man refuses Lenore's request, Lucia happily makes her choice and runs off. Lucia, in her fox form, gazes excitedly at the glittering mountain of gold. Amidst the treasure, her eyes land on a strange, cracked, dark orb. A voice calls out her name, and Lucia turns around, startled. Lenore, covered in jewels, suggests picking something expensive while the blue-haired man sighs, regretting his invitation. Tisk Lucia ignores them, dashing away through the piles of gold. She lets out a cry as she races through the treasure trove, drawing the attention of Lenore and the blue-haired man. The three men look on, confused, as Lucia stares intently at something. She finds the dark orb again, dismissing it as trash in her thoughts. The blue-haired man wonders where the orb came from and tells Lucia to let him know when she's made her choice. As Lenore plots to take something for himself, the blue-haired man smirks, telling him he knows exactly what he's thinking. Vermin lectures someone off-panel while Lucia sits beside the mysterious orb, her ears perked. Lucia's eyes widen, reflecting a captivating, cosmic sparkle from the orb. As the orb begins to glow, Lucia lets out a determined cry, drawing everyone's attention. The blue-haired man asks Lucia if she has finally decided on her treasure. Lucia firmly points her paw at the glowing orb and declares, "This!" leaving the man stunned. The blue-haired man questions her choice, but a tiny Lenore tries to stop him from interfering. She remains resolute, insisting that the orb is the one she wants. A voice declares the orb now belongs to her, as it bathes her in a magnificent ethereal light. Lucia glares fiercely while holding the orb as the three men look on, their expressions a mix of surprise and concern. The orb levitates and spins through the air on its own. The blue-haired man realizes it's not a simple orb, as Vermon inspects it with a glowing magical script. Vermin declares the orb holds ancient magic, shocking everyone present. An explanation reveals ancient magic comes from an era before the apocalypse, when divine creatures ruled. After the apocalypse, their magic deteriorated, becoming the magic of today, which Vermon's chibi form finds amazing nonetheless. A priceless artifact of ancient magic is considered the pinnacle of study, and Vermin is shocked to find it here. He holds the orb, his expression turning serious as a thought occurs to him. He wonders if Lucia's ability to wield spirits is what drew her to the orb's unique power. The blue-haired man speculates there must be more to the orb than just its light, and Vermon agrees. As the blue-haired man muses that he gave away the orb without knowing its value, Lucia bumps it against his leg. He picks her up, reassuring her that it's okay since he never would have found it without her as she happily gnaws on it. He formally presents the orb to Lucia, now back in her human form, telling her it is hers. Lenore tries to discuss their purpose for being here, but Vermon dismisses him, saying Mohiante is busy, prompting Lenore to grumble. Mohiante ignores their squabbling and invites them to his palace while holding Lucia. As an enraged Lenore fumes, Vermin tells him to give up and come along. Lucia beams, wearing her new orb proudly as a necklace. The magical orb glows brightly, nestled in a bed of flowers. A large hand reaches out toward a smiling and bashful Lucia. The scene transitions to a stunning aerial view of a massive, bustling palace city. Inside the palace, maids walk through an elegant, sunlit corridor. A maid with dark skin gushes with adoration, finding someone unbearably cute. The setting shifts to a peaceful gazebo nestled in a lush garden by a pond. Seated inside, Mohiante asks about the status of someone named Feyran. Lenore explains that Feyran is nearing a disastrous state, while Vermont scoffs at Lenore's claim of not wanting to kill him. Mohiante decides to keep watching Feyran, planning to take him to the Divine Beast Forest if his condition deteriorates. Lenore argues that sealing Feyran is a better option, but Vermont suddenly appears, announcing that Grand Duchess Haharan is dining. Saria, dressed beautifully in pink, thanks them and accepts a compliment as a man beside her prepares to leave. Mohiante tables the discussion about Feyran to address the Rohim imperial family, the true reason for their meeting. He begins by stating the world's belief that Princess Lionel murdered the former emperor. As Lenore and Lucia listen intently, Mohiante reveals that the truth is different. With a grim expression, he reveals the late emperor was offered as a sacrifice, shocking Lucia with a vision of the bloody event. Under a full moon, a blue-haired man walks through a quiet town as a narrator explains that Valen has been plagued by mysterious disappearances. The narration clarifies that the victims were the forgotten of society beggars, orphans, and immigrants, people no one would miss. Mohiante, however, noticed the pattern and began investigating the disappearances, soon discovering a critical clue. Back in the gazebo, Mohiante reveals the horrifying truth. The missing people weren't just gone. They were sacrifices offered by a force that feeds on human lives. As Lenore listens intently, Vermin states that this disturbing revelation is the true reason he has come. Vermont elaborates that these incidents are not isolated to Villain, but are occurring across the entire continent. Ichibi Lucia asks Mohiante how he knew Emperor Rohim was a sacrifice, but he cryptically replies it's better that she doesn't know. As Lucia recoils in shock, Lenore grimly utters a single name, Basila. Mohiante explains his suspicion, noting that kidnapping so many people without raising alarm would require high-level mental magic. Lenore covers his face in anguish, wondering why someone would do this, as Mohiante coldly states the only reason is boredom. Lenore thanks Mohiante for confirming his suspicions, his resolve hardening as he gazes out from the gazebo. Lenore turns to Mohiante, gently advising him not to remain hung up on the past. Looking at his friend with sincere affection, Lenore reminds him, you're the only friend I have. Mohiante dismisses the sentimental moment as a slip of the tongue and quickly changes the subject. He reveals the existence of a hidden altar within Rohim Palace, a place where they perform sacrifices. Mohiante tells the group that the altar is where they will find the irrefutable evidence they seek. The scene transitions to a quiet, moonlit room inside the palace. Tucked into bed with Lenore, Lucia reflects on the insane truth she has just learned. Her thoughts drift to a bloody vision of the papal court and the current imperial family, sealed with a blood-soaked handshake. A smirking man named Agris stands before a pile of corpses as Lucia realizes in horror that he brutally murdered her father and the former king. A blood-stained crown falls as she questions if Agris truly needed to sacrifice his own father for a throne that was already his. Tossing in her sleep, Lucia cannot comprehend the senseless cruelty. She murmurs a single strange word in her sleep, a speckle. Lenore holds her close, thinking with relief that her new family is nothing like the bastard who hurt her. He smiles, glad she feels safe, but wonders what she meant by a speckle. Lucia's dream shifts to a whimsical space filled with floating toys. In her fox form, she floats through the strange realm, confused about where she is. Her eyes land on a white-haired boy with pointed ears, fast asleep on a floating armchair. The little white fox cautiously approaches the sleeping boy. The boy's eyes snap open, a mischievous grin on his face, as Lucia wonders if she awakened him. He instantly realizes that the strange orb she picked up earlier must have been the cause. The boy declares that with their powers combined, they will have more than enough strength to accomplish their goal. He floats excitedly in the air, leaving Lucia utterly confused. A voice rings out, addressing her. "Girl, from this moment on," beaming with excitement, the boy finishes his sentence. "We shall conquer the world." Lucia the fox stares up in complete and utter shock at his absurd proclamation. The tiny fox floats before the eager white-haired boy. He grins with manic delight, ready for their new partnership. Lucia thinks to herself, completely unimpressed, "What is this little brat saying?" The boy smirks smugly, as if she'd asked him a brilliant question. He places a hand on his chest, preparing for a grand introduction. He proudly announces his ridiculously long name, Ballad Esselbaum Hilmengard Lantesia Kion, leaving Lucia stunned and him visibly annoyed. Back in her human form, Lucia still has no idea what he just said. Ballard puckers his lips, deciding he'll just memorize the rest of his name later. He demands to know if she's questioning his plan, repeating, "Why, you ask?" In a tiny, flailing chibi form, he yells it simply because he has so much power. Lucia watches him, unimpressed, thinking that she doesn't deserve such power and has no interest in world domination. She suggests he find someone else for his plans, and his expression immediately darkens. He insists that she only feels that way because she hasn't realized her own power yet. Lucia stands with her fox form amidst a field of pink blossoms, looking uncertain. Ballad explains that the ancient magic is based on the power of spirits, telling a skeptical fox Lucia that she is unique enough to wield it. Her thoughts shout back that she never even agreed to learn from him. Lucia suddenly gasps, waking up in bed with a look of terror. A tiny, furious Ballad appears out of nowhere, screaming at her for thinking it was just a dream. The two chibis wrestle playfully until Ballad apologizes. Vermont enters the room and asks what she's doing, catching her mid-struggle with the invisible Ballad and causing her to realize she's not alone. He wonders if she's still half asleep as she stands groggily, and she quickly claims she hasn't fully woken up yet. Annoyed, Vermont tells her to get ready while he goes to check on his grace, and she meekly agrees. Breathing a sigh of relief, Lucia is immediately scolded by Ballad, who materializes to tell her she has a weak heart for a world conqueror. He puffs out his chest proudly, demanding she listen to him, the divine beast. As Lucia looks on in confusion, her orb necklace glows faintly, and Ballad realizes his power for the day is limited. Pointing at her, he promises to return for her first lesson and tells her to prepare herself before he vanishes. Swoosh! The orb's light fades and Lucia fumes, infuriated that he left without listening to a single thing she said. The scene transitions to a grand palace at sunset. The setting shifts again to a large, sun-drenched estate. A dark-haired man in a formal uniform gazes out a window. Seated at his desk, Vermont silently stares at a family portrait. A narrator explains the dark-haired man has been withdrawn ever since returning from the north. It's speculated something broke inside him after he lost control beyond the ice wall. Despite his internal turmoil, his body remains perfectly fine. Vermin thinks that, while the man's mind is also clear, he's been using perfectly reasonable excuses to avoid him. He wonders what could have caused such a change, imagining the man kissing a woman with white hair. Tapping his finger on the document, Vermont concludes that Basila is gathering human sacrifices. The dark-haired man clenches his fist, thinking that the sacrifices in Valang, including the king, were part of a larger, sinister goal. Vermin speculates that the princess must have been nearby during the incident and was framed. He sighs, clearly troubled by the situation. Vermont confronts the man, calling him Feyron and asking how long he will cling to the dead. He tries to comfort Feyron, telling him it's been a long time and he should move on. Vermont reassures him that with the truth uncovered, the princess can rest in peace, but Feyron insists that isn't the issue. Feyron violently grabs Vermont's hair, a menacing aura surrounding him. Pulling Vermin close, he whispers a desperate confession. "I love her." "I do," Feyron repeats, his expression firm and unwavering. He explains to a stunned Vermin that his love for the princess is precisely why he cannot move on. Vermin stares, utterly shocked and speechless. A massive sound effect erupts as Feyron shouts something, startling a blonde woman nearby. A brilliant pink light flashes. The scene returns to a beautiful meadow where Lucia is practicing magic, floating gently in the air. Ballad appears behind her, explaining that divine power is little more than theology. With a confident look, he instructs her to summon a spirit. With a gentle shimmer, glowing butterflies materialize from thin air. The spirits flutter around them as a voice calls Lucia's name. More spirits appear, gossiping about Ballad, wondering who he is and why he's alive. As the spirits surround them, Lucia's eyes are shadowed as she recognizes him. The spirits begin calling out Ballad's ridiculously long name, much to his growing annoyance. An enraged Ballad yells at the teasing spirits as they playfully mob him, prompting Lucia to tell them to stop. The spirits immediately obey, declaring their loyalty to Lucia. Lucia sends the spirits off to play, leaving Ballot to marvel at how friendly they are with her. He asks her what's wrong, but she brushes it off, telling him to focus on their lesson. A hand reaches out, swirling with vibrant pink energy. As Ballot stands behind her, a wave of goosebumps washes over Lucia. Lucia feels a warm energy course through her veins as she channels magic. Ballot watches in alarm, shocked by the amount of power she's wielding. With a confident, fanged grin, he readies himself for the next step. At his command to shoot, Lucia unleashes a brilliant beam of concentrated pink energy. The blast soars toward a distant mountain peak as villagers go about their day, unaware. Thud! The top of the mountain is sliced clean off, horrifying the villagers below. A tremendous AAAA AHH erupts from everyone, including Chibi Lucia and Ballot, as the effect proves far too powerful. After the chaotic display of power, Lucia takes a short break, relaxing in a field of white lilies. As they rest, Ballot asks her how she came to be trapped inside the orb. He begins his story with a somber look, confessing that he was simply too strong. A flashback reveals his true form, a colossal red dragon, as he explains that no one could overcome him. Remembering himself as a calamity, he concludes his story as Lucia looks on, murmuring his name. Ballard smugly tells Lucia she should consider it an honor to learn from him. Two maids gossip about unsettling rumors from Iltil Mountain before one of them startles Lucia, the Grand Duchess, by shoving food in her mouth. An older maid checks if Lucia is alright, but she quickly says she should get going. Lucia cheerfully thanks the maids for the delicious pie as she leaves the kitchen. She sweats nervously, realizing that everywhere she goes, people are talking about the mountain she blew up. Lucia panics about the mountain flying away, but Ballot reassures her they can get away with it if they just keep quiet. Trying to stay calm, Lucia walks on, feeling an unnecessary amount of guilt over her perfect crime. As she opens a grand door, she resolves to be more careful, convinced she could never live with doing something bad. A dark-haired man in uniform turns to greet her, calling her Lady Luinstella. Ack. Lucia jumps in surprise, wondering why no one warned her that Feyran was coming today. Seeing him for the first time since that day, she wonders why he seems so calm. A memory of Feyran being kissed by a blonde woman flashes through her mind as she realizes she is the only one bothered by it. Lucia understands his calmness. He doesn't know who the Imperial Princess really is, as she fumes over the memory of the kiss. After a moment, Feyran awkwardly stammers a hello, and Lucia quietly returns the greeting. The two stand in an incredibly awkward silence, with Lucia internally screaming that she can't even look him in the face. Feyran finally breaks the silence, once again addressing her as Lady Luinstella, startling her. From a balcony above, Lenore watches as Feyran begins to speak to Lucia about what happened last time. Ferguson's conversation is interrupted by the arrival of Lenore, the Grand Duke, at the top of the stairs. Lenore calmly tells Feyran that Vermont is waiting for him in the reception room. Once Feyran leaves, Lenore turns to Lucia and quietly asks if she is feeling sick. Lenore asks why Feyran was there, prompting Lucia to wonder why he was meeting with Vermont. Lucia reveals she heard Vermont and Feyran are planning to storm the Imperial Palace together. The scene shifts to a grand, imposing palace, bathed in the light of a setting sun. Lucia realizes Vermont and Feyran are both headed for the Imperial Palace, with Ballot noting their silent determination. Lucia overhears a man discussing how the late Emperor was sacrificed at an altar made of mandrake, realizing why they are going. Watching them prepare to leave, she thinks that if that's the case, she must do something. She grips her glowing orb necklace with newfound resolve. Communicating with Ballot through the orb, she expresses her frustration at being left behind. When Lenore calls to her, Lucia quickly feigns having something to do and rushes off. She runs toward Vermont's room, startled by Ballot's sudden instruction to follow Feyran. Ballot tells her to follow Feyran, confirming her suspicion and deepening the mystery. Wondering if Ballot sensed something from Feyran, Lucia admits she wants to go to the palace too. She argues her case, stating she can find the altar and knows the palace's secret passageways. Both Vermont and Feyran flatly reject her offer, insisting that it is far too dangerous for her to come. Dejected, Lucia complains that they never let her join, but Ballot points out there may be another way. With a confident snap of his fingers, Ballot grins, announcing he has a clever solution. Lucia's eyes sparkle with excitement as she's enveloped in a swirl of magical energy. Ballot proudly explains that her ability to float makes her the perfect stealthy follower, an advantage Lucia finds questionable. Whoosh! A white-haired man agrees to change clothes, startling a floating Lucia and Ballot. Drop. The man's heavy cloak falls to the floor as Lucia and Ballot look on in surprise. The two watch him leave as a bright light emanates from below. The scene shifts to a vast, glowing castle under a dark sky. A cloaked figure with white hair and blue eyes hides in the bushes, observing intently. He notes that despite the Imperial Palace's tight security, he's found a relatively deserted area. When a cloaked, dark-haired man suggests teleporting, the white-haired man explains the palace's magic barrier would trigger a deafening alarm. Thankfully, he reveals they have a map of the guard routes, courtesy of the Imperial Princess's attendants. The white-haired man deduces the altar must be hidden deep within the main palace. The dark-haired man agrees they'll need to take a detour and hurry. As he speaks of needing to retreat before sunrise, Lucia magically floats down behind them. The white-haired man looks up in utter shock as Lucia descends from the night sky. Lucia holds her brightly glowing orb necklace. She thinks to herself that Ballot confessed everything, except for one crucial detail. In a cute chibi fantasy, Ballot reluctantly allows Lucia to stay if she promises to stick close, and she happily agrees. The dark-haired man begins to explain their route when the white-haired man interrupts. Lucia confidently points ahead, declaring she knows a faster way, leaving the two men bewildered. She leads them to a grand fountain, explaining the entrance should be nearby. Lucia asks the white-haired man if he ever saw a hidden button, but he confirms he did not. "Done!" she exclaims, touching a section of the fountain and causing it to glow. The white-haired man stares at the newly revealed passage, turning to Lucia in suspicion. "How do you know something like this exists?" he asks, causing Lucia to freeze in panic. She panics internally, unable to reveal the passage is a royal secret she knows from her past life as a princess. As the white-haired man stares expectantly, she stammers, searching for an excuse. "The spirits told me," she blurts out, mentally confessing she's just guessing since she can't see Vermont's expression. Her spirit companions immediately betray her, shouting, Lucia is a liar, and forcing her to shush them. She desperately pleads with the spirits to stop talking right now. The dark-haired man turns, confused by the commotion, and asks, "Huh?" Lucia is struck with a horrifying realization. Feyran can hear spirits. She stares, wide-eyed, as her internal monologue confirms the impossible truth. Her panic intensifies. Feyran can for real hear spirits. Feyran calmly tells her to pretend she didn't just hear him. His nonchalant reaction leaves Lucia utterly baffled, wondering what he's thinking. As an emotion chart shows Feyran's unchanging face, a chibi Lucia points, completely unable to read his expression. With sparkling eyes, Lucia begs him to pretend he doesn't know. She gives him a teary-eyed, pleading look, leaving a chibi Feyran completely bewildered. Lucia bows deeply, shouting, "Yes," as Ballot confirms her silent request, while Feyran's mind splits in confusion. Whoosh! A vortex of wind signals the secret passage, which they traverse in just 2 seconds. As they approach the exit, they hear the sound of people gathering nearby. Using concealment magic, they emerge from the underground passage onto the surface. Now in the royal garden, Lucia wonders where the distant shouting is coming from. Vermont's eyes widen as he recognizes a woman with brown hair, calling out, "Bianchi?" Lucia watches Bianca, wondering why her expression is so troubled. Indistinct murmuring echoes through the garden. Vermin cautiously peeks out from behind a large planter of roses. He watches as a man in red hurries through a nearby gate. The man thinks to himself that nothing else matters. Lucia listens as he thinks everything is because of that person, making her wonder who he means. Vermin watches the man leave with a hardened, determined gaze. Lucia's eyes widen in recognition, realizing she knows the path Agris is taking. Lucia runs in shock, thinking it can't be true as a thought of speckle appears. A blur of motion leads into a starry night sky. A blonde woman's memory reveals this is the place where she and her father were killed. A ghostly vision shows a man standing over 2 bloodied bodies in the woods. The ghostly figure walks toward a lone tombstone in the dark. Light shines on the ornate, empty tombstone. "I killed my father and younger sibling in this place." In a flashback, a blonde man is begrudgingly appointed crown prince by the king. He recalls how his succession was threatened by laws against illegitimate heirs, which others plotted to use against him. Realizing the plot against him, the blonde prince decides he must act first. The prince meets with two mysterious cloaked figures under an archway. An old priest offers him power from an esteemed one, asking if he can prepare a noble sacrifice. A blood-soaked crown lies before a slain king, a memory reflected in the prince's determined eyes. The prince vows that to gain absolute authority, he must crush the House of Grand Duke Ilharlan. His thoughts echo with a desperate need for power. A mysterious hand touches his head as he resolves to crush Ilharlan, no matter the cost. A green-haired being emerges from the darkness, surrounded by snakes, offering to help him. The prince looks up in surprise, questioning the sudden offer. The being smiles, promising to grant him even greater power in exchange for his trust. Back in the present, Vermin bows his head at the tomb, murmuring Lionel as Lucia watches. He gently places a hand on Lucia's head, calling her Speckle while still thinking of Lionel. The three stand together as Lucia covers her mouth, looking deeply troubled. Vermin closes his eyes, thinking about what he could have done. He recalls a dark thought. He could have offered Lionel as a sacrifice to that one, shocking Feyron. The memory of the blonde princess flashes, thinking she could have pleased them more. A vision shows her bloodied and dying among the vines. The memory ends in a splash of blood and darkness. Vermin admits to himself that while he knew coming here would be painful, he had to keep Lionel alive. Lucia stands silently, a heavy "but" hanging in the air. She overhears Vermon's thoughts of her being useless and wishes she didn't know this, as a pink-haired version of herself clutches his cloak. As Lucia trembles with betrayal, Vermin asks what's wrong, and she silently curses him as a bastard. Lucia remembers a sunny day when the blonde princess called the prince family, then yells, "Wait, Feyron!" With tears in her eyes, she desperately asks Feyron not to act like this too. Feyron coldly states he should cut off the bastard's neck, leaving Lucia stunned. Vermont stops Feyron, arguing he'll be caught, while Lucia wonders what he was truly after, realizing his killing intent was fleeting. Feyron clarifies their goal: expose the princess's injustice and make the emperor pay before killing him. Lucia pleads with Feyron not to waste the 8 years he endured for the princes. Later that night, Vermon lies unconscious on the ground. Feyron stands over Vermon's body, telling Lucia not to look. A chibi panel explains that Vermon once knocked out the blonde prince. Lucia observes the altar, noting it looks like the structure from beyond the ice wall. She glances at Vermon, sensing he is thinking the same thing. Lucia fumes, realizing he built this on his family's graves, and mentally scolds Feyron for letting his killing intent slip. Feyron's attention is caught by a glowing flower petal on the ground. Lucia walks by the altar, wondering where the petal could have come from. Under the bright moon, she leans over the stone structure. Her eyes widen, reflecting a vast field of vibrant orange flowers that wasn't there before. She calls out to Vermon as he turns to look. This, she stammers, pointing in shock at the endless sea of flowers. Vermin holds one of the strange flowers as he and Feyron stare grimly. A dark-haired elf contemplates broken marigolds. A white-haired man tells a little girl that his target isn't even trying to hide. The black-haired man expresses disappointment at having to return this way. A chibi Lucia and a white-haired boy are utterly bewildered. A few days later, the scene shifts to a sunlit manor. In bed, Lucia reads the paper, surprised to learn Feyron is an emotional person. The article reports that Feyron used spirits to set the imperial palace on fire. While casualties were avoided, the fire exposed the altar where the late emperor and princess died. The controversial memorial, claimed to honor the dead, now faces intense public scrutiny. The paper speculates the emperor used a fake fox and was divinely punished for it. A white-haired boy agrees with the article's theory as Lucia smirks. Startled, he asks Lucia what she's referring to. She looks up from her newspaper with a serious expression. The boy questions why she isn't keeping her distance from the odd Feyron. A memory shows Lucia and Feyron standing resolute, back to back. Lucia pauses, genuinely wondering why she doesn't stay away from him. Lucia suggests they're friends, but the boy thinks that reason is insufficient. A voice warns it's too late, urging her to keep her distance from now on. He asks her what she knows about the fate of special breeds. He proclaims that Feyron is destined to become a great disaster. A close-up reveals glowing red runes encircling Feyron's neck. No, Lucia says firmly, recalling a time Feyron regained his senses after going berserk. She believes in his strong will, certain he can endure without losing control. She confidently declares that he will not become a great disaster. The boy recalls seeing Feyran standing over a fallen man. Determined, Lucia decides she needs to check things out for herself. The boy suddenly bolts from the room, leaving a shocked Lucia asking, "What? What?" A bizarre vision shows the two of them as cool bikers. After days of his tantrums, Lucia finds the boy's demands to see that dark thing incredibly annoying. A long-haired, white-haired man and a red-haired woman stand before a fiery rose portal. Lucia narrates that her parents are headed to the Divine Beast's forest to meet the elders. With her parents busy, Lucia hopes their mission to gather evidence goes well. Standing with her butler Eden, she plots to sneak out by shaking him off. She and the boy decide to leave while security is relaxed. Eden gently guides Lucia down the hall. Calling her name, she whispers to Eden, claiming she will be doing homework and must not be disturbed. Lucia insists he absolutely must not look for her, and he respectfully agrees. Eden watches her scurry off, thinking she must have a lot of homework. The moment they're out of sight, Lucia and the boy make a run for it. She leaves a note on her pillow for Eden, promising she will be back. With a flash of purple magic, the boy excitedly teleports them to see the dark-haired guy. He closes his eyes, focusing his power for the jump. Clutching a stuffed animal, Lucia braces for the teleportation. Thump. They materialize right in front of Feyran. Feyran, sporting cat ears, instructs a woman to report any problems directly to him. The boy smugly reveals he cast an invisibility spell, as Lucia realizes Feyran can't see them. As Feyran talks, the two invisible kids argue about their reckless teleportation spot. Lucia cautiously glances around the unfamiliar room. She recognizes the grand room as Feyran's office. Lucia and Ballot watch Feyran, with Lucia noting it's her first time seeing him work. The sheer volume of paperwork is overwhelming. As Feyran diligently writes at his desk, Lucia observes him with rapt attention. The steady scratching of his pen echoes through the ornate, silent room. Lucia asks if there's anything special about him, but Ballot notes he's just normal, thinking to himself that Feyran is good at pretending. Ballot smirks, wondering if there are any truly normal people among unique species. When Ballot asks about her, Lucia is momentarily speechless. Enraged by his thought that she is the most abnormal, she demands an explanation for his silence. Lucia asks Ballot why he's so obsessed with Feyran. She questions if it's about world domination, but Ballot dismisses Feyran as unsuitable for such a task. Lucia puffs her cheeks, annoyed by his recurring obsession. She steels herself, remembering Feyran promised not to go on a rampage. Lucia watches Feyran work at his desk, bathed in the glow of a nearby lamp. Whoosh! Feyran suddenly looks up, and Lucia and Ballot gasp in shock, realizing they made eye contact. Feyran stands as the two concealed children wonder if their invisibility magic is still working. As Feyran walks toward them, Lucia panics, realizing he hadn't reacted to their previous chatter. Cornered, she desperately looks for an escape route that isn't there. His hand reaches for her, and she squeezes her eyes shut, convinced she's been caught. Knock, knock. A sudden sound from the door interrupts the tense moment. A voice calls out for the captain, startling Lucia. Creak! Feyran opens the door to another man in uniform, who announces they're ready. As the man asks when to depart, Lucia spots an invitation for a masquerade ball. Feyran announces he will prepare and be ready to leave within the hour. Perched on Feyran's shoulder, an invisible Ballot silently agrees to wait. Ballot eagerly tells Lucia they must follow him, leaving her to question the possibility. Lucia argues that an 8-year-old can't attend a masquerade, but Ballot dismisses her concerns. As Feyran leaves, a note explains the two divine beasts were already caught, and their fate is uncertain. A memo explains the knight was surprised because Feyran opened the door himself, preventing the knight from entering. As Ballot begins to float away, Lucia sighs, asking if he's doing that again. Ballot insists they can't go, questioning the shady reasons nobles meet in masks at night. Lucia erupts in frustration, exclaiming it's either a cult meeting or a romantic tryst. She reasons they can't go alone, since they lack a guardian. Ballard smirks, teasing that there might be a way after all. He coolly suggests they could simply transform into their adult forms. Lucia recalls Feyran's powerful true form, wondering if that's his real appearance, but realizes his current childlike body is his normal state now. Ballot explains that changing one's appearance with divine power is a simple trick, He pokes Lucia's forehead, commanding her to transform into an adult, which leaves her utterly shocked. Lucia stands frozen as Ballot impatiently points at her, waiting for the transformation. She asks how to do it, causing Ballot to fall over in exasperation. As Ballot curses in frustration, Lucia complains that she can't do something she was never taught. The scene shifts to Pharaon, dressed in formal attire, as text reveals the Holy Knights are searching the ballroom. The Knights are searching for the High Priest of Herbatia to deliver a secret letter at this specific venue, likely because the noble enjoys such dramatic meetings. A man orders his knights to split up and search for the High Priest immediately. Pharaon stands on a balcony, contemplating his mission to find the High Priest of Herbatia. A bloody map details the southern Herbatia kingdom, whose worship of the Emerald Serpent caused the southern war Pharaon fought in. The Pope's intervention stopped the war, but clergy from Herbatia must still enter Rohirrim's papal court with caution, hence the secret meeting. Now masked, Pharaon navigates the ball, determined to find the High Priest quickly to avoid the Pope's suspicion. His sharp reptilian gaze sweeps the crowd and lands on a woman with light purple hair. Pharaon stares at the woman, questioning who she is and why she seems familiar, before dismissing the thought. Overcome with a strange sense of déjà vu, he clenches his fist while staring at the woman's back. Whoosh! A magical energy surges. In a lavish room, two figures stand as one thinks, seriously. A blonde woman in a pink dress asks Pharaon if her outfit is too flashy, but he says he is happy with it. As she looks in the mirror, pleased, she nervously clenches the fabric of her dress. Whoosh! Back at the ball, a masked Pharaon turns as a woman in a blue gown passes by. He calls out, asking her to wait a moment. He reaches out and gently takes the hand of the woman with light purple hair. As their masked eyes meet, he pulls her into a dance under a shower of magical light. Phew. In a quiet room, someone lets out a sigh of relief. A triumphant thought echoes. I did it. Lucia lies dizzy on the floor, having failed to master the dance moves that Ballot, guided by a Chibi instructor, also struggles with. Recovering, Lucia eyes the dresses in a closet, wondering if she can borrow one from Saria that would suit her. Ballot, already dressed in a fancy suit, dismissively tells her to just pick one, prompting Lucia to call him out for his hypocrisy. Lucia worries she'll look like a child playing dress-up, while Ballot mischievously thinks it would be technically true. The moonlight streams through a large window, a reminder that the ball is still underway. Pop Ballot holds up a small, star-tipped wand with a determined look. Huh, Lucia exclaims as a bright, magical light envelops her hand. An elegant blue gown and matching shoes materialize, a perfect ensemble for the ball. Lucia closes her eyes as the magical transformation completes with a shimmering sound. Her transformation is complete. A mature woman with light purple hair looks at her reflection in the mirror. She touches her face, amazed at how completely different she looks. A voice tells her to put on the mask that floats towards her, leaving her confused. Ballot urges her not to be late as he steps into a portal, dismissing her plea for more time by saying she'll see this face for the next 10 years. The scene snaps back to the present, with Pharaon and the transformed Lucia dancing together. Lucia is stunned he found her so quickly, while in a small panel, Ballot notes that everyone seems to know who the priest is. She tells herself to calm down, convinced her disguise will hold if she changes her voice. Aye, Lucia cries out, as Pharaon suddenly grips her wrist. He looks at her intently and apologizes for his abruptness. Declaring he'll solve this now, he reaches for her necklace, which begins to glow. With a magical shimmer, her hair transforms back to its original pink and white style, leaving Pharaon looking puzzled. Ack! Suddenly, a purple-haired woman appears behind her, exclaiming, Lady Luinstella, causing Lucia to freeze in panic. An explosion of purple energy reflects her inner scream, I've been caught. The purple-haired woman identifies her as Lady Luinstella, and Lucia realizes with horror that her cover is blown. She wonders how she was caught so easily, and debates whether to just admit who she is. Pharaon looks down at her, thinking that her shocked expression is even more surprising than a bolt from the blue, and noting her eyes are like a target. Another masked man approaches them from the hallway, calling out, Captain? Pharaon swiftly pulls Lucia behind him, shielding her from view. The subordinate looks on in surprise, realizing his commander is with a woman. Pharaon glances over his shoulder, questioning what his subordinate is doing there. He dismisses the man, claiming he ran into an acquaintance and will leave shortly. As the subordinate awkwardly agrees, Chibi versions of Feiran and Lucia sweat nervously. With the interruption handled, Feiran turns his full attention back to Lucia. He immediately starts his interrogation, asking what she is doing there, while she sighs in relief that the session is finally over. He gestures to her appearance, demanding to know what's going on. He asks if Vermon is responsible, doubting he would allow it, but she clarifies she used Sir Abelode's method. He presses further, asking why she couldn't do it herself, as a nearby woman gasps in shock at the spectacle. He takes her by the wrist, insisting they go inside to talk. They are immediately confronted by a couple kissing passionately, causing both Feiran and Lucia to blush and recoil in shock. The air is thick with overwhelming lovey-dovey energy. Flustered and embarrassed, Lucia tugs on Feiran's sleeve, desperately pleading to find an empty balcony. A chibi Feiran drags an exhausted Lucia away as the scene transitions. On the balcony, Feiran opens the glass doors to go inside with a soft crack. Lucia clutches her chest, thinking she nearly had a heart attack during the tense encounter. Feiran apologizes for not revealing his identity sooner, leaving Lucia confused as she thinks about her disappointment over his deception. Her conscience is struck by guilt as she questions if she has any right to complain. He explains that his earlier actions were because he mistook her for someone else. He apologizes again, but Lucia internally reveals she's been thinking about something else for a while. A sudden realization hits her as she thinks he sometimes seems to see someone else in her. A vision of a long-haired, green-eyed woman appears as Lucia wonders if he sees Princess Ionel. Stunned, he asks how she knew, and she explains that he called her by that name once before. She tentatively asks if Princess Ionel was someone he liked, his hand still holding hers. Feiran turns to her, his gaze intense as he confirms, "She is the woman I like." His expression is somber and determined as he recalls the woman he loves. Surrounded by a magical aura, Lucia wonders how he would react if she revealed the truth right now. She reflects on her inability to tell even her loving family about her past life. Looking out at the night, she tells Lord Abelode that sometimes truly unbelievable miracles happen. As the moonlight bathes them, she suggests that such a miracle could happen to him too. Feiran firmly states he doesn't believe in such things, and Lucia thinks he wouldn't listen even if Lady Luinstella said it as her hair reverts to pink. She calls out to Lord Abelode as Ballet watches them secretly from the foliage below. In a flashback, a determined woman clenches her fist as she begins to confess a secret. Feiran looks at her in surprise, questioning if she is Lady Luinstella. Overwhelmed, Lucia sinks to the floor, apologizing as he announces his departure. He suddenly turns back, calling her name and reaching out to stop her. "Wait a moment," he pleads, his hand outstretched towards her. Lucia loses her balance, falling over the balcony railing as she realizes the situation is dire. Her transformation begins to fail at the worst possible moment, and she panics about the terrible timing. Ballet urgently tells her to open a teleportation portal, noting they have to leave now while no one is watching. She turns and runs towards a swirling purple portal that has appeared on the balcony. She trips just as she reaches the portal, sending one of her glass slippers flying. "What?" She screams as she tumbles headfirst into the portal, leaving her shoe behind. Feiran lunges forward, desperately trying to catch her before she disappears. A desperate scream echoes as she is pulled through the magical vortex. Her single shoe clatters to the ground as Bella watches her get sucked away in horror. She lands in a heap back in her room, returned to her child form, as Below rushes to her side asking if she's okay. Clutching her head in disbelief, she frantically thinks, "I must be crazy." Her mind flashes back to her conversation on the balcony, remembering the vision of Ionel and her own question to Sir Abelode. She panics at the thought that Feiran might now associate her with Ionel and call her by that name again. Lucia glares angrily, blaming the oblivious Ballet for the entire disastrous situation. Ballet floats over and asks what it was like seeing Feiran, Riley noting that she seems to be the strange one. Defeated, Lucia collapses as a dark aura surrounds her, and Ballet senses that something is off. Deciding to get rid of the evidence, she instructs someone to hang the beautiful blue gown in the closet. She sorts through her accessories, picking up a lovely blue rose corsage. As she organizes her hairpins and ribbons, she pauses, noticing a delicate piece of jewelry. Back in her child form, Lucia tidies up the accessories on her dresser. A jolt of terror strikes her as she realizes with wide-eyed shock that one shoe is missing. The scene shifts to a majestic and verdant landscape known as the Forest of Deities. A council of divine beings discusses a report on Fair Basil, who disguised himself as a beast and sacrificed countless humans for an unknown purpose. One of the deities declares that Feyre has violated a taboo and demands that he be punished. Two other deities admit they don't know much about the situation, with one concluding the accusers must be mistaken. Back in her room, Lucia stares at the single remaining blue shoe, whispering, "This." A council of divine beings questions accusations against Lord Basila, demanding more evidence than mere papers, while a white-haired elf with purple-tipped hair named Lamore declares that divine beasts have 3 long-standing taboos. The 3 sacred taboos are revealed. Do not interfere with humans, do not reveal your identity, and do not fall in love with a human. Chibi Lamore thinks that as long as you're not caught, taboos are just trivial rules. An opinion a small red-haired girl clarifies is his own. However, a sacred decree states there is one line that a divine beast must never cross. Divine beasts must not interfere excessively in the human realm, such as by pretending to be royals, nobles, or heroes. While such actions can be dismissed as simple amusement, mingling with humans has its limits. A question hangs in the air. What about revealing one's true identity as a divine beast? In the human world, where faith in them is widespread, such a revelation would inevitably cause chaos. A black-haired, green-eyed divine beast smiles cruelly over a scene of destruction, illustrating the irreversible devastation it would cause. Even the youngest divine beasts understand they must never reveal their power or identity in the human realm. He couldn't possibly not know the rules, the narration insists, as the scene shows a trio of dazed-looking elves. Lamar watches them, wondering if they've been drugged to be so out of it. Frustrated, he decides to forget persuasion and just kill them. As a blonde elf cheerfully asks what they should have for dinner, Lamore senses that everyone is acting strangely. Suddenly, the elves' eyes glow a menacing green as they flash sinister smiles. Lamore confronts the group, asking if they don't feel something is strange about themselves. A blonde elf feigns ignorance, while a red-haired woman challenges Lamore's strange accusations. A different white-haired elf smirks, turning the accusation back on Lamore, calling him the strange one. The group dismisses his concerns, remarking that suddenly bringing up Lord Basila is strange in itself. A man and woman stare intently, their eyes glowing with an unnatural blue light. Lamore realizes the elder's condition is deeply unusual. He deduces their overly defensive behavior isn't just about taking sides, it's a sign of guilt. They act with a single-minded purpose, as if their eyes and ears are completely blocked. He realizes the horrifying truth. They've all been brainwashed. The scene fades, shifting away from the unsettling discovery. Luinstella Lucia Elharan struggles with a book report at a desk beside a red-haired woman. Several weeks after the ball, she is overwhelmed, facing 2 major problems, one of which is a single lost shoe. Chibi Lucia explains to Ballet that she lost one of Suria's shoes during her teleportation escape. Tisk. Ballet scolds a shocked Lucia for borrowing and losing something without permission, though he doubts Suria would even notice. The narration reveals the lost shoes were a one-of-a-kind, custom-made pair. Lucia knows Suria, a Grand Duchess, would never wear off-the-rack shoes, which makes replacing them impossible. She panics, realizing she can't afford a replacement and is unable to sneak out because Eden, her attendant, now has severe separation anxiety. As her conscience aches, a knock sounds at the door. Eden stands at the door, formally addressing Lady Suria. He announces that Lord Lan has come to visit, causing Suria's hand to still. Eden specifies he's looking for Lady Lucia, which she realizes is her second major problem. She's been avoiding Feyran, unsure of what to say after their chaotic last encounter. Now facing him completely unprepared, she frantically wonders what to do. In the drawing room, Lucia freezes in terror as Feyran stares at her intently. Feyran politely asks Lady Suria to step aside for a moment. He requests a quiet, private conversation with Luinstella. Suria glances knowingly from Feyran to a flustered Lucia. With a bright, knowing smile, Suria agrees and departs. Lucia mentally begs her not to go as she walks out of the room. A heavy silence falls as Lucia is left alone with Feyran. Feyran walks towards her, his approach filled with a palpable energy. He stops directly in front of her, his presence looming. He places a gift box on the table, beginning to speak about that day. Lucia looks up at him nervously, thinking she never expected to see him here. Her pink eye widens with anxiety, a single bead of sweat tracing her cheek. The elegant blue butterfly shoe rests on a cloth. Feyran kneels before a shocked Lucia, presenting the lost shoe he found. In a flashback to that day, he gently places the shoe on a woman's foot. The exquisite high-heeled shoe glides perfectly onto her foot. The blonde Lady Luanstella explains she came to finish their incomplete conversation. She recalls telling Sir Abelode on the balcony that sometimes unbelievable miracles happen. He had looked to the moon, wondering what it would mean if such a miracle were true. He questions if he would believe her if she claimed to be Enel from a past life. Lucia's pink eyes hold a look of quiet resolve. Her small foot kicks away a shoe as she's overwhelmed by ridiculous thoughts. After falling, a blushing Lucia tells the kneeling Pharaon that it's fine. She assures him she doesn't want to cause him pain and that he shouldn't force himself. The camera focuses again on the single, ornate blue shoe. Pharaon asks her to promise him one thing: to speak the truth. He offers her a soft, reassuring smile. Gently taking her hand, he promises to endure any hardships. A touching scene shows him kissing her foot, mirroring a past moment with Lady Luanstella. Lady Saria walks away after finishing her work, leaving a distraught Chibi Lucia behind. Saria realizes she has free time since Lucia is busy, musing that nobody's home. She decides to enjoy some snacks in the garden while working on her fan. Her plan is interrupted as a voice calls out to Lady Saria. A butler announces the arrival of a guest who wishes to see her. Saria finds the unannounced visit odd and asks who the visitor is. The butler reveals it's the Empress, and Saria grimaces, expecting a confrontation. She tells the butler to escort the Empress to the garden, but he hesitates with a problem. He explains the Empress will deliver her message in the lobby and leave, which Saria finds audacious. Descending the stairs, Saria formally apologizes for the wait. The Empress, in a yellow dress, formally greets Grand Duchess Elharan. Apologizing for the sudden visit, the Empress hands Saria an urgent letter. It's an invitation to a luncheon at the palace to strengthen ties with her family. The Empress trails off, then abruptly ends the conversation, leaving Saria baffled by the strange visit. As the Empress departs, Saria privately fumes over the unnecessary personal visit. Later, Saria sips her tea, her expression still tense and suspicious. She asks her husband and Lucia what they make of the strange encounter. A dark voice wonders at the Empress's arrogant attitude. A purple-haired man notes that refusing the invitation would be difficult. Lucia questions why their families are suddenly close enough for a lunch date. Saria voices her agreement, stating that something definitely felt off. She recalls the Empress's forced demeanor, noting she seemed unable to hide her displeasure. The white-haired Duke wonders why the Empress would be irritated by the Emperor's own order. A chibi depiction of the fighting royal couple suggests they are a famously difficult pair. The Duke strokes his chin, admitting there's no good reason to refuse the invitation. Saria suggests they treat it as a family outing, and he nods in agreement. The Duke stands, his decision made. Her parents excitedly decide to pick out Lucia's clothes first, much to her dismay. Lucia worries they are ignoring the potential ulterior motives behind the invitation. The scene shifts to the grand and imposing Rohaim Imperial Palace. The Elharan family arrives at the palace, beautifully dressed for the occasion. The Duke takes in the scenery with a thoughtful smile. An attendant boasts that an excellent mage perfectly restored the palace after the fire. A butler announces the luncheon will be held here. In the dining hall, a dark-haired man sits alone, confusing the arriving family. The white-haired man recognizes the seated guest as Sir Abelode. When questioned, Abelode states he was also invited by His Majesty. The family wonders about the Emperor's motives for inviting them both on the same day. Abelode shares a tense glance with a pink-haired woman across the hall. He recalls a memory of holding hands, promising to handle difficult tasks. He remembers kneeling as a knight, accepting his solemn duty. Lucia hides behind her mother, feeling mentally unprepared for the tense situation. Abelode pointedly asks the white-haired man why he would attend such a gathering. The white-haired man teasingly asks if Abelode came out of concern for him, which Abelode denies. Abelode clarifies he came because he heard the Grand Duchess would be attending. The white-haired man has a moment of realization. His attention suddenly and intensely shifts to Lucia. A tense, unspoken question hangs between two opposing forces. An attendant announces the grand entrance of the Emperor and Empress. The blonde Emperor and his wife arrive, welcoming their guests. The Emperor thanks a nervous Lucia for attending on short notice. Lucia notes the Emperor's weary voice as he begins to address the room. He announces he has a guest to introduce as a hooded figure materializes. Lucia recognizes the new arrival as Ballet, whose appearance shocks the others. The white-haired man notes that Balot's public appearance is highly unusual. Balot reveals his face, his presence implying the situation is dangerously unstable. The scene flashes back to a great fire that broke out at the Imperial Palace. In the past, Empress Bianca harbored constant doubts about Emperor Agris. Agris offers a weak excuse, claiming he neglected a lantern while sleeping. The Empress furiously confronts him about the destruction, but he screams at her to stop worrying. She calls out his name as he storms away, shrouded in dark energy. She recalls his condition worsening after he began mentioning that person. She remembers he would never reveal the identity of this mysterious figure. Pacing in the woods, she suspects this location is connected to his secrecy. A sudden, chilling realization strikes her. A voice calls out, startling her as she demands to know who's there. A mysterious hooded man worries that the fire has drawn unwanted attention. The man seizes the Empress, coldly deeming her just another disposable pawn. A bright flash of magical energy erupts. A voice recalls the suggestion to host a luncheon in the near future. The green-haired elf had suggested inviting the entire Grand Duchy of Elharan. With a sly smile, the elf decided he would invite them all. Back in the present, the Grand Duchess realizes why the situation felt so strange. The Grand Duke angrily confronts the guest, telling him to stop joking. The guest mockingly asks if the Duke truly believes he is joking. The guest's taunt about being a mere priest sends the Grand Duke into a rage. As his wife Lenore tries to calm him, the guest continues his pointed provocations. The guest's question about the ice wall enrages the Grand Duke further. He continues to taunt him, asking about the barbarians and then his daughter. The Grand Duchess steps forward to confront Abalode with her suspicions about his nature. The guest addresses Lucia directly, questioning her strangely human scent. He looms over her menacingly, repeating his unsettling question. Abalode and the Grand Duchess watch the tense confrontation with grave concern. A blast of golden energy rips through the palace hall, sending everyone flying. A voice laughs maniacally from the shadows, mocking Lenore's actions. The green-haired elf Lenore smirks, dismissing the other man's concern as an overreaction. The Duke glares furiously, warning Lenore with a single command, "Don't touch my daughter." Lenore feigns innocence, claiming he was just showing concern, but the Duke curtly tells him to shut up. Visibly distressed, the Duke demands to know why Lenore is trying to kill him again, then screams for him to be quiet. Saria appears behind her husband, sternly addressing Lenore by name. With a cold, resolute expression, Saria gives Lenore permission to do as he pleases. Declaring she'll handle the rest, Saria watches as a man and woman are struck down by purple lightning. The Duke demands to know the reason for this chaos, as another man carries away an unconscious victim. The Duke confronts Lenore, asking what he wants, to which Lenore simply replies, "Nothing." Lenore turns away, standing before a deep, black crack in reality. With a condescending smile, Lenore suggests his only motivation is boredom. Lenore confesses he always feels regret, wishing he had been born as a special being. With a dark shadow over one eye, he wistfully imagines the power he could have had. Lenore muses that it would be fun to cause a great disaster, as the Duke remarks that he hasn't changed at all. Lenore presents the Duke with an ultimatum, promising not to touch Lou and Stella if he joins him. As Lenore awaits his answer with a smirk, the Duke seethes with silent rage. The scene shifts to the serene and quiet palace gardens. The unconscious couple is laid gently on the grass. As a voice declares it's safe to leave them, Saria decides to go back to Lenore, debating whether to stop him or help him fight. The narration notes the eerily empty and silent grand hallway, despite the earlier commotion. Saria advises Feyron and Lucia to escape outside, sensing the palace is no longer safe. Turning to Feyron, Saria calmly asks him for a favor. Feyron closes his eyes and offers a gentle, reassuring smile. Surrounded by ethereal petals, Saria wishes them a safe return home before departing. Feyron urges a nervous Lucia to hurry so they can escape the danger. Swoosh! Lucia looks around, startled and confused by a sudden movement. She cries out Feyron's name in alarm. Dark, snake-like tendrils erupt from the ground, and Feyron prepares to fight back. Lucia begs him not to use spirit magic, terrified it will hurt him and desperate to leave. As glowing red marks appear on his neck, Feyron holds Lucia close, asking if she understands how he feels being there. With a pained expression, Feyron declares that one mistake was enough. Enveloped in a protective dark aura, he holds Lucia and vows, "Please let me protect you." Lucia's eyes well with tears as she resolves to stop him properly. She recalls a past life, dying in a spray of blood, thinking that it wasn't his fault, but she couldn't comfort him. The dark tendrils surge through the garden, seeking a target. Determined, Lucia thinks she cannot just stand by and do nothing. As Pharaon prepares to unleash his power, Lucia gasps, spotting a new threat. She realizes with horror that a dark snake is slithering towards the unconscious Agris. The snake lunges, sinking its fangs into Agris's ankle. Agris winces in his unconscious state as the venom takes hold. A mysterious figure with glowing green eyes watches the scene unfold. Lucia looks on in shock as Agris is suddenly enveloped in a blinding white light. His eyes now glowing green, Agris awakens and calmly addresses the lady, saying he's come to his senses. Palace staff appear nearby, their bodies glowing with the same eerie green energy. More brainwashed people gather, calling out to them, and Lucia panics, realizing Pharaon will be overwhelmed if they keep coming. Pharaon pulls Lucia away as the brainwashed staff try to grab her, a shadowy hand reaching for her from the darkness. Lucia pleads with Pharaon not to harm the brainwashed people, but he declares her safety is more important than all their lives. Still, she insists, gripping his arm tightly, unwilling to let him sacrifice them. Lucia looks on in horror, told she must not kill. A voice asks why, as a grand castle sits behind a glowing barrier. Pharaon asks why she protects people she doesn't know, dismissing them as nothing to her. Looking down sadly, Lucia struggles to find an answer. Whoosh! Pharaon suddenly grabs the startled girl. Glowing with power, Lucia scolds Ballot and declares today's lesson has been decided. She hesitantly states her lesson is to break the magic enveloping the palace. Ballard observes the traces on her soul, suggesting she's done this before. Lucia remembers breaking the knight's brainwashing, but begins to protest. A brilliant light radiates from her ornate necklace. In a vision, Ballot asks if she is trying to disgrace him. He appears before her, insisting she not underestimate herself. Ballard prepares to tell her what she truly is. He declares she is not weaker than the one who devoured his body as she unleashes her power. Resolved, Lucia decides to unleash her full power, just like she did back then. She focuses, determined to summon her divine power with all her strength. A brilliant flash erupts, but she knows it's not enough. Pushing past her limits, she desperately calls for more power. With a final plea, she pours every ounce of her being into the spell. Her power expands to its absolute limit as two snakes watch from a balcony. As the power surges, Pharaon is suddenly restrained by armored hands. A chaotic vortex of magical energy swirls violently. Crack! She resolves that she must surpass the barrier. The magical shield shatters into pieces. Lucia floats triumphantly over Pharaon as the spell is broken. Overcome with exhaustion, she feels tired and dizzy. As a voice calls out to the lady, she dazedly wonders what she was doing. Her consciousness fading, she asks herself who she is. In a hazy state, she faintly recognizes the place around her. She dazedly feels a drop on her hand and wonders if it's raining again. Pharaon holds her, desperately pleading for Lady Lou and Stella to come to her senses. He gently touches her face, calling out to Lucia. Pharaon thinks of Sir Abelode, noting that it always seems to rain when they're here. He remembers it always feeling like they were caught in the rain together. A woman in his memory remarks that people might start rumors that they bring the rain. Agreeing with the memory, he holds the unconscious Lucia in his arms. A voice from a distant memory calls out to the princess. The scene flashes back to a bloody fan lying on a tiled floor. A white-haired man clutches his bloodied chest while a red-haired woman watches in horror. The grand room is shown in ruins and splattered with blood. A figure's warped reflection appears in a widening pool of blood. A long-haired elf stands in a moonlit garden, his hand dripping with blood. In the ruined hall, the elf taunts a defeated figure about their swordsmanship and love. The wounded man orders Lenore to stay out of it, his thoughts fixed on the elf. He wonders what the elf could have been planning all this time. He realizes with dread that the elf has grown much stronger than he remembered. The elf asks if the man is worried he might kill Saria too. He smirks, claiming it's a misunderstanding, and he would never do that. The injured man seethes as the scene shifts to a desolate, snowy mountain. The elf declares they are on a completely different level from inferior beings. The green-haired elf Lenore decides to stop the fight for now. Smirking, he says he doesn't want to get beaten anymore, and notes his opponents have lost their will to fight. The wounded white-haired man glares, vowing to kill him one day. Lenore smiles condescendingly, saying he'll eagerly await that day. With a final, Well then, Lenore departs in a flash of brilliant light. The scene lingers on the wounded, white-haired man and the concerned red-haired woman. Lenore glances back one last time, a thoughtful expression on his face. He gives a final, serene smile before vanishing. A voice whispers Lewenstella's name as the scene focuses on an ornate door. Elsewhere, a dark-haired elf laughs, realizing his prediction was correct after all. He remarks that their daughter is lovely, enraging the red-haired woman and the white-haired man. The red-haired woman decides it's time to run away, while another voice bids a final, fond farewell to Lenore. The narration explains that the palace staff, brainwashed by Basila, lost their memories of the incident. The luncheon was forgotten, and a man surveys the wreckage, wondering what happened, though the narrator finds relief in the outcome. The scene shifts to a peaceful day in the El Haran estate. Lucia notes that no one, not Lenore, Surya, or even Feyran, has mentioned what happened. She recalls Basila's chilling question about why she smells human, feeling he instinctively knew her secret. Though everyone heard his words, a tense silence hangs over the family. They pretend nothing is wrong, but the unspoken truth lingers. As Lucia writes, she wonders if they're ignoring it, or if there's another reason for their silence. The continued silence only amplifies her growing anxiety. A jolt of guilt strikes her as she feels like an imposter who stole her place with a lie. A white-haired man peeks into her room, asking if she's busy. She explains she's doing homework assigned by Vernon. Identifying the visitor, Vernon asks if she can make time for something not urgent, piquing Lucia's curiosity. He reveals the family is planning a picnic and needs her permission, leaving her stunned. The scene shifts to the family's grand and beautiful estate. Walking through the well-maintained gardens, Lucia marvels at the scenery as Surya tends to her roses. A fishing line splashes into the water. By a stream, a gray-haired man skeptically asks a red-haired man if he even knows how to use tools. In a small boat with Vernon, Lucia can't help but wonder about the reason for the sudden picnic. She looks away, lost in her own troubled thoughts. As she turns back to him, she remains quiet. Vernon simply watches her, a silent understanding passing between them. He softly calls her name, suggesting they each share a secret. They sit together on the tranquil water, the moment hanging in the air. Lucia panics internally, questioning if he could handle her truth. She's terrified of him finding out she was once a human. She wonders if his love for her would remain if he knew her true identity. Seeing her fear, Vernon gently offers to share his secret first. He takes a breath and begins to speak. A bloody memory flashes before his eyes. He confesses that he once killed a friend. Lucia gasps, her eyes wide with shock at his sudden, dark revelation. He explains that even without intent, it felt as though he had killed them with his own hands. He grimly recalls the vivid memory of being covered in blood. Despite the confession, he maintains a gentle smile. Lucia realizes she could never share her secret now, as Vernon thinks the same. He promises that no matter what happened, he will always be on her side, and his love will never change. Lucia stares at him, deeply moved and utterly speechless. Lucia recalls vowing every day after being reborn, as Vernon looks on in confusion. Her vow remained unfulfilled for years, even after she learned to speak and write. She was afraid to reveal the truth, remembering a happy past life with a different family. In that life, she truly loved them and believed they loved her in return. She reminisces about the happy days she spent with her former family, but she had no idea what sinister expressions they hid behind their smiling masks. She recalls being falsely accused of a crime and her people being viciously persecuted. Her former family erased her existence and stole everything, treating her as nothing. A painful memory surfaces of her family's betrayal as she gasps in horror. She questions if it would have been better not to know the awful truth. She learned the painful lesson of living without love and fears her secret will alienate her new family. She worries they won't accept her as a half-blooded divine beast with memories of a past human life. Standing before them, she questions if they could ever truly accept her as family. She admits she kept avoiding the truth out of fear and uncertainty. She quietly contemplates her difficult situation. Deciding to bury her past as Lionel, a man with a half-mask looks on grimly. Gathering her courage, Lucia finally tells Vernon she remembers her past life. She reveals she was once a princess of the Rohim Empire. Vernon realizes her past explains her odd behavior, feeling relieved it wasn't their fault. He gently pats Lucia's head, thanking her for her bravery and expressing his happiness. Vernon asks if she wants him to keep her secret or if she'll tell the others. With newfound resolve, Lucia declares she will tell them herself. She steels herself for the conversation ahead. Calling out to her dad, she looks up at his reassuring smile. She reflects on a recent memory that spurred her decision. Her family discusses Feyron buying jewelry, with rumors spreading that he plans to propose to a noble lady. Vernon speculates that Feyron, having lived in the human realm, is simply settling down. The thought of a proposal fills the air with a rosy glow. Lucia, dressed in a pretty pink gown, hears the word proposal and is utterly scandalized. Vernon and her red-haired brother react with cartoonish horror, hoping the rumor isn't true. The scene shifts to the family having snacks in the Grand Duke's residence. As Feyron begins to speak, her brothers shout in unison, "Absolutely not." Lucia interrupts, nervously announcing she has something to confess to them all. A white-haired man with red eyes watches intently as she prepares to reveal the truth. She takes a deep breath and confesses she remembers her past life. Lucia reveals her name in her past life was Lionel de Roahim. She apologizes for the delay, suddenly realizing her past identity caused Vernon great hardship. Vernon is silent for a tense moment. His expression softens into one of profound relief. He admits he had a hunch, much to Lucia's surprise. Saria explains they were all waiting for her to be ready, not wanting to pressure her. She reassures Lucia that her past life changes nothing about her place in their family now. Asking if she feels any differently, Saria affirms that Lucia is one of them. Lucia tearfully thinks that being part of this family is the greatest blessing she's ever known. Overwhelmed with emotion, she cries tears of joy as her brothers watch. She runs toward her father for a hug. A film strip of precious family moments flashes by. Though everyone accepts her revelation calmly, she finally embraces her father. As her family comforts her, she wonders if she's making the right face, while a proud Vernon celebrates, not stuttering. The story rewinds to the night of the picnic, focusing on a grand estate under a cloudy sky. On a golden boat, the white-haired man asks a pink-haired girl if they should keep something a secret. The pink-haired girl looks down, deep in thought and unable to answer. Lavender-haired man listens intently, noting that Lucia has finally decided to speak. He recalls her shocking revelation that she was Princess Lionel in her past life. A red-haired woman explains she's warning them in advance so they don't overreact to the news. The lavender-haired man admits that their family isn't very good at expressing themselves. While their love for Lucia is undeniable, he knows their lack of delicacy could unintentionally hurt her. He looks on with a serious expression, asking what the red-haired woman is saying. The red-haired man complains that it's unfair he heard the news first, but the lavender-haired man explains he was trying to soften the blow. The white-haired patriarch realizes why Lucia found it so difficult to tell them the truth. In a diagram, he points to Feyron, identifying him as the root cause of the situation. He then clarifies that the blonde princess is the cause of the cause. The patriarch grimly accepts that it's their own fault she couldn't confess, recalling all the negative things they'd said about the princess. He and the red-haired man now understand Feyron's devotion, admitting he recognized Lucia's worth before they did. And for them, that's exactly the problem. The red-haired woman slams her fist down, torn between acknowledging Feyron's devotion and rejecting him utterly until they're all dead. As the lavender-haired man demands Saria's opinion, she simply smiles, thinking Lucia has found a reliable friend. She happily imagines forging a strong bond with a nervous Feyron. Her family members stare back in utter disbelief at her cheerful reaction. Lucia lies on the couch, nervously asking if she spoke clearly, while her overwhelmed family struggles to compose themselves. The lavender-haired man's resolve hardens, finding another reason to destroy the corrupt imperial family. He hopes this revelation will stop Vasile from using Lionel's memory to control Feyron. Now that Lucius's identity is revealed, he feels he can finally help her without restraint. A silent, deadly promise is made. They will kill anyone who brings tears to her eyes. As he contemplates this, a butler enters to announce that he has a visitor. The butler informs the family, still gathered around Lucia, that Lord Ran is here to see her. Lucia looks down from a balcony in surprise, spotting Ran waiting at the bottom of the stairs. Holding a large bouquet of pink flowers, Ran looks up and formally greets Lady Luanstella. She stares, flustered, and asks what this is all about. Her attention is caught by the beautiful bouquet he's holding for her. The bouquet is a vibrant arrangement of pink roses and other flowers. Completely bewildered and blushing, Lucia is at a loss for words. As Ran repeats her name, a chibi version of Lucia with fox ears wonders if she should thank him. He then reveals a jewelry box, deepening her confusion. Dropping to one knee, Ran opens the box and presents the gift to her. A stunned, fox-eared Lucia can only think of one word: engagement. Her family watches in abject horror from the floor above. Ran clarifies that he isn't trying to pressure her, but simply wanted to express his feelings. He gently fastens a delicate pink floral bracelet onto her wrist. He earnestly proposes they become betrothed, admitting he wants to marry her but understands she is still young. The patriarch and the red-haired man radiate fury, unable to believe what they are seeing and hearing. Their fists clench as they realize this dreaded day has finally arrived. The lavender-haired man laments the terrible timing before confronting Ran about Lucia's age, but Ran retorts that he's young too. The patriarch seethes, muttering that this has to be a joke. He and the red-haired man lunge forward, shouting that at Ran's age, he already held a position in the magic tower. Grabbing Ran, the red-haired man yells that he was leading a mercenary group at that age, and calls him a thief. Chaos erupts as the family yells for Lucia to run, while Ran pulls her away. With a flash of purple light, Ran begins to teleport them away. A desperate cry for help echoes as they vanish completely. A gasp sounds as the pink-haired girl collapses before the dark-haired young man. In front of the grand estate, a voice asks why he would say such a thing. The dark-haired man looks away nervously, asking if she dislikes his proposal. The pink-haired girl blushes, remaining silent. She asks why he suddenly wants an engagement, and if he overheard something. She recalls fainting at the imperial palace with no memory of what followed. He gently holds her hand, revealing a delicate pink bracelet on her wrist. Complimenting her, he says no jewel is more beautiful than her eyes, causing her to blush furiously and wonder if he's an imposter. He clarifies that he doesn't want the engagement to feel like a burden. Her heart pounds as he gently touches her hand. Holding her hand firmly, he asks if she remembers her promise to him. He recalls her promise to answer him honestly when she was sure of her feelings. She looks down, blushing at the memory of their promise. The memory of her promise to answer honestly echoes in her mind. Leaning close, he tells her he can finally say it without hesitation. A magical seal glows as he confesses, "I love you, princess." Back at the estate, her red-haired and white-haired brothers bicker as their father looks on. Lucia enters the room as two voices shout for their speckle and baby sibling. Her red-haired brother rushes to her, angrily demanding to know what that thief said. Ugh. He recoils in disgust upon seeing the diamond bracelet on her wrist. Her white-haired brother laughs, teasingly asking what the innocent diamond did, while her father asks if she's all right. Lucia looks down, clutching her arm bashfully. Her father and two brothers stare at her, awaiting her answer. She hesitates for a moment, beginning to say no. A resounding no echoes as a storm rages outside the estate. Later that night, Lucia sleeps soundly in her bed. She breathes peacefully in her slumber. In a dreamlike space, a younger Lucia sits at a small table. Across from her sits a stern, white-haired elf boy. She looks up, her eyes wide with a sudden realization. She understands he must have seen and heard everything from within the orb. They sit opposite each other in a vast, starry expanse. The elf boy mutters quietly to himself. A panel shows his hand as she recalls his offer. He will stop the great calamity if she marries Feyron Abelode, which leaves her utterly flustered at the thought of marriage. Various toys float in the magical space. The elf boy casually drops his spoon into his cup. Plop. After a moment, he simply says, "No." Lucia stares at him, stunned into silence. As he looks on boredly, she internally fumes, wondering how the conversation got here after she already refused the proposal. She slams the table, insisting that Feyron won't become a calamity, and that she'll stop him if he does. The elf boy thinks back, recalling he could feel something when he observed Feyron. He senses the approaching end, remembering Feyron's belief that the great calamity is an unstoppable destiny. Lucia brightens, deciding she will have to speak with Feyron herself. Wah! She leaps across the table to hug the boy, thanking him and calling him Ballot. Her expression hardens with renewed determination. She holds Ballot tightly in her arms. A few days later, she arranges to meet Feyron at a location chosen by Ballot. She and Ballot arrive at the Capital Central Library. Ballot questions their purpose there, and she explains they need to find any records on the Great Calamity, noting he's the one who has to read them. With time to spare before their appointment, she and Ballot head inside the library. In a grand library, Lucia wonders if a book on the Great Calamity even exists here. Ballot suggests the book would be hidden, as Lucia points to a specific section. He looks up in surprise, thinking of the girl. Her finger lands on a book titled, Stories of Special Divine Beasts. Seeing the book is out of reach, Lucia wonders how to get it down. Deciding to try herself, she steps forward. Whoosh! She leaps for the book, struggling to reach it as Ballot watches impassively. Suddenly, a man's hand steadies her as he lifts her toward the shelf. He gently asks if this is the book she was reaching for. He places the book in her hands, and she timidly confirms it is. Smiling, he admits he was surprised she asked to meet him here. He adds that while he's always happy to see Lady Lou and Stella, meeting in a library is unusual. Lucia explains that her mom has business with Ran, who stares at a glowing orb in confusion. The magical orb pulses with a brilliant light. Ballard floats between them, telling Lasha to go read while he speaks with Ran alone. Ran watches with a serious, unreadable expression. As Lucia confirms they want to talk, Ran gives a firm, "We will." Ran leads the floating divine beast out of the library. She agrees, noting how intent Ballot was on speaking with Ran alone. Deciding to focus on her task, she turns back to the book. Thump! She opens Stories of Special Divine Beasts. The page shows a sketch of a small, horned creature with wings. She realizes it's a simple picture book. Long ago, a special divine beast was born from a cracked egg. It had scales and bat-like wings, unlike any other divine beast. The others called this creature a dragon, a fact Lucia ponders. But no one approached the special beast. They only pointed and avoided it. The one and only special divine beast was always lonely. One day, the beast grew angry, questioning why everyone hurt and hated it. "Is it because I look different?" it asked. But the answer was always the same. "Because you're an evil divine beast," they cried, and the creature realized the truth. It wasn't special, but bad, and soon it brought a great catastrophe upon the world. 6 righteous divine beasts sealed it away, separating its body from its soul. And so, the world returned to peace, and everyone lived happily again. Thump. A hand closes the book on the final page. Lucia reflects that the myths passed down by humans were always simple, but she knows the great catastrophe truly involved a unique creature. And still, something feels off. Her eyes glow as she considers the creature shunned for being a disaster, wondering if anyone cared how much it hurt. In the darkness, the simple picture book glows with a sinister red light. The scene shifts to a bright, bustling city street. A hooded Ran appears in a swirl of dark magic, pondering why her appearance keeps changing. Ballot glares at him, thinking what a fox-like bastard he is. "Open your eyes properly," Ran commands coolly. Ballot gestures, agreeing to move the conversation elsewhere. They arrive in a dark, desolate canyon, and Ballot recognizes the place. Ran explains this was where the great beast was sealed long ago, but now the place is empty. He recounts how other divine beasts sealed its body and soul apart until the green serpent broke the seal and devoured the corpse. But the powerful soul remains, Ran reveals, and that is Ballot LCE Elbegard Hilvantesia Kion. Ballot beams with smug satisfaction at the grand reveal. His expression hardens as he realizes that the serpent can now likely use spirit magic. A long-haired elf explains a degraded power. He's warned the serpent is hunting them. A voice speculates on the enemy's motive. The elf boy believes a catastrophe is desired. The green-haired elf reveals the enemy's boredom with life. The boy calls him a lunatic and muses on inescapable fate. The hooded man maintains a grim expression. A voice declares he'll become the catastrophe, but one thing is different now, shocking the elf boy. A vision of a joyful, pink-haired girl appears. She plays gently with spirits, unlike others. The elf boy urges him to help her achieve the future she dreams of. The elf boy floats before the hooded man. The scene shifts to the pink-haired girl in the library. She gives up on rereading her book. She's startled by Farron's sudden appearance. She wonders how long it's been since they met. She notes his appearance has changed drastically. She asks if something happened, but he demurs. He stands before her, saying, "Excuse me, the young boy has a dragon problem." Not a dragon problem in the way you might think, not an I have to fight a dragon, or I have to run from a dragon, or I have to rescue a dragon problem, but more of a, "Oh my goodness, a dragon followed me home. Can I keep him problem?" The young boy, whose name is George, discovers a small dragon in his backpack one day after school and decides to keep him a secret. He names the dragon Sparky. George goes to great lengths to keep Sparky a secret. He keeps Sparky hidden from his parents and his older sister, who is always suspicious of what George is up to. George tries to train Sparky, But Sparky is a dragon, and being a dragon, Sparky likes to hoard things, and Sparky likes to eat things, and Sparky likes to make fire. Keeping Sparky a secret proves to be a challenge. The book is called George and Sparky, and it is a delightful tale about a boy and his dragon. He asks if it's strange. She compares it to her own multiple tales. She listens to him, her expression thoughtful. Farron's thoughts are shown as Lucia worries he'll be scared of her true form, admitting she'd be hurt. She rises from her chair, considering. He gently takes her hand in his. He kneels to embrace her warmly, saying she's with him. A great bird soars over the snowy duchy. The scene pans across the vast, snowy landscape. Lucia walks through the snow, holding hands. Since that day, she recalls his embrace. The memory of their hug lingers. 3 years have passed since their return north. The official reason given was overseeing the ice wall. But that wasn't the whole truth. The real reason was their disgust with the Rohim imperial family. As the imperial couple looks on, her family vows to protect Lucia no matter what. Confirming imperial corruption, Lenore announced their return to the north. They began gathering northern nobles to raise an army. She wonders if he's planning a rebellion. Her red-haired brother Hikan cheekily calls their outings dates, making her smile at his optimism. They inspect the ice wall, a duty they take on as divine beasts. The white-haired man feels a sense of duty, which his children find a bit pompous. Her brother's loud shouting earns a sharp rebuke about causing an avalanche. Her brother notices snow starting to fall. He wonders why it's snowing during summer. Despite being summer, snow begins to fall, a strange and unsettling event. No way! His eyes glow as he realizes the horrifying implication. A hand presses against the great ice wall. The ice wall is melting, shocking everyone. The ice wall and perpetual snow define the mountains. But now the ancient ice is breaking apart. The red-haired brother declares the sudden snow a bad sign. As his companion notes, the melting is recent. Lucia and her brothers investigate the strange, snowy landscape. A glowing butterfly spirit lands on her hand as she asks what's wrong. The spirits urge Lucia to go back, telling her they're scared. Lucia realizes the spirits are frightened, recalling they were once happy here. Her white-haired brother, Vernon, asks her what's wrong, and she begins to explain. She tells her brothers that the spirits are afraid of this place, which is unusual. Back in his study, her father Lenore decides he must investigate beyond the ice castle himself. Looking out at the snow, he knows he cannot ignore so many ominous signs. The red-haired Saraya enters, questioning the unseasonal snow, and Lenore greets her. Lenore informs Saraya that he was just about to look into the matter. With a look of concern, Saraya agrees that they need to go check it out. Lenore asks her to come along despite the difficulty, and she firmly accepts. The elder instructs the boys to bring Lucia and follow him, as Saraya prepares to teleport them with her fiery fan, stating they must act fast. With a flourish of her fan, she completes her thought, before the humans notice and panic. They arrive in the mountains, and Lenore announces they are here as Lucia shields her eyes. Lucia looks around, wondering why they are in the Idelvedor Mountains. In a vast, sunken area, the elder explains that 30 peaks once stood here. Lenore places a hand on a stunned Lucia's shoulder, revealing this is where the 30th peak was. He smirks, admitting that something similar has happened before. The family watches as a white bird soars through the bright sunlit sky. Oh no. Dark feathers fly as a black bird attacks the white one, confirming things are about to get complicated. A long-haired, white-haired elf appears, surrounded by birds and a powerful green aura. Lucia stares in shock, recognizing the powerful figure before her. Her red-haired brother, Hikan, questions what brings an enforcer so far out here. The scene shifts to the lush forest of divine beasts, domain of the Serpent of Verdure. A foot steps onto the mossy ground of the forest. The white-haired elf, Ursihan, reports to a dark-haired elf lord named Vasile. Vassal notes that Ursihan hasn't changed. While Ursihan clarifies he assumed he was summoned for a task, Vasile requests that Ursihan visit the ice wall, prompting Ursihan to ask if something is wrong. With a knowing smile, Vasile replies, "Not yet." Vassal cryptically suggests something might happen soon, as Ursihan stands in a snowy void. Vassal declares that the ice wall belongs to the White Hawk, suggesting it's time to take it back. Ursihan states his neutral position as an enforcer. An explanation reveals an enforcer captures divine beasts who violate rules and cannot defy an elder's orders. The white-haired elf stands resolute, bound by his duty. The dark-haired elf lord poses one final question. Vasile slyly asks if the mission is truly from the council, then immediately confirms that it is. Back at the mountain, Lenore questions the enforcer's presence. Ursion states he's there to inspect the ice wall on the council's orders. Lenore scoffs in disbelief and irritation. Ursion, with several birds perched on him, clarifies he didn't mean to imply poor management. A tense energy crackles between Lenore and the enforcer as they face off. Clinging to her father, Lucia thinks the enforcer looks truly scary. She also observes how different he is from the other divine beasts she knows. She reflects that the divine beasts she lives with act like humans, which is why she fit in. But this white hawk, she realizes, feels like a pure, divine beast, not human at all. Lucia stares at the otherworldly elf, completely bewildered. In his cat-eared form, Lenore angrily demands to know why the elf is staring at his child, then begrudgingly confirms the wall is fine as usual. The enforcer points out the wall has melted before, justifying the council's concern as the elder and Sirio watch. Lenore's patience wears thin as he sternly tells him that's enough. The white-haired Vernon looks on intently. A voice instructs them to take the kids for a stroll. The red-haired man wonders what's happening as they walk through the unfamiliar woods. Hickam asks about the ice wall, but Vernon dismissively tells him to do as he pleases. Hickam cheekily suggests capturing barbarians, and Lucia wonders where they are. Vernon casts a spell, confident they'll encounter someone soon. As they venture deeper, Hickam begins to explain that this entire place is basically their front yard, but his thought is cut short as Lucia is suddenly snatched away. Hickam turns in alarm, shouting for the little one. Vernon panics, desperately shouting Lucia's name. Their hands fail to connect in a swirl of pink light. A voice cries out in disbelief as Lucia is pulled away into the light. A mysterious hand grabs her wrist, apologizing as it pulls her away. A spirit insists that they must go now, and just like that, she vanishes. Carried away like express delivery, Lucia fumes at her abduction. The spirits claim they abducted her for her own good, denying they are traitors. Lucia curses the spirits' betrayal as she lies bound on the snowy ground. Bound and alone, she despairs over escaping without the spirits' aid. She realizes her captors have suddenly stopped moving. Wah! She looks up, startled by their sudden halt. They've arrived at the entrance of a snowy settlement. Shielding her eyes, she begins to recognize the unfamiliar place. She realizes she's in the barbarian's village. So this is the legendary barbarian village. Plop. She's placed gently onto a nest of offerings. They present her with a bounty of fruits and flowers. Confused by their kindness, she wonders about this unexpected royal treatment. As the barbarians dote on her, Ballad appears, warning her not to be swayed by their kindness. The masked barbarians shyly offer her more gifts. She demands to know why she was brought here, insisting her family is worried. The barbarians vow to protect her from a looming danger she can now sense. Lucia looks at Ballad, confused by the barbarians' strange vow to protect her. Ballard looks down, considering the strange situation. He explains the barbarians may not even understand their own words. Ballad dismisses the thought, bringing the focus back to the melting ice wall. She realizes the melting wall signals the approach of the Great Calamity. The grim truth solidifies. The Great Calamity is near. An immense, shadowy dragon looms behind her, a vision of the coming threat. The calamity is revealed as an unstoppable fate that must be faced head-on. Lucia wonders if her spirit magic could refreeze the wall, surprising Ballad. She explains her reasoning, but Ballad comically scoffs at her current skill level. Undeterred, her hopeful smile shines brightly. Ballad concedes, though he admits he doubts her plan will make a meaningful difference. Still, he agrees. There's no harm in at least trying. The barbarians wait patiently, surrounded by cute floating puppies. Ballad suddenly recalls a shrine that can amplify the power of spirits. They arrive at an ancient stone shrine in the snowy mountains. Lucia learns that spirit magic, the true power of a divine beast, draws directly from nature. Bathed in pink light, she holds a glowing artifact, ready to begin. A pink, ethereal light fills the air with glowing butterflies. Ha! Lucia gasps as the artifact in her hand shines with brilliant power. She unleashes a massive wave of spirit energy across the snowy mountains. Her hands glow as she channels the immense power. Whoosh! A beam of rainbow energy soars toward the distant peaks. The energy strikes the ice wall in a dazzling explosion of light. Lucia believes her power reached the wall, but she suddenly stumbles in pain. Ah, she cries out as a wave of backlash hits her, startling Ballot. In the distance, the barbarians spot the brilliant flash, wondering what it is. Huh? Lucia looks up as glowing blue meteors begin to rain from the sky. She recognizes the terribly familiar blue aura, realizing this must be Vernon's magic. Lanor stands grimly in the snowy wasteland. A sudden, painful memory begins to surface. He recalls a vision of a body lying bloodied in the snow. He remembers his failure to stop Syria as she rampaged in her fiery beast form. He blames himself, thinking that Syria suffered there because of him. The memory shifts to the white-haired elf Urzihan collapsing in the snow. Back in the present, Lenore and Syria spot Urzihan standing alone in the distance. Lenore sighs, annoyed that he must now deal with the pest Urzihan in this already hated place. As Lenore considers killing him, Syria grabs his arm to stop him. She shakes her head, and he relents with a sigh. The white-haired elf asks them to stay out of it, but Lenore states that's impossible. Lenore correctly deduces that Urzihan is acting on Vasil's orders. Lenore threatens retaliation against Vasil, but Urzihan coolly asks him to use honorifics. The couple looks at the stoic elf, completely bewildered. Urzihan reveals a shocking truth. He already reported Vasil to the council. In a flashback, he recalls presenting his evidence to the council, only to be ignored. You realize then that they buried his report before it could be acted upon. Lenore turns to Urzihan, whom he calls Edward, and asks for his opinion on the council. He challenges Edward, asking if he still believes the council acts for the good of all. Edward silently reflects on the council's meetings, questioning if they truly serve their stated purpose. A sudden event interrupts their tense conversation. All three look up at the sky in alarm. A powerful energy begins to ripple through the air. Lenore looks up, stunned by the immense power he feels. Syria grabs him in fright, shouting his name as she sees the approaching threat. They watch as blue meteors fall from the sky, and Edward demands to know what they are. Lenore turns on Edward with a furious glare, demanding an explanation. As Edward denies responsibility, Lanor recognizes Vernon's power and grumbles in frustration. He wonders why his son is causing such a massive, conspicuous scene. A frantic thought strikes him. Did something happen to Lucia to provoke this? Lush and Ballad are surrounded by panicked figures, unsure where to run from the meteor shower. A diagram illustrates her predicament. She's too small to just get crushed. She grits her teeth, finding her resolve. She decides she must try to catch the meteor before it hits. Steeling herself, she prepares to intercept the massive object. Pow! She flies up to meet the meteors, unleashing her own power to stop them. Thud. A single meteor lands safely in the snow as she pants from the exertion. Standing among the now grounded meteors, she thinks she narrowly escaped death. Ballot taps her on the shoulder, and she turns around, confused. Ballot and Lucia spot Vernon and Hekan approaching through the snow as a voice asks why. Vernon furiously asks Lucia if she just used magic, startling her. A flashback reveals Lucia had been secretly training in magic with Ballot. Lucia explains her reasons for hiding it. She didn't know how to introduce Ballot and didn't want to hurt Vernon by finding a new teacher. Now that her secret is exposed, Ballot flinches as Vernon and Hekan advance. Vernon postpones his talk with Ballot and charges past with Hekan, shouting at the barbarians. A barbarian demands to know who dares run off with their final boss, leaving Lucia and Ballot completely baffled. Thud! Smack! The sounds of a one-sided beatdown echo across the snowy mountains. Narration confirms that the cries of the hopelessly beaten barbarians filled the mountains that day. A few days later, the scene shifts to a grand, sunlit castle. Lucia sits on a balcony, observing that the ice wall has completely refrozen. She recalls Ballot's warning that it's only a temporary fix until the great calamity is dealt with. She sighs, realizing her efforts only bought a little time, as Urzihan watches nearby. An awkward, comical silence hangs between the pouting Lucia and the stoic elf. Lucia thinks about her other problem. Urzihan awkwardly follows her everywhere. A flashback shows Urzihan relentlessly interrogating Lenore with magical orbs, demanding an explanation. Lenore coolly dismisses him, stating there is nothing to explain. Lucia recalls Syria's explanation. Ursihan has decided to stay and watch Lenore, but she suspects there's more to it than just the ice wall. She wonders if being a rare species makes her paranoid and self-conscious. Feeling drained from being constantly on edge, she looks up and spots someone on a balcony. She recognizes her father, Lenore, looking out from the balcony. Lucia looks up at him with concern, wondering if something happened. A maid presents Lucia with a beautiful assortment of cookies. As Lucia happily accepts the cookies, the maid expresses joy at making her smile, while Ursihan looks on disapprovingly. Ursihan reflects on the past, remembering Lenore the Silver Fox as a notorious figure in the divine realm. He recalls Lenore's history of abandoning the council, meddling with humans, and having a foul temper, noting only his immense talent earned him respect. Ursihan believes Vernon and Hiken inherited their father's terrible personality, and worries Lucia might be even worse. Lucia politely thanks the maid for the treats. Ursihan watches her. Resolving to stay vigilant, he silently vows not to let the wicked scamp disrupt the order of the divine beast realm. Ursihan asks what she is doing. Lucia explains she got snacks from the kitchen. She explains that he looked to be in a bad mood, and she wanted to cheer him up. As she leaves, she offers him one of the cookies. She walks away down the hallway, carrying her box of treats. Ursihan stands alone in the now empty hallway. Holding the cookie, he thinks to himself how truly wicked she is. A knock sounds on an ornate door, and a voice bids them enter. Lucia approaches her father's door, ready to deliver the snacks. Peeking inside, she's met with a voice asking her name. Inside, Lenore asks what's going on. Lucia explains she saw him looking unwell from outside. She offers him the box of cookies, asking if something is wrong. She notices his evasiveness, realizing he's neither confirming nor denying her concern. She asks if Lord Ursihan is the cause, and Lenore admits it's partly true. He then reveals the real reason is because they went back to that place. Remembering the desolate snowy landscape, Lucia asks if something bad happened there. Lenore avoids the question, instead asking if she remembers something she told him before. He brings up her promise to never be disappointed in him, and she confirms she remembers. She reaffirms her promise, encouraging him to talk and let her help. He sits down, remarking that a cool dad would just wave it off as nothing. With a slight smile, Leonor decides against it, telling her this might be a long story. The narration describes a bloody battlefield, where divine beasts once guarded an ice wall. The narration explains the brutal weather was pushing human soldiers to their physical limit. The white-haired man wonders where the endless swarms of enemies are coming from. He considers setting the mountains ablaze, but dismisses the thought to avoid the elders. Someone then calls his name Lenore. Lenore looks down from a snowy cliff to see a dark-haired man calling to him from below. The dark-haired man, Vasil, smiles warmly up at him. Lenore thinks he suddenly thought of Vasil, who blushes and asks if that's why he appeared. As Lenore embraces him from behind, a flashback reveals they were inseparable best friends, both rare and powerful divine beings. Their shared uniqueness forged a deep bond, and they became inseparable confidants. Unlike the content Basil, young Lenore was curious about the world and wanted to change the divine realm. However, the birth of a new rare species shattered expectations, causing Lenore to abandon everything and seek seclusion in the north. Back in the present, Lenore adjusts Vasil's scarf, complaining that the council has been boring since he left. He tells Vasil that things are even worse now without him there. Lenore recalls how Vasil was the only one who remained silent during the furious debate to kill the newborn rare species. Relieved that reason wasn't entirely lost from the council, Lenore invites Vasil into the grand fortress to escape the cold. Creek. As they enter a grand hall, a gray-haired man in a leopard fur collar calls out their names. The gray-haired man asks Lenore what brings him here, teasing him about raising his child. He shyly announces that he and his family have decided to move north permanently. Lenore's face lights up with a brilliant smile at the news. While the two friends talk happily, Vasil watches them silently from the side. The gray-haired man greets Vasil, who quietly acknowledges him. A narration reveals the gray-haired man is a half-blood, a being the enforcers were meant to eliminate. The man thinks he should tell his best friend his plans. Lenore and Basil had always accepted him regardless of his mixed blood. They were three close friends who shared many secrets, living in a secluded house in the snow. Sometime later, inside his workshop, the gray-haired man calls out in surprise, "Vasil?" He finds Vasil at his door and invites him in, where his wife and child are at the dinner table. He introduces his family, noting that neither Vasil nor Lenore have seen his child since infancy. He warmly invites Vasil to join them for dinner. but Vasil remains standing silently by the door. Huh? Vasil's eyes suddenly glow with an intense green light. As a wave of green energy erupts, a voice reflects on a past time of complacency. He believed he could keep the peace by fending off barbarians, never expecting a threat from within. Horrified, the man screams for his wife and child to run. An overhead view shows the destroyed home, as the narration states that threats to peace don't always come from the frontier. A vision shows the tragic aftermath, the family falling, pursued by Vasil, while the man lies dead. Vasil looks down, a dissatisfied HMPH escaping his lips. The scene is obscured by a promotional banner. The narrator's voice echoes again, reflecting on his past complacency. He recalls carrying a child through the snow, falsely believing he could protect the world by fighting distant barbarians. He realizes too late that threats to peace can come from anywhere, as he discovers his wife's bloody body. The story's title card appears. Snow falls silently on the desolate, blood-stained ground. The young boy trembles in shock, stammering in horror as he stares at his mother's body. In a desperate final cry, the man watches his family fall as Vasil looks on. Kneeling in the snow over his wife's body, the gray-haired man brokenly asks why. He looks toward Vasil in the distance, demanding to know why this is happening. Lenore suddenly appears before Vasil, demanding an explanation for the carnage. Staring in disbelief, Lenore asks if Vasil killed the wife of the man now identified as Chase. With blood on his hand, Vasil quietly confirms it as a devastated Chase cries out, asking what they ever did. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Vasil coldly replies, "Who knows?" The tragic scene unfolds under the falling snow, a family destroyed by a friend's inexplicable betrayal. Lenore plummets through the falling snow. Vasil explains his cruel curiosity drove him to see what would happen if he destroyed his friend's newfound happiness. He sadistically taunts Lenore, wondering how he'll react after losing both his wife and child. He coldly asks if he should test his theory by killing the rest of the family. The young boy lets out a horrified scream as Vasil watches impassively. Chase desperately shoves his son, yelling for him to run far away from the carnage. Kneeling defiantly, Chase blocks the path as Vasil tells him he's in the way. Shing! The blade flashes, stained with fresh blood. Lenore suddenly intervenes, blocking Vasil's sword with his own. Cough. Lenore's counterattack sends Vasil stumbling back, blood flying from his mouth. Thud! The snowy ground is stained with blood as the bodies lie fallen. Lenore pants heavily, overwhelmed by the brutal aftermath of the fight. He kneels beside his friend, desperately calling out to Chase. With his dying breath, Chase pleads with Lenore to find his child quickly. As Lenore reaches for him, Chase's eyes close for the last time. He stands over his fallen friend, staring in shock at the body in the snow. Lost in disbelief, he stammers, unable to process the horrific scene. A soft voice calls his name, Lenore. Lenore turns to confront the fallen Vasile, who is now getting up. As Vasil smirks from the ground, Lenore glares down, his eyes filled with pure rage. Vasil's voice echoes, stating that this kind of thing isn't fun anymore. In the present, an older Lenore tells his daughter that he first realized Vasil's life was tethered to another's that day. Looking at his daughter, he thinks that if only he'd been more careful back then. He laments that Chase wouldn't have died, and young Eden wouldn't have had to suffer alone. His daughter, Eden, softly calls him dad. Crying, Eden says she doesn't understand why he blames himself for what happened. She insists it was Vasil's doing, her tears flowing freely. After she asks if he hates her, Lenore immediately pulls her into a comforting hug. As she buries her face in his shoulder, she thinks she couldn't imagine the pain he's carried. She realizes he's clung to self-blame all this time, hating himself for what happened. She tells him she just doesn't want him to suffer over something that wasn't his fault. She reassures him that he's the dad she loves more than anything. A moment of warmth passes between father and daughter. Standing in a bright doorway, Lenore holds his daughter as a single, emotional tear falls. The scene shifts to a tense state council meeting around a grand table. The council members sit in heavy, anxious silence. The blonde man at the head of the table asks for the next item on the agenda. A red-haired aide reports on moving Princess Lionel's casket, but the blonde emperor coldly orders him to cancel it. Shocked by the sudden command, the aide asks the emperor to repeat himself. He protests, reminding His Majesty that the project began before his ascension to the throne. The aide warns that scrapping the project now will cause a strong public backlash from citizens who donated to it. Leaning forward, the emperor menacingly asks if the aide is defying his order. The aide stammers, frantically denying any insubordination. The emperor accuses him of being ordered to speak out by Grand Duke Elharan. Backing away in fear, the aide begs his majesty to calm himself. Thump. Another noble slams his hand on a candelabra, shouting in protest. The red-haired aide cries out in terror, "Your Majesty!" Crack! The emperor brutally strikes the protesting noble with the candelabra. He looks down at scattered letters, thinking to himself how pathetic it all is. Elsewhere, a white-haired man learns the shocking news. The emperor struck a noble during a state council meeting. A man reports that the emperor has abandoned his duties and now roams the palace drunk and violent. He continues, explaining the emperor's behavior has reignited rumors as he acts like he's seeing the ghost of Princess Lionel. The rumors claim the current emperor murdered the last one and falsely accused the princess of the crime. An informant reveals that anti-emperor nobles are now trying to reopen the investigation. He explains to Lanner that since the princess's supporters have lost their influence, the matter has now fallen to him. The informant stands before a set of ornate doors, having concluded his report to Lord Lenore. Lucia overhears from the hallway, realizing her father will soon have to return to the capital. The scene shifts to a quiet castle balcony under a starry night sky. Looking at her reflection, Lucia confirms to herself that they will be returning to the capital soon. She reflects on her growth, noting her past self would have thrown a tantrum to go back immediately. A memory of her happy family surfaces as she thinks she doesn't want to endanger them for her revenge. She knows the day of reckoning is near and that her tasks remain, especially with Vasil backing the enemy royal family. She transforms into her graceful adult form, surrounded by a brilliant pink aura. Practicing her magic by the window, she feels her improved control over her divine power will allow her to help. A rustle outside catches her attention, and she asks who's there, startled by figures on her balcony. A dark-haired man, Feyrin, steps inside from the terrace, explaining he had to take a detour to avoid an executor. Lucia asks why he's here, thinking he would have left already because he was busy. Her eyes widen in surprise. Feyrin looks at her intently, saying there's something more important to discuss. Lucia looks back at him, puzzled by his words. He asks her to practice maintaining her adult form for a moment. Feyrin notes with a subtle smile that she held her form longer than at the last ball. He invites her for a walk under the moonlight. They stand together on the balcony, gazing at the beautiful full moon. He gently takes her hand in his. Feyrin tells her she'll likely be returning to the capital soon. In a brief vision, her anxious supporters gather in a dimly lit room. As they walk, he assures her they'll have good news for her soon, to her surprise. She smiles, grateful that after so long, there are still people who remember Lionel. She thinks that even though she can no longer act as a royal, she turns to him and sincerely says, "Hey, thank you, Feyrin." She praises him as the first to fight for her name, believing his actions sparked the current movement. Feyrin gently cups her cheek, vowing that he would do anything for her. He caresses her hair, reaffirming his promise with absolute certainty. He gives her a soft, devoted smile. Lucia flushes, completely flustered by his sudden display of affection. Her heart thumps as he takes her hand, and she wonders what's gotten into him. Panicked, she feels her heart pound wildly, wondering if it's about to explode. As he holds her gaze, she wonders what to do, unaware they're being watched. She spots a white-haired figure in the distance and identifies him as Speckle. Up close, Speckle sternly questions the pair. A massive sound effect illustrates Lucia's silent, mortified shriek. Her red-haired brother approaches from behind, calling out to Speckle. Speckle asks what happened, while the red-haired man grills Lucia for not telling them about her transformation ability. The red-haired man and Speckle glare with comical intensity. Speckle grabs Feyrin, comically declaring he can't let Lucia go anywhere while looking so beautiful. Her red-haired brother confronts Feyrin, angrily asking what he's doing with their youngest sister. Lucia quickly concocts a flustered lie, claiming she just wanted to walk with Feyrin as an escort. Her brother immediately sees through her excuse, shouting, "Lies." Lucia thinks her brothers are calling her a liar, demanding she be quiet. Her red-haired brother angrily confronts Feyrin, asking what he was doing with Lucia and why she'd choose him over her own family. In a new scene, a pink-haired Lucia tells her white-haired companion that they were on their way to the capital. The white-haired man, Vernon, recalls that Count Marchand is meeting with nobles to prove Princess Lionel's innocence. Lucia recognizes the name as Vernon explains people in the capital are investigating the case and invites her to join them, surprising her. Lucia eagerly agrees to go, wondering why the normally exclusionary Vernon is suddenly inviting her. Vernon comically spins Lucia away, pointedly separating her from Feyron and her other brother. Realizing Vernon just wanted to separate her from Feyron, she watches as Hikon declares they're off to Count Marchand's manor, leaving Feyron behind. Her brothers glare back at Feyron, who silently tells them to walk home. Feyron reminds a flustered Lord Vernon that the mission was originally assigned to him. As Feyron offers to travel separately, Vernon seethes while Hikon and Lucia think he's the simplest of the group. Thud. The scene shifts to a grand manor at night, where a bearded man in pink pajamas awakens with a start. Poof! The cloaked group teleports into his bedroom, surrounding the terrified man. Lucia questions if Vernon announced their visit, but he dismisses her, stating the Count should be grateful for the audience. Vernon formally greets the pajama-clad man as Count Marchand. He presents a glowing pendant, declaring they've come on behalf of Grand Duke Elharon. A brilliant flash of light emanates from the Grand Duke's insignia. Now in a formal drawing room, the group stands before a properly dressed Count Marchand. The Count notes that the Grand Duke has allied with the Mage Tower and Hark mercenaries. When asked who Lucia and Feyron are, Feyron warns the Count that knowing their identities would be dangerous. Count Marchand nervously asks why they've arrived so late, prompting an internal side-eye from Vernon. A vision reveals the shocking news. An anti-imperial noble, Baron Carafil, has turned traitor and assaulted the Emperor. Count Marchand is stunned by the impossible news. He's told Baron Carafil was hospitalized after the attack, leading him to question if the Grand Duke's side staged the event. Vernon listens intently as the distraught Count finishes his story. Sigh. Vernon considers the complicated situation. The scene transitions outside the manor into the night. The group makes their way through a crowded, lavishly decorated hall. An informant tells Vernon they've arrived at an illegal auction house where Baron Carafil is scheduled to meet Duke Seriant. The group realizes they can't enter without an invitation unless they offer an item for auction. Crushed, the cloaked group huddles together, seemingly out of options. Lucia stops Hikon from offering his ring, having her own idea. She declares that they won't need to prepare an item. The group sits together on the floor, waiting for the plan to unfold. A white-haired man, in a blue hood, smiles with cunning confidence. Hikon grumbles that a man who has always disrespected him is about to suffer for it as they approach a throne. Now disguised with masks, the party navigates the opulent auction hall. A masked Feyron instructs Vernon to lie low while they search for their target. A masked, brown-haired man offers to escort Lucia to a quieter area. She accepts his offer, placing her hand in his. An auctioneer announces the next item is up for bid. Lucia, now disguised with blonde hair, reflects on being left with an escort while her brothers are busy. She decides she might as well watch the auction from the balcony. Her eyes suddenly widen in surprise as she looks at her companion. She finds herself thinking about being alone with him, flashing back to a romantic memory of Feyron. The masked man beside her looks down, and she blushes, realizing it's Feyron. Her heart flutters as they stare at each other through their masks. Mortified by her own thoughts, Lucia panics internally. Feyron asks her if there is any item she'd like to bid on. He explains that such places often have rare items, but a flustered Lucia denies having any interest. Disguised in masks and hoods, the blonde Lucia and dark-haired Feyron prepare to enter. As they enter the auction hall, guests note the sudden pink glow surrounding the mysterious pair. A cloaked man with light hair and a green and white cape approaches them. Lucia feels the room suddenly getting hot as the man walks toward her. Feyron watches intently as the stranger closes in on them. The man in green grabs a stumbling Lucia by the arm. Lucia's pink eyes widen as she looks up at the man holding her. Agris. Lucia, who is looking for Duke Seriant, wonders what's happening and questions the man's sudden actions. Lionel. He asks if she is Lionel, but another hand grabs his wrist as Feyron tells him to let her go. Feyron pulls Lucia away protectively as the man identifies him as Feyron Abelode. Lucia peeks out from behind Feyron's cloak, observing the confrontation. The man notes her eyes are the wrong color to be Lionel's, and questions why someone like Feyron is there. He mocks the captain of the Holy Knights for being with a lady, and then reacts in shock Realizing this isn't a place an emperor should be, an attendant rushes over, addressing the man as Your Majesty and telling him to stay still. The attendant quietly reminds the emperor that people are watching them. Annoyed, the emperor dismisses Pharaon's group, saying he'll overlook their rudeness. The emperor delivers a parting threat to Pharaon, warning his attitude better change, before the scene snaps back to the present. Pharaon asks a shaken Lucia if she's all right, and she confirms she is. He gently takes her hand, inspecting her wrist where the emperor had grabbed her. In the sparkling light of the hall, Lucia looks up at him, flustered. Wah! In a cute, simplified art style, Lucia blushes while a stoic Pharaon holds her hand. From a balcony box, the auctioneer enthusiastically welcomes the ladies and gentlemen. He teases the highlight of the auction, something every high-class customer would desire. Wah! The grand prize is revealed to be a caged, red-furred baby wolf. A flashback shows Vernon explaining they wouldn't need an auction item, as someone would have to put in some effort. In a chibi flashback, Vernon cheerfully asks Hyken to come with him. Whoa! The flashback shows Hyken's forced, panicked transformation into a wolf as Lucia watches in horror, and Vernon grins mischievously. And so, by offering the transformed Hyken, the group gained their entrance pass, now all wearing cute wolf-eared hoods. As the bidding for Hyken climbs, Lucia recalls Vernon's assurance that they would be the winning bidders. She panics, realizing they were never told the budget, and now fears Hyken might actually be sold off. Vernon calmly places a bid of $30,000, which the auctioneer accepts. Lucia is relieved by Vernon's confident smile as the auctioneer calls for higher bids. A rival bidder with wavy blonde hair scowls as he prepares to make a move. Ugh. The rival bidder shocks everyone by shouting a bid of $100,000. A fierce bidding war erupts between Vernon and the rival bidder. As the price skyrockets to $200,000, Lucia worries the other bidder will go bankrupt. Vernon remains confident they won't go broke, but Lucia anxiously questions him about the massive bid. Smirking, Vernon watches the auctioneer announce the $200,000 bid, while Lucia nervously bites her lip as the countdown starts. As the auctioneer calls going twice, a furious Hyken growls in his cage. Lucia has a sudden, horrifying realization. She's been tricked. The group stands together as Lucia questions Vernon about the massive $200,000 bid from their rival. Vernon remains coolly confident as the auctioneer announces the high bid, while a nervous Lucia watches the countdown continue. She realizes with dread that she overlooked the fact Vernon would never spend a fortune on Hyken, confirming she was tricked. With the final count of 3 imminent, Lucia decides she can't let Hyken get sold. With firm resolve, she decides to sell the villa to save her brother. As she prepares to use her magic, Vernon's hand gently stops her. Vernon smiles and tells her to stop, addressing her as Lucia. Lucia gets chills, stunned that Vernon used her real name, as he explains that Hyken is an adult who must take responsibility for his own actions. Sold, the auctioneer announces the red wolf pup has been sold for $200,000. As Lucia recoils in betrayal, asking how he could sell family, Vernon casually dismisses his actions as a joke. Lucia stares in disbelief, wondering how driving a bid to an impossible price could ever be considered a joke. Vernon puts on a comically tearful display, promising he will come back for his dear sibling. Changing the subject, Vernon asks why Count Marchand arrived at their meeting alone. An informant explains that the Count left to plan countermeasures after seeing Baron Carafel speaking with Duke Sarian. Lucia thoughtfully considers the implications of the Emperor, Agris, being at the same gathering as known traitors. Vernon angrily wonders if the Emperor came to the illegal auction specifically to meet with the traitors. Lucia confirms to Vernon that she had a brief clash with the Emperor, choosing not to mention he had grabbed her. Vernon smirks deviously, contemplating whether he should beat up the Emperor before they depart. Lucia analyzes the Emperor's politically weakened state, noting that his support has dwindled, though some factions remain. The thought of using this opportunity to completely isolate the Emperor hangs in the air. A flicker of resolve sharpens in Lucia's eye as a plan begins to form. She recalls the Emperor grabbing her and wonders if he's still obsessed with the memory of Lionel. In a chibi moment, her companions worry that the Emperor dislikes her standing out. A voice calls out to Vernon, getting his attention. Lucia tentatively asks Vernon if another plan might be possible. The scene shifts to the Emperor, Agris, walking down a dark hall while clutching his head in pain. He grimaces, frustrated that his terrible headache won't stop. As magical butterflies flutter by, He realizes he can't find Duke Sarant anywhere. Lucia feels lost, as if she's just going in circles without making any progress. The Emperor is lost in a beautiful, ethereal memory of a blonde woman on a balcony. "It's been a while," he says softly to the woman in his vision. The green-eyed woman in the vision looks down and gently calls him brother. He dismisses the vision as a pathetic hallucination, believing he must be going insane. The spirit takes a step toward him and hauntingly asks, "Why did you kill us?" As she insists she and their father were no obstacle to the throne, the Emperor is jolted by the sound of approaching footsteps. He scoffs at the phantom, accusing it of trying to test his guilt. Cackling, he declares that he will kill anyone, even bloodkin, to get what he wants. He doubles down on his willingness to kill his family, and her spirit sadly thinks that she's sure he would. Gawk. The Emperor cries out as he is suddenly engulfed in a torrent of golden light. A divine voice pronounces his sentence. He must pay the price for staining the throne with blood. The spirit of his sister stands before him, surrounded by a radiant golden aura. Her judgment delivered, the spirit turns and walks away, leaving him collapsed on the floor. His vision fades as the spectral figure disappears down the long hallway. The scene cuts to a masked Duke Sarant, watching intently from his seat. Duke Sarant jolts awake with a start, looking around in utter confusion. He struggles to remember what happened, wondering when he could have possibly fallen asleep. Looking around the now chaotic hall, he wonders if the person he was waiting for ever arrived. His attention is drawn to the floor below, where the Emperor is creating a disturbance. The Emperor frantically struggles against his attendants, screaming for someone to reveal themselves. "Lionel," he screams, shocking his men who wonder why the Emperor is there. The crowd buzzes with confusion, wondering if he's referring to the infamous Princess Lionel. From his balcony, a horrified Duke Sarant realizes the truth and screams that Lionel is there. Panic spreads through the hall as onlookers question what the Emperor is doing.